Ashburn, VA. Commanders training camp. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous, Jay. What's up?
You've been out here a while, signing autographs for the fans. Everybody happy to see you?
From about 8 o'clock to about 9:15. Supposed to be 9, but I don't like leaving people unhappy. And a bunch of little kids were sitting there, so I finished it up.
You know what's interesting? I'm curious what you say when you get this question, because I've gotten this question a lot, and I don't know that I have an answer yet. Everybody's like, hey, how do they look? What do you think? How do they look? What do you think?
You know what? I say this. They look about as good or as bad as they should at this time of training camp.
That's kind of –
And I just talked with we were talking with Ryan Clark, Fred Taylor, and
Pivot
Channing Crowder. Yep. Yeah. And they all say, look, and Fred said, he said, man, dudes just asked me this morning, how good do the Jaguars look? And it was saying, well, how does what's the quarterback? Lawrence, how does Trevor look? He say, like he was looking last year. But people assume, you signed a $20 million deal, something's going to drastically, completely change about you. No, you signed a $20 million deal, and then you're expecting people to come in and work at it to try to get to a certain level and a certain point. It will happen, but they're not it's not a finished product yet. And I think that is what I was sitting there talking with my buddies yesterday, and it hit me like fans expect the finished product as soon as you get back on the football field.
They kind of expect it after the draft.
Yeah, but the ultimate thing is you show up at training camp to build, to be hitting the ground running when the season starts, not to come here already perfect.
I think I'm with you. There's been some kind of sloggy moments out here, but it's also July 30th, and these guys, Dan Quinn actually had some really valuable information this morning, I thought. Particularly on the offensive line. He's like, yeah, we're trying guys at different spots. Like we're trying a lot of different combinations right now. And I think you can see that. And a lot of times it's like, oh man, why is Mike Dieter at left tackle instead of Allegretti? It's like, well, one, they believe in this competition thing. Two, they're trying all these guys at different spots. And I think some of that with Wiley and Lucas and Coleman and Braden Daniels, the kid from last year, is actually getting a couple tackle reps, which I find pretty remarkable.
I think the first day when he and Adam talked, he said that exactly. He said, look, we're going to be trying a lot of stuff. He said, some of it we're going to find it won't work. He said, we'll throw it out. He said, it's at that time of camp where we could do that. And that is what people do. I had that same conversation with Fred again earlier where you see it and you know it, but I think it's so people want so much information and we're willing to give them so much information that we speculate every time. Sometimes it's just a simple, let's see if this guy can handle this.
Right. I agree with that. I think, we're kind of watching everything unfold here, and it's just too early to make any grand, pronounce. Like, there's just not that much information. They have shells on today. They're not hitting. Like, there's the physicality portion has been kind of, I don't want to say lacking because that gives it like a negative connotation. Like it's just not really time for it yet. There was some level of hitting yesterday. I think, if you had to go through and make a roster, right? Mm-hmm. I can give you 45 guys. I can give you 45 out of 53 with some level of certainty. But then that last, how many is that? 7, 8? That last 8 would be pretty hard to figure out.
Yep.
But the folly in a lot of that is to do that now, inevitably before we get to the end of August and Labor Day weekend when they announce their 53, there's going to be 3 or 4 injuries that impact everything.
100,000%.
Like that's just how it works. And if you have, say you're willing to roll the dice on a rookie at a position, you think, hey, he's shown us enough, he should make the roster. But then your vet gets hurt. Then what do you do? Because you might need another veteran.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
but see, that's the thing about it. That I don't think that you can just look at it and say, because this is a moving target. They don't know until the first game, the 53 that they're going to send out. Well, the 47 or 46, they're going to send out there to that football field because you're constantly moving. What if somebody that you didn't expect get released from another team when you're about to make your 53? Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I have a relationship with this guy. He's this type of player we're looking for. You make a move then. And I think we just have to be a little patient to it. Like my explanation earlier, I was talking with someone, was that they are not trying to build something that's going to be just good this year. They're trying to build something that they're going to have long, sustained success. And you have to take your time with that. And, what do you think? What's the record going to be this year? I don't know what the record's going to be, but I think it'll be better than it was last year. And I say as long as they're moving forward, I'm cool with that because I think the people now in charge, they have a little leeway here to where they can start building this thing, and then all of a sudden you get it working. But I'm not expecting them to just go kick down the damn door this year.
Totally. And I think that needs to be the expectation. I think they could be better. I told this to a dude down there that I was talking with that was asking me the question, how are they looking? What do you think? I think they can be better. I think they could almost double their win total and still be a year away.
Totally.
And I think that kind of, we have to understand that. I think the biggest, if you can settle quarterback, that changes everything. And I continue to say Jaden looks good. He made a throw today.
He dropped one in there down the right sideline.
Yeah, dude, where he rolled right and then took his time to square his shoulders before he made the throw. Like,
then he let one go to Jahan on a rope.
He could throw the laser. Like, if you are searching for a reason to be excited, I'd say it's Jaden. Yeah. And that said, the odds are still that he's a rookie quarterback and there's going to be some ups and downs.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't think anyone should be
ups are what matter.
People shouldn't be looking for perfection. You just need to look at the peaks are way more than the valleys.
Totally.
That's it.
There is kind of breaking news out here that I wanted to discuss, but I want to say good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Good morning, fellas. How's everybody doing?
Great, JP.
Okay, good. Jeff's doing great. I'm worried Landfill might be mad.
Why?
Well, this morning I broke some news from Ashburn that there was a pie on my
pie is real good.
The pie was at my seat at the press table.
Is it 6 fruit, something like that?
5 fruit pie.
Fruit pie.
And it's from Maine.
And it's good as hell.
And Mitch Rails brought it.
And it said Landfill on the thing, I think.
There was an LF or something right on
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is Brian and I have now each had a slice of pie, and it's phenomenal.
Yes, it is.
I just thought I should share that with you guys.
Got a question, JP.
Okay.
Are y'all going to bring some pie in for us?
No, there's no pie left.
I don't think the pie will make it.
Dude, listen, they put it over there where all the media people are. The greediest people in the world and the hungriest people in the world.
You've never seen media people react to free food. Like, you know how when they bring food into the radio station, it kind of gets gotten within a couple of hours?
Well, you see people that you've never seen before.
Oh, yeah. We see Rooster every time. I don't know if Rooster's coming today, but now that he's heard us talk about pie, I bet he's driving this way. The pie looks good when a Hall of Famer responds. DA responded to my tweet about the pie. Now I want breakfast pie.
Oh, yeah.
And Brian even admitted he's not a pie guy, but enjoyed the pie.
That pie was good. Like, I'm not one to really go for cooked fruit a lot. Once you cook the fruit, you can have it. I don't like it. Only thing but potato, sweet potato, okay? But other than that, apple and all that, I don't like it. But that pie right there, the crust was good. And the fruit wasn't like soggy.
Hold on.
Firm.
Hold on. I'm
what?
Sorry, B. Did you just call a sweet potato a fruit?
Yeah, it's a fruit to me.
I would not think it's a fruit, but do we know definitively it isn't?
Is a potato a fruit?
But sweet potato might be different, dude.
A lot of stuff that we think are fruits and vegetables is not a fruit or a vegetable.
According to the internet, sweet potatoes are considered a starchy vegetable.
Okay, well, I'll take that starchy vegetable then.
I don't like a lot of stuff. Is a potato a fruit?
Isn't like a tomato a fruit? And it sure feels vegetable-y.
Yeah.
But that's not a potato.
Well, I
Jeff,
don't like.
Jeff might be on.
I don't like a lot of stuff cooked that people love cooked.
I feel like you're focused on the wrong thing here. So you don't like apple pie, blueberry pie, any of that stuff?
I don't really like the texture. When you
like the gelatinous,
once it gets a certain texture, you keep that crap.
Do you like jelly, like peanut butter and jelly? Because that's kind of a similar texture.
Not necessarily the news.
Okay. See, I love pie. I love all types of pie. But I can also just go like chocolate pudding pie is probably my one seed.
No, you keep that.
Are you a cake man?
I eat cake, but I don't like pudding. Like that texture don't work.
Man, I love pudding. All right. Well, we're learning important stuff today. I told you there was breaking news. I also really liked DQ kind of opened up with some comments this morning about who stood out to him in pads. And you know who had a really good morning when he probably wasn't expecting it? John Bates. Because Dan Quinn went out of his way to say how much John Bates impressed him in pads.
You know what? John Bates hadn't heard that yet.
Right.
So he don't know.
John Bates' wife has now seen it on Twitter and will let him know this afternoon, is my guess.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I think if you're John Bates and they sign a tight end and they draft a tight end, you don't mind hearing that you really like the way you block.
I just think, like, you know, I don't think those players out there really react to as much of that stuff as we think.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
Because his thing is John Bates probably like bring it on. I want competition.
Sure.
You know, so and then the wives, they ain't worried about reading no damn, unless it's some drastic stuff that's bad.
Sure.
See, they don't normally tell you the good stuff. They don't tell you the thing that somebody said bad, just like everybody else.
Sure. Dan Quinn also went out of his way to talk about Johnny Newton's going to practice some today. I think we're going to hear from Johnny Newton at the podium. He said
if he's talking, he's healthy.
Well, and he's practicing.
Yeah.
He said John Allen. He's like, you know, I've watched enough of John over the years. I know, but he was really impressed by kind of his hand placement. And everybody knows of John as just such a big, strong guy. You don't think of kind of the tactician side of it. He also specifically called out Dorrance Armstrong. And then B, I was curious with you about this one. What are you looking for?
Look like something rolling there just now.
I don't see anything. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Now, this was specific to the kick return game, not necessarily the punt return game. But he brought up specifically that Kaz Allen and Mike Samerstill were really standing out for him as kick returners.
Right.
And that's now with Samerstill, we've kind of heard it on punt. We've kind of heard it on
the man does
kickoff.
Everything good. They punched out a ball on Brian Robinson today.
That did occur. I mean, it was 60 yards after a play.
It don't make a difference. You got to hold on to the ball. They teach that rule.
Sure. I don't disagree.
Then they knocked out another one the next play after that.
That was who was it on the side there?
That was a kid number 40. And he knocked it out.
That might be that safety you like.
He knocked it out of Ertz's hand.
Tyler Owens is number 40.
Yeah.
I think.
See, that's why what I did, when I know that they're going to do that, I run full speed at the defensive back. And then when I turn around, when I get ready to turn around, I'm locking it up and I'm getting ready to throw an elbow. That'll stop him from running up on you every day.
The B-Rob one, he was so far past everybody, and then Mikey ran him down, but I think he kind of thought the play was over.
Don't think the play is over. Just like when you get out in the open and you slow down and somebody come punch it out. Actually, was it Leon Lett?
Don Beebe.
So it's never over. Play's not over until you back in the huddle.
I mean, that's fair. I'm sure B-Rob is like, damn. I don't think we should draw too grand of conclusions from that one, though.
I'm not drawing any conclusions, but I'm just saying that little kid, he does everything full speed.
Samerstill.
Yeah,
dude. He seems. You pointed it out that he has alpha vibes. I totally agree. In lots of capacities, and I'm curious if a group of DBs has started to kind of, at least it looks like they're establishing themselves. They're moving so many guys around that it's like hard to really know exactly what they're doing. But like Mike Davis, Forbes, Samerstill, Quan have really started to, they seem to be on the field all the time.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, see, while you're trying to see what people can do, you also have figured out who can do it consistently. And I think those guys that you just named are guys that have done it consistently, and they're starting to be represented in that way to where I'm going to make sure they're out here, because although we don't have our final team just yet, I need to start getting that chemistry built up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they are so early in this process that they are trying to figure stuff out themselves. I couldn't help but notice this kid today that was getting a lot of burn was Walker. What number were you? Michael Walker, 32, linebacker.
Yeah,
from Fresno.
Dude, he's bigger. When he
6'3",
walked in,
240.
I'm looking at him. I'm like, oh, that's a safety. But he looks bigger than Louvu.
He might be taller. Now Louvu looks fast, man.
Yeah, he looks fast as hell. Louvu is very sleek to me. He doesn't look more linebackerish. He looked more of those sleek type, like a bigger safety.
I mean, Chin definitely looks like that.
Yeah,
like the body type. Louvu, at least they list at 6'3", 235. The kid Walker is 6'3", 230 listing. So
he looked bigger than Louvu to me.
Fairly. See, you're getting up too early, yawning at 10:15 in the morning.
Hey, man, gotta let it out every once in a while.
Pause. All right, we got a lot coming today. We're expected to hear. Now, yesterday they didn't have the streams. That's not really up to us, but let's hope they have them again today. We expect to hear from Jahan Dotson as well as Johnny Newton at the podium today. We will take those live here. We've got to be close to the end of the roster reviews, but we should go through the special teamers. I think, we definitively know two of the three specialists. Two of the three aren't going anywhere. I don't know what's going to happen with the kicker spot. I also want to talk about some of the kind of special teams guys we've come to know and see a lot over the past few years and how firm maybe their roster spots are. Little Nate X joins us at noon. Little Nate X did not think Dan Quinn made a joke. He said, yeah, if Jaden can't figure out how to slide, we'll take him over to the Nats Park and those guys can teach him. Little Nate X responded to me, that's not funny. So, take that up with them.
It is funny because everybody, when Robert didn't know how to slide, everybody suggested that he go there. Nate was one of the guys suggesting it.
I don't know.
So why not send him over there where you can teach somebody how to do it? They got a game plan for whatever happens.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit. I don't think anybody's actually going to Nats Park to learn how to slide.
Well, hell, I'll go get a slippy slide and teach it myself.
MLB baseball trade deadline, obviously coming down to the wire here. Lane Thomas gets traded last night. I was out and about last week with I don't think anybody should be surprised that Lane got traded. I think you should be surprised at the haul they got for him. They got some serious prospects for a guy that's probably a lefty platoon bat. I hope Rizzo just keeps dealing.
You always say Rizzo is the best GM in the business
since Bobby Beathard. Since Beathard.
Well, you should expect with the haul they got.
Hell yeah.
When it's Rizzo doing the deal.
I love that I'm always. He outproduces expectations. Not a lot of folks in town that do that. Nicki J will join us here in the tent at 1 o'clock. We're just getting warmed up. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18 series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
B-Mitch and Finley and ACDC at Commanders Training Camp out in Ashburn, Virginia. A lot of action today. Don't forget, all our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Yeah.
A lot of folks have said hello out here and said they listen to the show. We appreciate you. B, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to happen. They've got an off day tomorrow. Then they're back Thursday, back Friday, off day Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at that, I kind of think Friday we could see some pads back on and maybe a little more.
I mean,
what do you think? Just looking at the timeline of this thing.
Yeah, maybe put them back on again, but like I'm not expecting too much contact because this is the way the game has gone now. But ultimately, they are moving fast out there. They're not walking around, say it like that. You know, what I've seen previously. They're getting their work in. Like I told you with Andy. Like Andy told us we didn't have pads, but, you know, he made us wish we had on pads.
Right.
They're getting some running in.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the run-ins there. I think, Eckler, I've been impressed with him. Me too, dude. Me too.
Yeah.
I think as we continue to kind of watch and notice everything going on, there's plenty to keep track of. There's a lot going on in the stream here. It's a dude's birthday, so let's shout him out. Warren Jones, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Warren.
But B, I don't know that you heard this. I saw this on social media last night. I have no idea the context to this, but I have watched almost all of the receiver show last night.
Mm-hmm.
So the receiver show has Debo, George Kittle, Devonte Adams, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. I think who am I forgetting? Justin Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of interesting because Adams and Jefferson, their season ends while the other three are going to the playoffs. And you get to keep going to the playoffs with the other three. But I've found this really encouraging watching Amon-Ra St. Brown and Devonte Adams. Just they're different cats. I think Jefferson, Debo, and Kittle are like kind of more similar. But Devonte Adams has accomplished a ton, right?
Yeah.
That's the guy with the Super Bowl ring, just an insane amount of touchdowns, widely considered the best receiver in football for probably a really long time. 6-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. Maybe he didn't win a Super Bowl. Was he on that Super Bowl team? When did Rodgers win the Super Bowl? I think Adams might have been after that.
Could be.
But he's on a bad team with the Raiders, and things just keep going poorly out there. And Adams in the show looks pretty grumpy, and a lot of it's understandable, but I got the opinion of Devonte Adams that he is, he's now 30, he's 31, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 32 on Christmas Eve. He's made a ton of money, and he kind of just no longer cares what anybody thinks. If he ever did, I don't know, but he doesn't seem to now. And again, Landfill, maybe you can provide the context of this, but Devonte Adams decided to just go in on insulting DC.
Why?
For whatever reason. Landini, can you set it up? I don't know where this came from. I just saw the Junkies posted it.
Yeah, this was from Hot Ones. I think they have like kind of a brand extension, Hot Ones versus it was Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Devonte Adams eating wings and asking each other questions. And one of the questions was, who's the worst fan base? And I have the audio here of what Devonte Adams said, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
And then you got the Washington football team. I mean, they obviously just miserable because the stadium is horrible. The city is not great at all. I'm probably going to get somebody at my front door after this, but that's just how I feel. We on Hot Ones right now, so this is just a raw and cut.
Right.
Yeah.
I get knocking the stadium.
I think the stadium you got a point with it. The city, I don't think he has a point.
Yeah, well, so
But where does he live?
Vegas.
How the hell does he know? Does he hang out here?
I doubt it.
Or he just
He's a West Coast guy.
He listens to stuff he sees on TV.
So the only thing I know is I think when NFL players travel to Washington, they expect one thing and are then delivered a very different thing. Because I think they stay either in National Harbor or they might stay in College Park now at that nice new Marriott. Now, different teams stay different places, but generally that's where they stay. And you're not really in D.C. And depending on time of day and all those sorts of things, there might not be that much other stuff you're looking to do.
This is the amazing
and then
thing.
you go to FedEx, which honestly, FedEx is tough. The away team facilities at FedEx are quite tough. But that is kind of by design. That happens in a lot of spots.
The whole time I played, and even that since, people love coming to D.C. I don't know what type of person he is or what he may do or how he may want to do it, but a lot of people love coming to D.C. And I can't see athletes coming in this town not having a good time.
I kind of think that's just low-hanging fruit, and he decided to take a shot at DC because it was on Hot Ones.
He was on point with the stadium, though.
Yeah. I think for players, the other thing,
and it was probably because of all the stuff that was happening prior to this ownership.
The amount of crazy injuries that have happened on that field at FedEx, like that has, like, luck. I don't want to say luckily, but most people kind of focus on all the injuries at the Meadowlands, but that's more recent. Like the amount of injuries going on at FedEx over the years and the high level of player, Burrow, Adrian Peterson, Alex Smith, that crazy injury, Robert, obviously.
Was Alex Smith more the feel or was it the way he got hit?
Bro, they're all complete fluky, but they just keep happening at the same place.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying if you were a player, that could maybe enter your mindset. And there's this graphic. I mean, have you seen the graphic it floats around social media? It all within like 15 yards of that field. You had Burrow, RG3, Adrian Peterson, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Alex Smith, and Chase Young. Major injuries. I don't know. That sounds like just legit kind of clickbait. Let's insult somebody so they insulted Washington. Jeff,
it's all good.
Does that sound? I don't know. Do you care?
Man, Jeff ran away.
Where is Jeff? Well, here's what we need. When we're in Ashburn, I need a stream camera on Jeff. It can be private, just so I know if he's there before I talk to him. I feel like that's a reasonable request. I saw the Adams thing last night, and I was like, dude, I was going to retweet it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm not.
But he said the fans are the worst.
Play it one more time, Landfill, if you can.
The question I would ask him is when? They don't even mess with the other team too much.
And then you got the Washington football team. I mean, they obviously just miserable because the stadium is horrible. The city is not great at all. I'm probably going to get somebody at my front door after this, but that's just how I feel. We on Hot Ones right now, so this is just a raw and cut.
Right.
Yeah.
But Washington fans are not known to be very harassing to the opposing team. So I don't get where he got that from.
I mean, it's kind of known to be packed with fans from the opposing
That's
team.
what I'm trying to say. So I don't know where he got that from.
I mean, maybe there's some people
I'm starting
yelling
to
at
think
him.
he's a weirdo.
He's
a little weird.
Did you watch Receiver at
I
all?
watched some of that. I watched about 2 of the episodes. I think he's a little weird.
He seems incredibly
weird.
Maybe weird is the right word. I don't know the right word.
Weird.
All right. B says he's weird. You want me to reply? B Mitch said you should reply back to him.
Tell him B Mitch say you're weird as hell and you don't know a damn thing about DC to say anything about it.
Dude, I tell you what was an awesome reply. I put this in the thread last night. Did you see I guess
Kevin Durant?
Yeah. So Keyshawn Johnson on
Keyshawn needs to stop. Keyshawn has been the butt of
I don't understand why everybody hypes up Paul Pierce so much. Maybe because he's on Fox or he's from LA.
No,
I don't know.
Because he was working with Keyshawn.
So
and Keyshawn likes to promote everything. You need to talk about his issues sometimes.
Right.
Talk about what Suge did to him.
So Keyshawn says, if I put Paul Pierce on the Golden State Warriors with Klay Thompson and Draymond and Steph, you think he couldn't do the same stuff? Keyshawn said that about Durant, to which Durant quote tweeted it. I love this. If the Jets would have took Jonathan Ogden, Marvin Harrison, Ray Lewis, or Eddie George, number 1, they would have been better off. I hate hypotheticals. That's just so good.
Well, KD's hypothetical is probably right.
KD's is a fact.
Because at least KD has lived up to his hype.
Yeah.
And exceeded. Keyshawn never got close to his.
Yeah, I mean, he won a Super Bowl with the Bucks.
He was just on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he might have been a leading receiver at that point,
No,
but
he was on the team.
when did they win? I mean, he had 1,200 yards on a Super Bowl winner.
He wasn't that damn good.
Why? What? I feel like there's more to this story with
There
you
ain't
and
more to the
Keyshawn.
story. No, I look, man, I call spade. The dude was never considered top notch
I agree with that.
ever. So it's not no other thing, but all he does is try to do that thing to promote himself.
Well, he tried to do it to Jaden too. Jaden did a really good job of sidestepping that.
Yeah,
back then.
he tries to get people in those got you moments and questions and stuff like that. Dude, if you are who you say you are, you don't need to do that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's fair. We expect to hear from these players maybe around 11. Everybody stay where you are. B. Mitch Finley rolls on. Woo! B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. So, Brian, Josh Harris was at practice today. Mitch Rails brought us pies today. A lot of exciting things, right?
Yeah.
When do you think for Harris, who's been an owner, right? Like he owns the Sixers, owns the Devils. When do you think, because fans flock to him still and say thank you and ask for pictures and autographs and all that stuff. And maybe the pictures and the autographs will always kind of continue. But when do you think it's no longer like, oh my God, thank you? You know what I mean?
I don't think it's going to ever stop.
Really?
People are going to be happy about it. And then again, his personality is to be amongst the people. And I think when you have that and you have that ability to talk to those owners and things, just like the ability to talk to the players. Hell, I haven't played ball in DC since 99, dude.
Right.
And it still comes. You know what I'm saying? And you get young kids who come up and talk about what their parents taught them and things. It ain't going to stop with him because someone's going to say, we were in the dumps and this guy came and got us out of it, especially if things start working good.
So look at Harris here, dude. So I posted this picture. This dude had this sign, Harris Peters in 24, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I saw that over there.
And Harris looks kind of jacked.
Compared to you, yeah.
I think compared to anybody. He looks kind of jacked. He's not the tallest fella, but he looks kind of swole.
No, you don't. He's a little dude, Jay.
Look at his arms and his chest.
Dude, his shirt fitting him a little tighter. Like when Jeff wears those little shirts, he always look like he's jacked.
When Jeff wears those little shirts, it's pretty clear that he needs a bigger shirt. I would argue that in this situation, Layville, can you give this a look for me, please? I just dropped it in the group thread. Tell me Harris doesn't look a little bit jacked in that photo.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize you see stuff differently than people. I see that picture, the first thing I'm thinking, very cool that they take a picture of the guy. You see, he looks jacked. I don't see him looking jacked.
I said that it was very cool they took the picture.
I don't see how he looks jacked, though.
Landfill, can I get a ruling?
Kinda.
He looks compared to most NFL owners. I'd put him in the top 10 most jacked.
Okay,
bro. Like when we watch Hard Knocks and we see Mara, I've never thought, oh, that dude's kind of jacked. Or certainly when I see Jerry Jones walking around, my first thought isn't, wow, Jerry looks like he's been hitting the curls.
Okay,
you disagree?
I don't look at any one of them and think about them being jacked or anything. When I see them as owners. That's it. Keep
I
moving.
agree. That's why it was a little surprising and drew my eye that Harris looks kind of jacked.
I think you kind of secretly like Harris.
No.
That's what I think. I think you thinking about him in the shower like
like
Bishop was thinking about you in the shower.
Nah, not at all. So here's what we're going to do. We're hoping to hear from these players next. If we don't get to hear from the players, then what we'll do is we have some interviews we can run so you guys still get to hear from players.
Yeah, we promised them. We just hadn't gotten them.
Yeah. I think today they should have it situated. I think yesterday was a little bit just a bit of an off day where you had some smart veterans that knew to run up and knock some stuff out before maybe the social media team was ready. Rashawn Baker says the most jacked. Oh, I can't read that. Oh my God. That's really funny, Rashawn. But I'm really glad I stopped reading that because that could have been.
All right, you could tell me about it when we go off air.
Did you watch Olympics last night?
Some of it, some of the swimming.
The swimming was awesome.
And also the U.S. men's gymnastics team.
Yo,
that little dude at the end.
The black dude.
No.
You're talking about the pommel horse.
The little
dude.
nerdy dude.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him, and at first I'm looking like, is this like some type of joke or something? Because he didn't look like somebody that was really going to go up and do anything. When he got on that damn pommel horse, he is unbelievable. The brother is.
That guy seems like he could be a serious
he's
star.
Jacked.
Yeah,
that dude's jacked.
That dude is jacked. That dude is jacked. But the pommel horse guy, Steven Nadorchik, hopefully I got that right, was awesome. And he was wearing the glasses. He just kind of looks nerdy. But
he looks nerdy, but he could damn sure do that pommel horse, bro.
I feel like the dude, the Michigan guy, that was it. Fred was his first name, right? The black dude gymnast.
Is it Fred or I know it's
Frederick, maybe?
Frederick. What's his last? His last name was
Richard, maybe? The hell's his name?
The last name was the funny one to me. It's like Twist or Twink or something weird. Weird.
I don't think it was.
It's a weird name.
I thought it was like a regular name.
No, unless they were just saying that was his little show name, I guess.
Fred Richard is his name.
But that's not what he called him.
Frederick Richard?
They was calling him something else.
Okay. I thought the velocity when he was on the uneven bars or whatever was pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
I need to actually watch the pommel horse guy. I went to sleep. I got a good night's sleep.
No, you need to check him out.
It's amazing.
He was good, dog.
But they did how NBC does a good job with this, where they tell the story of the guys before they go in their routine. And so they did the story on Fred Richard. He's from Massachusetts. He's a gymnast for the University of Michigan now. That's where he's training. I guess he's a little young for a male gymnast because he's still in college. A lot of these dudes, I guess, are like 26 or so. So they're saying that he could be a really big deal for the LA Olympics in 28. But when he did his thing, those dudes, when they do the rings, and they hold themselves
straight out,
like perpendicular, straight up in the air, that must be so hard.
Well, for me and you, those dudes, you see them, their upper bodies are jacked. Their legs are skinny as hell. So they've been doing it all their lives as well. But that, I've watched it and I've seen people do it. I've seen people do it in person. It seems tough for us, but they make it look like it's nothing. Because they'll just take it from here and just shoot and stop it.
It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. All right. Practice in Ashburn has ended. It seems like they kind of needed this one. They were pretty sharp. I think
you might not want to look at the text thread, though.
I saw it. I think Jaden had a really good practice.
He did.
Jahan Dotson, who we expect to hear at the podium, had a good practice. Honestly, the offense has been a little sluggish. It's been a little seems like they're underwater. And I think today things started to click. We're going to break it all down right here on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. The Indianapolis Colts defense took a major hit on Sunday as pass rusher Samson Ebukam tore his Achilles during a training camp session. News is out now that he will miss the entire 2024 season. The Colts ranked 5th in sacks last year and were the only team in the NFL to have 4 different players record at least 8 sacks. Ebukam was one of those players. And some live Olympic updates. Katie Ledecky continued her run at the Paris Olympics with another impressive performance, this time in the women's 1,500-meter freestyle. Now, this was just the semifinals, but she finished in first place, meaning she qualified for the finals. She beat her competition by 18 seconds, so she'll go for the gold on Wednesday. The women's rugby team, they're headed to the bronze medal match after they lost to New Zealand this morning. And Coco Gauff lost in the women's singles 3rd round. So she is out in women's singles, but she is still competing in doubles and mixed doubles. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman's Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras, as they say at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Newton, right? All right, B-Mitch Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from training camp. And all of our training camp coverage is brought on our 106.7 The Fan. It's presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Where we be getting players talk after every practice. And right now, let's go out to Johnny Newton as he talks to the media.
That's good. So how does it feel to get back out there? Where do you feel you're at with everything?
It felt really good to be out there. I've been watching since OTAs, mini camp. So I felt good out to get back out there, with the guys' family. They've been giving me great support, everybody in the locker room, everybody in the building, really. So just to get out there and compete, it felt really good to get off.
What was it like? Because you had that procedure on the other foot in January. When you had to get it again, what are your mentals at that point? And, where are you at in terms of the recovery? Are you clearly 100%, but where are you at in terms of getting back here full time?
For sure. My thought process was just attack it. I attacked the first one, just get to it, get the recovery in so I could get back to work, just taking things day by day. Honestly, really don't have anything planned. Just taking it day by day, seeing how it feels, getting back into that game speed. And like I said, just taking things day by day.
When did you know that something was off with that foot, the second one?
I honestly didn't. This guy, I was checking out the right foot to see if it was good, and then got an x-ray on the left one, both feet at the same time, and I found out it was like right before I got up here, but I never really felt anything. That's
unbelievable. So you never had any discomfort or anything?
No.
Wow. Well, when did you really start to feel like yourself after you had the procedure?
Immediately right after, like I said, I done been through it before with the other foot, so I knew what to expect. I knew how to attack the recovery. I knew what it was going to take to get back to the state, and I did exactly that. Great training staff in there, great coaching staff. Everybody always came to check on me, definitely right after I had surgery. So it's comfort me, and I knew what my goal was and what I had to do to get back, so I just did exactly that.
Johnny, what have you learned about John Allen and Daron Payne thus far, and what are you looking forward to in working with them?
Can you say that again?
What have you learned about John Allen and Daron Payne so far, and what are you looking forward to in working with them?
For sure. They're just great people, great teammates, honestly. I've been watching them for years now. Back when they were in college, Alabama, I used to watch them. But actually getting to know them, great people, like outside of the football field. They honestly like big brothers. Like whenever I mess up with something, they'll tell me just the smallest things on the field. They always help me out, always encouraging me. So I just feel like they're we know how good they are on the field, but outside of the field, they're like big brothers, honestly. And they have my back and I have theirs.
Johnny, obviously something about your game that people notice is the speed, your quickness off the line. How do you feel you're getting that back after coming back from the injury?
For sure. It's in me, not on me. So, like like I said, just taking things day by day. Rome wasn't built overnight, so I'm not expecting to get back 100% first day of practice. Just getting my feet wet. Honestly, this is my first NFL practice. Getting up to the speed, and hopefully eventually, for sure soon, I'll be back to 100% and back to my old self.
I mean, you already look pretty quick out there, but you got a couple of Big Ten connections. So what's it like to be back with Quan Martin, and what's it like going up against Mike Sanders still here on the NFL field?
Yeah,
or
for sure.
teaming up with them, sorry.
Yeah, playing with Quan again and Allegretti, Nick, them two Illinois guys. And in the locker room, we close. It's like a family, like the extended Illinois family, you could say. So Mike, that's my boy, even though he went to Michigan. You know, I don't mess with Michigan like that. But that's my boy. We in the same rookie class, always competing with everything we do. There's two competitive people who always want to win. So we connected through that bond and just wanting to be the best at what we do. So, yeah, that's how it is.
It's always tough missing practice and camp, especially as a rookie. So how tough was it, and what were you able to do to kind of stay sharp mental reps?
For sure. I've always been a guy that's always practiced no matter what. So missing that practice, it was hard, honestly, but I knew, like I said, I knew what I had to do, get the mental reps in. Like I said, everybody in the building was always encouraging me. John's my locker mate, so always talking to John. He's like, bro, you're going to be all right. He's like, I can't wait for you to get on the field. And just hearing that from John was great encouragement to me because I look up to John. Like I said, he's like a big brother to me. And what he's done on the field, excellent. Like, we all know that. So, like I said, I grew up watching John. So hearing things from him, like, consistently every day, it was always encouraging to me. And DQ, AP always came to check up on me. And I just felt like that meant the most to me. So I knew what I had to do. And that always gave me like an extra boost. I wouldn't say disappointment. I was kind of shocked, honestly. Kind of upset me, but I really didn't let it get to me that much. I was like, man, if we go do it, let's just do it now. So we got it out the way immediately. And like I said, I knew what I had to do. I just went through the same thing with the right foot. So I was kind of happy that we found it now rather than later. And it affected me during the season. So I just feel like everything happens for a reason, and that happened. Both of my feet are completely healed now. So just getting back to it now. Thank y'all.
All right, that's Johnny Newton talking to the media here at training camp and talking about his two surgeries he had. Had one, and then he went back to get it checked at the, like, you know, what they do. They like the massage. Would do it X-ray with one foot compared to the other to see what's going on, and they found out that he had the other foot he needed to get done. But after sitting there watching him for a little bit, I walked over while they were doing it, and I sat there, and he seems to be in good spirits. On the field, he didn't seem like something that's bothering him. He was asked a question about how is he feeling. He said they feel completely healed. He said that after the second one, you know, you all heard this, but I'm just saying the way it's one thing hearing him and one thing watching him when he answering the questions. And I think the young man is ready to go. John Allen and Deron Payne, he looks up to them, and I expect him to get out there and become a vital part of this defense. Listen, they didn't draft that kid right where they did because they thought he couldn't play. You know, he dropped down because of the injury. Everyone had a first-round grade on Johnny Newton. And I think that's the thing with Adam Peters. He understands how to make those moves. And Dan Quinn loves aggressive defensive players. This young man is very, very aggressive. And when we looked at the defense last year, it was a combination of things. We didn't get enough pressure on the quarterback, whether it be it from the end or up the middle. I think Johnny Newton could help with that some. You know, Deron Payne and John Allen are two guys that have played extremely well, but they can't play the whole damn game. So you need to have some level of backups for him. Ridgeway is a guy who Jeff loves, and you know, Ridgeway, if he's still around, he can play. For Darian Mathis, this is a show me a year for him. If he can't get much done this year, he might be on his way, because 2 years have been basically limited by injuries. And when you keep getting injured in football, you don't hang around. It's a cutthroat business, and I think he has to understand that. The little saying, you can't make the club in the tub. If you're constantly in the tub, you're not helping the team win. So that's why they went out there. And I think that's part of the reason why they drafted that young man so high. You know, we're going to be expecting Jahan Dotson to talk a little bit later on when he comes. We'll try to get that to you. But I listen, man, I've come out here and I kind of look at this thing a little differently instead of I look at it differently than most people, I would say, even people in the media. You know, a lot of the people in the media, they have an agenda in a sense. They have a story to write. So they look for particularly that. And then they want that story to be juicy. But I come and I just let these guys play and just begin to watch how things begin to transpire. And as I'm watching practice now, I'm going to tell you all, I listened to Ryan Clark earlier, Channing Crowder, and also Fred Taylor, and they all talked about the energy that's out there compared to what things were in previous years. And I think that energy doesn't solve things, but you know what? It helps out. You have to play this game and practice this game at a certain level. And I've said it over and over again. If you're going to play football, you need to practice football. And I understand the safety and all that stuff, but eventually, if you're thinking about safety completely, you're not playing football. If you're thinking about, I got to make sure I don't get hurt, then you're not playing football. And you got to get to the point where you're so comfortable with this thing that you're just going out there and you're reacting and playing. And if you push yourself to a certain level, then you know what the hell you can do when you get on the football field. If you never push yourself to a certain level, you have no clue. So if you don't have a clue, you go out on the field and you end up getting hurt. I think we've seen it happening over the years, but they are making these guys practice at a high level. They have that sense of competing. And I know we sit here and everyone say, well, you know, Jason's going to be the starter. We know that. But ultimately, you don't just let him walk in and hand it to him because you want him to have to fight a little bit for it. And they've been doing that. And I see the same thing happening at every position on this football team. You know, we've seen so many years where we hear about the competition, but we watch over here, they hand it to somebody. Over here, they hand it to somebody else. And then boom, here goes somebody getting handed. Well, if I see six people get handed a job, then I begin to think that I'm going to get mine too. And even when you don't have that little level of competition going on, your team is now not getting better. You know, your team gets better when you put grown men, testosterone-driven men out there on the football field and say, you know what, the best is going to get it. And we can be friends. You know, I most of the guys I played with, I was very friendly with. But on the field, they understood we are going to compete, dude. And I am here to be your boy, but I'm not trying to be your boy sitting on the bench. I want you sitting on the bench, okay? And if I am on the bench, then the coach is going to say, well, they fought so hard and he showed so much that we're going to get him some opportunity to play. You know, I came to Washington just to make the football team. Didn't care how I made it, and I got it. And then I wanted to get more time. And you get more time by showing you can do more things. And this is the time of the year where you actually test that. You know, I hear a lot of fans, a lot of media people, they want to throw the safety aspect in front of me so much as if I never did this before. My thing is I was safe. I didn't want to get hurt, but I also knew I had to push myself to a limit to understand when I stepped on the field if I could take it to a certain level. So my little saying is I tortured myself in the offseason so I could have a lot of damn fun during the season. And everybody I get a chance to talk to, every person on this team, I try to tell them the same thing. Man, don't sit up here and just go through the motions. You know, push yourself. Because if you push yourself now, you can push yourself later and you don't have to worry about the risk of getting hurt and getting injured and things of that nature. Too many times people get hurt because of what they didn't do prior. And watching Johnny Newton, you hear a young man talking to the media about he just had 2 foot surgeries. He's coming back on the football field saying he feels 100% healthy. He's ready to go. He's raring to go. He's excited about it, and he's going full speed out there once he gets on the football field. He didn't do anything all offseason. He didn't get a chance to do things in mini camps and OTAs, but now he gets a chance to step on the football field when they have on pads in training camp, and he's trying to push it as hard as he can. That's a young man who understands the rigors of this game. That's a young man who understands I need to know where I am. So when I get on the football field, I don't have to be thinking about it. I don't have to be very gingerly walking around. I can just go out there, hit the ground running, and keep doing the things I need to do. And I think that's ultimately what we're looking for when we come out to the training camp. Training camp is not just about the fans coming out and see you and cheering. You know, I see them cheering when the quarterback is running in 7-on-7. Not very smart because there ain't no such thing as running in 7-on-7. So they do what they do because they got to get their fanhood going on. But ultimately, for me, it comes down to when you get out here, you bring a bunch of people together, 90 people per se. They all come in here with a certain agenda and a certain mindset and a certain level they want to reach. But eventually, these coaches have to look at those 90 people and say, who are the best 53? Then you decide who are the next that you can put on your practice squad. But you don't want to come out here and just say, oh, yeah, the fans are here today. Whether the fans are here or not, it should be something inside of you, something driving you, so you're going to get better that day. You get like Kobe Bryant would say, get better 1% every day. You get a little bit better. It could be 0.5%, 1/4%. But if you're getting better every day, then you're trying to get closer to that level of perfection. We never reach it. It's one thing about perfection. We'll never be perfect in nothing we do because we started off a little failed. But if you keep pushing for it, you're getting closer to it. And then it makes things a lot easier for you. But you have to push yourself. And for me, when I hear people having so much fun in training camp and thinking that it's about, oh, yeah. No, it's not about what I write or what I talk about or what JP talks about or what he writes. It's about, are those guys, those 90 guys, are they coming close enough? Are all those 90 different people coming together to where they can feel one team so that team is as good as the rest of them around so they can compete? You know, today I saw balls on the ground. That's not cool to me. That's something that you can't have, because you can be equal to the teams you're facing and you have a fumble or two, then all of a sudden that team beats you by a touchdown or two. So they have to get that corrected. And I'm sure you're going to have Cliff and Dan and everybody else telling these guys we can't allow that. You know, yes, JP mentioned it. It was a little bit down the field, but guess what? They have told them to try to punch the ball out. So if you are not turning around and walking back to the huddle or jogging back to the huddle, then you still have to be concerned about somebody coming and knock the damn ball out. This is a part of it. And when I was walking around high school, you fumble in my high school, Coach Jones had you walk around campus with a damn football in your hand. And at any point, somebody could punch that ball out. So you have to be on point all the time. You have to be alert and worried about it all the time. Same thing on the football field. So we're expecting those things to type of happen. And if we are going to become better as a football team, we're going to have to start putting a little focus on the things that they need to do to get better and not the things that we're so excited about. We're not here watching reality TV. We're watching a team try to gel and come together so they can have that glue to make them a much better football team. It's not entertainment, okay? I am entertained by what they do, but it's not entertainment. So when there's things that are not done right, you have to say something about it. When things that are done right, you give them praise for it. But it's not just to come out here as if we were watching this damn TV show and we're supposed to be excited about every little moment of it, because we are not going to be excited about every little thing that they do. Hey, I love football. I thoroughly love football, to be totally honest with you. But I need to see them get better. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We get back. I don't know if we're going to go and do the roster review. We're doing special teams, or we're going to bring some other interviews to you. Jahan, Dotson, talk to the media. We would see which one we're going to do. But be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from training camp. Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. All of our football talk out here at Commanders Park. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back.
Little Jimmy. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Thank you for holding the fort down there, Mr. Mitchell. We're back. I did just get to sprint all the way up the hill. That was a lot of fun.
That's a lie. I just saw you walk down a hill.
No, to get up there.
But you've been up there for 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That is factual.
You shouldn't still have anything affecting you on that.
All right, we got a roster review to do. Now, Dotson hasn't talked. If we can get the Dotson stream label, I think that's actually going to be a really fascinating podium. If you see it pop up, let's go to it because we can always come back to this roster review. But it doesn't seem like the streams are as easy to find right now.
They're not findable.
Odd, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Special teams, B.
Yo.
Tress, you good?
I think he's going to have to hit the ball a little farther on the golf course. No, I'm good. I'm good with him.
I think Tress is good.
Tress is good. I don't need to worry about him. Tress is a guy who, this is what I love about Tress. Tress has had this job solidified for a while, but he's constantly working on his craft, trying to get better, trying to stay stronger and be more consistent. So I'm good with that.
I think Tress would like to kind of nail some of the coffin corners a little bit more this year. And I think he's been working a ton on that. And I think, almost of every position on the field, you could feel most comfortable about Tress Way as your punter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, I think Washington very clearly, Adam Peters took over, free agency hit. I think they very clearly tried to fix their special team problems from last year. He's a really nice guy, and I don't like dragging him, but Cam Cheeseman was by far the biggest problem they had on special teams last year. If your long snapper's a problem, everything's a problem.
Well, I'm good on the long snapper, too.
I think they made a point almost immediately of signing Tyler Ott, who's a veteran, who doesn't mess up, and will get the job done. And I think that's a really big step.
Smart man.
What hurt him, B, is they also thought they did that at kicker. They thought McManus was their guy. And they signed McManus pretty quickly in free agency.
Yep.
And then the allegations against McManus came out, and they cut him. Clearly.
And rightfully so.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm not saying they shouldn't have. Those are serious sexual assault allegations. And I think the way Dan Quinn, I believe it was Quinn, maybe it was Peters, the way they laid it out was as soon as they understood all that was involved, he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, they thought they had their guy figured out at kicker. Clearly they don't now. Right now at kicker, they have a young man, Ramiz Ahmed.
Yep.
Young, skinny, little guy, kicks it really far. In the only session I believe we've seen of live kicking, and maybe there's more, but I know maybe it was the first fan day. He had a pretty loud doink. He had a miss. He's made a few. I find it very hard to believe there won't be more competition coming in special teams. Does that
all
sound?
the bad things in special teams sounds loud.
Yeah, that's true.
We hear boop, boop, that double hit.
The punt gets blocked.
Yep. Or that dong.
Yeah.
Off the goalpost.
Do you think they're bringing more kickers in?
I think they will. I think they'll have a little bit, somebody else come in and have some little competition with it. Like you said, I haven't seen much kicking, live kicking.
Right. I think
I've heard a lot of boom, the judge machines, but that's about it.
Over under, Ahmed is clearly one, right? Over under 2.5 kickers that come through Ashburn before week one.
Over.
I think we see at least two more guys come through.
Yeah, I mean, look, it may not mean much to a lot of people listening to us right now, but it's probably as important as it comes because every time he's out there kicking, it's great chunks of yards and points on the line.
Dude, totally.
So that one, like when you see a missed extra point, what do you always say? that's gonna come back to haunt us.
Totally.
And you go, oh, whatever, and then at the end of the game, it's a damn 1-point game or 3 points.
Right.
Those things happen. So you got to make sure you have somebody. Listen, if I can just go clone about 4 Justin Tuckers, I go clone them and just drop them in here.
The best teams in the NFL take their special teams seriously.
Totally.
That's just
Totally.
a fact. And I love bringing this one up. If you look at the Chiefs in back-to-back Super Bowls, things have shifted on a special teams play.
play. There you go.
And I just think it's easy to dismissive or ignore it, whatever you want to say, but I think it's just quite real.
If you dismiss special teams, then you're not very, very smart astute when it comes to football.
Right.
You got to have that, because what special teams does is sways the momentum one side or the other. A great coverage team saw somebody deep, that right there just swayed it towards the defense. A great kick return, come out past 35, 40, 50. All of a sudden now your offense can do anything in the book. It helps you totally.
There's another player that has been he's been an all-pro special teams player.
Who's that?
Pro bowler.
Reeves.
Jeremy Reeves.
He's good.
He was injured last year. Blew out his knee. Appears to be fully back. They have a lot of DBs. And again, I think a lot of this will get resolved over the coming month, where guys are going to get hurt. Maybe guys get released, whatever. Maybe a guy gets traded. Who knows? But like, football has a way of it. A football season, a football locker room is its own living, breathing organism, and things happen over time that you're not expecting.
Mm-hmm.
That said, Revo, what he has been, and I think it's really important to point out that this staff is all brand new.
Yeah.
This front office is mostly brand new. Reeves' contract was up.
Yeah.
That could have been an easy, he was the old staff's guy. Now he got hurt. We wish him the best of luck. Right?
Nah.
They made a point to re-sign him.
You know why?
And he got paid a little bit.
Revo is kind of like the Austin Eckler signing and the Zach Ertz signing. I have someone who has clout, and if he speaks, others are going to listen and follow. Revo is a Pro Bowler in special teams. I get other guys here. He signed multiple deals here. Hey, man, you may not be the starter, but you still can be an impact on this football team. That can help out tremendously.
I asked that question because I agree with you. And, dude, they guaranteed him some money this year.
Yeah.
It's not a ton, but, you don't typically guarantee sign a guy if it's not part of the plan. If you get to a roster squeeze, and frankly, I think a roster squeeze is coming in the secondary because they have so many new bodies.
Got a lot of bodies over there, bro.
Dude, if it's one thing if you try to differentiate corners and safeties, but be on the active right now on the 90. Granted, it's 90.
Mm-hmm.
You have the kid, the undrafted, the UDFA from Colorado State, a newseum that they gave some real money to.
Mm-hmm.
Tarek Castro Fields, who has started games for this team in the past. Mike Davis, who looks like a starter right now, came from the Chargers. Forbes. Sip Holmes is a guy they drafted 3 years ago.
Yep.
The kid Noah I, who looks like they're actually going to be playing. I could try to say this name. Igbagani.
Noah I.
Yeah,
I was looking at that earlier because I'm thinking about having to say these names in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm going to call him N.I. or Noah I.
We're at 6 now. Q Blue Kelly, who they cut Danny Johnson for late last year to sign off of, I want to say, the Packers practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
James Pierre, Samerstill, who's obviously on the roster, St. Juice, Nick Whiteside, who has played for them,
Mm-hmm.
AJ Woods, and that's just the guys listed at CB. And we're at 12?
Yeah.
That's before you get to Quan Martin, and then you get to all the safeties.
Yeah.
So I asked this, knowing there's a roster squeeze coming at DB, does Reeves get a guaranteed locked-up spot for everything he can do on special?
Yes. I say yes because when he's played he's played safety, he's done damn well too. So he's already shown that I can do all this stuff special teams wise, and I can also be somebody in the clinch for you, in a clutch for you. So yeah, definitely.
I think some of this is about tone setters, and I think Reeves is a tone setter. It's funny, when we played golf the other day, I was talking with Tress about We were just talking about how 2 years ago when Reeves made that All-Pro team, people around the NFL were talking about the level of play he was hitting, especially on punt coverage.
Mm-hmm.
But Tress was saying how every time I looked out there and saw him, I knew he was going to make a play for me. And then we started talking. You know how, like, frankly, you have it. Like, there are certain football players, and I'd say particular guys that break through as special teamers have this look in their eye of crazy. Like, you've got it. Revo's got it. He didn't break through as a special teamer.
The dude right behind you, I mean, you had the interview with yesterday, got it.
Totally.
Eckler.
Yeah.
He might be a well-spoken, nice guy, but something a little off by him.
Totally. There's a lot of people that I'm not going to say on air that definitely have it, and you'll agree with me. Plus, I think Barstool Nate, little Nate X, is joining us coming up at noon. Before we go, though, B, I don't know if you've noticed, dude, in my neighborhood, all of a sudden, the houses that are priced correct still get the crazy. They're sold in 2 days.
Yeah.
80 grand over asking, right? But the prices, the houses that are like priced too high that they're just trying to cash in, stuff's starting to sit a little bit. And we had beers with Leahy, whenever that was, 2-3 weeks ago. He was explaining to us that the absolute key, if you're taking your house to market, is to price it right. That's why John Leahy is such an expert, and he can set your house up to go on the market and get snapped up immediately,
because he has all those buyers in waiting. Joanna was looking to retire and begin a new chapter of her life, which included selling her Frederick home, and she made the right move by hiring Jonathan Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Good call, Joanna. Not only did they get the property sold in only 6 weeks, John and his team also managed to sell it for $5,000 over the asking price. There are many ways and situations in which John can help you also. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at the johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of ESP Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time, and other people won't do that.
When you're thinking about life happens, say you decide to sell, say like your wife gets a new job in Iowa and you got to go. And you know that your house will sell well, but you know that if you put like $7,500, say you redo a shower in the basement and you paint, it's not a significant amount of money, but you got to move to Iowa. You might not want to put that cash out on the line.
True.
Talk to John, because he can set up a deal where he'll front you the money and then you just pay him back at closing, so the cash is never actually leaving your account. It's stuff like that where you need somebody with a creative knowledge base to solve your problems. That's what John can do. That's why John is the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In just moments, we're going to be joined by our guy, Little Nate X from New York City. I'm sure he'll have something to say about something. Lord knows where we'll go with Nate. I do need to talk to at 12:30. Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports is going to join us. Today is the MLB trade deadline. Baseball coverage on 1067 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Landville, I think I said it right that time. That's a record.
I know that's really tough for you to say /switch, but you did it.
/switch is very hard for me to say, but here we are.
Right. Just like 2024.
2020. Yeah, dude, it's because I'm British.
Fake news.
Lane Thomas traded from your Washington Nationals. I'm not stunned by this. In fact, I think it's the right move. I'm good with it. I thought my guy Al Galdi had a really good tweet last night about it. Just if you consider how Rizzo even got Lane Thomas. Now, we're going back a few years because Lane's been here a while, but they traded kind of a junk ball pitcher. That's not fair because John Lester had a good career, right? But by the time John Lester landed with the Nats, he was cooked. They traded John Lester, who at the time had a 5.5 ERA, 5.02 ERA, to the Cardinals and got Lane Thomas. 3 solid seasons from Lane. Showed a little pop, showed some speed. His WAR was pretty damn good, all things considered. But, like, the thing for Lane is he's pretty much only a left-handed hitter, right? Like, he's really good against hitting lefties. And for a team like Cleveland that's really good that traded for him, you're going to get somebody you think helps you win a series or helps you, you get into the 8th inning and there's a lefty reliever and you can send Lane Thomas against him in an October baseball game. That helps a lot, right? Cleveland's trying to win. Cleveland's chasing a World Series. They're 20 games over 500. Washington's got to make that deal 10 times out of 10 because they're 9 games under.
For Finnegan?
Well, no, they haven't done that. Last I've heard, we haven't heard any Finnegan news. But just,
last of the news, I'm hoping.
Not me too. But
since they did the thing with Lane.
Totally. They got, according to Galdi, they got 3 top prospects from Cleveland, 1 pitcher, and I think 2 infielders. As much as I like the pitching Washington has, I think they still lack really high-end pitching unless JoJo comes back and is a star or Gore shows you he's a star. Right now, I feel like they got a lot of rotation guys, but no studs. I think it's this dude Clemney. So we'll see what happens. But, yeah, I still want it to be – I need a news break. I need Landfill to text us to throw to a news break, and it's Kyle Finnegan has been traded for blah, 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 10 stud prospects. I don't know, though, that last night is going to help that prospect. Did you watch last night? No. Nats got out to an early lead. It was 6-0, I think. It was 6-0 after 3. I mean, they were just mashing in the first inning. Your boy Kyle Finnegan gave up. I don't know that he gave up all of them, but they gave up 5 in the 9th to lose.
Damn.
And listen, if you're trading for a closer, you're trading for the total body of work. And sometimes, you have
one of those things like that. He could have been a little nervous last night.
Damn, Landville, he gave them all up. There were 5 earned.
Ooh.
It's not great.
Hey, all he's saying, well, if I do this, then I don't get shipped.
Damn, I didn't realize it was 5 earned. Maybe he couldn't even get out of the inning. I don't know, but I didn't stay up late enough to watch it. I just saw this morning. Zuckerman had a good, if alarming, tweet that was like, the Nats bats exploded, 5 runs in the first. And
they exploded all right.
Right. Where was that? Dude, Finnegan came in the game, gave up a triple, a single, a homer, and they were still up. It was 8-7 with no outs. Bro, and then he gave up 2 more homers or another homer with a runner on base.
That's not that good.
Does that impact his trademark? It shouldn't, right?
It shouldn't, but everything is about what's the last thing you remember.
Yeah. But the stuff that folks are getting dealt for is just, I mean, people are just giving away prospects. And I think if you're Washington, you need to jump
when
on
you're a team that's very, very close and you have an exceptional player, that you keep that. That's when you want the show. But the prospect, when you trying to build something, you take as many as you can. Just like we always talk about with the Commanders, like draft as many people as you can because you hit on if you got more choices.
volume play, baby.
Yes, totally.
Barstool Nate, also a volume play, but like a turn the volume down kind of play.
Yeah.
They're saying doesn't look like Blake Snell is going to get out of San Fran. Dude, this baseball is on to something. The games are way faster. They got all this exciting young talent. This feels like a big year for baseball, B.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I watched the All-Star game. When's the last time we did that?
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah. Nobody go anywhere. Little Nate X next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Virginia DMV. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. The Nats play late night baseball today. Game 2 of the series versus the D-backs is set for 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time. The Nats are looking to bounce back after being walked off last night when Kyle Finnegan allowed 5 runs in the 9th inning. Patrick Corbin's on the mound for today's matchup, and his last start was really good. 7 innings, 3-run ball. Start before that, 6 innings of 1-run baseball. So we'll see if he's able to give this bullpen a little bit of a break. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. And actually, right before the Nats play, 6 p.m. today is the trade deadline. Mike Rizzo has been very busy. Hunter Harvey was dealt before the draft. They got back a prospect and a draft pick for him. Jesse Winker was traded early last week. He went to the Mets for a right-handed pitcher. And now Lane Thomas was dealt to the Guardians in exchange for 3 prospects who all rank in the Guardians' top 30. Be prepared all day long to hear rumors of Dylan Floro and Kyle Finnegan being the next 2 guys who are likely to be traded. And one piece of nice news, because it made me very happy to read, Trevor Williams has been named the most valuable philanthropist, according to Major League Baseball's Player Trust. So it's voted on by the players. Congratulations to him and all the work he does off the field. This has been brought to you by the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles. Before a crash happens, before the first responders arrive at the scene, before it all, there are decisions to be made. Make the right ones. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Didn't you love me?
B. Mitchell Finley and Pie. High noon in the DMV. We do have some Pie updates. I know where they're from. But right now we're going to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk to our friend, Mr. Barstool, Nate. Nate Dogg, what's your favorite kind of pie?
Good question. Honestly, just a nice warm apple pie with a dollop of vanilla ice cream. That is tried and true my number one.
I mean, that is a classic. You're certainly not incorrect. It's interesting. B. Mitch is not a pie guy, but today you are.
Yeah. They have a 5-fruit pie over here, Nate. I've had 3 pieces already.
You deserve it, my man. You deserve it.
Man, it's good.
Nate, I'm curious for you because I think you are unbridled in your enthusiasm for the burgundy and gold, right?
Yes, I am.
And a big part of it, and a big part of like what makes this pie so good is that Mitch Rails, one of the owners, brought it back with him for the media from Maine. And we've been eating a ton of pie, right?
Sure.
Josh Harris walks around and all these fans want pictures with him and they say, thank you. You know, you're kind of the savior here and thank you for getting us out of this. Where are you in the new ownership? Like at what point does it just become, okay, they're the owners and we're cool with it?
Dude, the Harris group came into the best possible situation where it doesn't matter anything they do, it's still so much better than what we had before. So people will continue, at least for this season, you know, to thank them and take pictures and say, you know, couldn't have done this without you. You know, I've been a fan my whole life and I was falling off because Dan Snyder is, you know, basically the devil and you came in and you got me back into the team. We're going to hear all of that for about this season. But then, you know, we've been saying it forever. It's all about wins and losses on the field. At the end of the day, how do you get back a fan base? It's not by a team name. It's not a stadium. While both of those are very helpful with fan bases, you just win games. You draft a quarterback named Jaden Daniels, who's a future Hall of Famer, and you win football games. And that's the only way to really do it. Josh Harris can shake as many hands and kiss as many babies as he wants. But at the end of the day, results on the field is all this fan base really, really, truly cares about. And we know that when this team is winning, there's no better time to be in Washington, D.C. and a fan of this football team. And we're so used to losing and just being dragged left and right through the media and this and that, man, like, this camp is so exciting. But let's get to the regular season. Let's win some football games.
I 100% agree with you on that. Winning games will do it all, and I think that's what we got to focus more on instead of all of the other stuff that get us distracted.
No, I'll say the other stuff is fun, though, especially right now, because it's a fun time to root for this team. We're turning over a new leaf. Everything from the old regime is done, and all the upgrades to the stadium and just all the little things they're doing to bring back the fans. I like all of it, but we can't just we can't just like that stuff forever. Eventually, we're going to have to move on and be a winning football franchise.
Totally
agreed. And I think whether you want to call it a honeymoon or whatever, like, I think there'll be a period of time where it's like, all right, they're rebuilding. I mean, they're literally like rebuilding the building. Like, there's all these moving parts, right? But I think a lot of it will hinge on Jaden. If he's the right pick, the real deal, then it'll move a lot faster. But I do find it the thing that I remain most encouraged by, beyond there's like the one seed of like Dan is gone. Oh my God, he was toxic, right? And all the things that were brought with that. But the fact that I actually spoke with a member of the organization today that had been here before. And we were just kind of talking about how different it all looks, how different it all feels. And really, Nate, I don't know the last time you were out here, but they used to have a lot of space and not do much with it. Then last year, they had a lot of space and tried to do a bunch. And it was, they took over the team, what was it, July 22nd?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then training camp started
real soon.
Training camp started July 28th or whatever. This is their first year with their fingerprints all over this. And there's significantly less space because of all the construction going on. And yet they still have probably more opportunities for the fans. It was stuff to do.
Yeah.
Like, they've got DJs playing. They've got these like football throwing games to our right, B.
Mm-hmm.
They've got food trucks and Italian ice trucks. Yesterday there was like this cookie ice cream truck. Just
I didn't see that.
Simple stuff.
Honestly, JP, it's about treating fans with respect. At the end of the day, it's being thankful that people are coming out to see your team, which Dan Snyder did not care about. The new ownership understands, and maybe they do have to spend a little more and go a little overboard and do the Italian ices and that stuff. But it's really just saying thank you to the fans and saying, hey, we appreciate you guys sticking with us through all this. And the old regime just did not, they might have understood it. They just didn't care. They did not care about the fans because, the TV money and this and that is so massive that Dan Snyder didn't have to do that stuff. In his opinion, he would rather go on his boat than care about if the fans who show up to camp are having a good time or if they're hydrated. So, yeah,
the old ownership,
I don't think they understood.
Yeah, the old ownership philosophy was, we're the MFing Redskins, and you have to kiss our ass to be part of this.
Yeah.
Right.
And by the time they realized that consumer sentiment, fan sentiment had shifted, it was far too late.
Exactly. And one thing you just said, and you said a lot hinges on Jaden Daniels. I've been thinking a lot about this, and when you said that, it kind of triggered that thought again. I am always going to be a process over results guy, where I don't think we can put all the pressure on Jaden as long as the team itself and the franchise itself and the ownership, GM, player personnel, coaching staff, everybody's doing the right thing, because we know being a quarterback is nearly impossible. And, Jaden looks great. He's still 23 years old. He's still, inexperienced, this and that. So while everything in the NFL does hinge on the quarterback, you're not wrong. We're just, it's just good to see that the team as a whole is doing the right things in case, Jaden isn't the guy. You get your next guy. And it's tough to talk about because we are putting so many eggs in the Jaden basket. But when you look at the whole picture, the franchise itself is doing everything right. It just stinks that Jaden has so much pressure on him, especially as a rookie.
Well, he has pressure on him, but I think the ultimate thing is, as you stated, if everybody else does their job right, then his job becomes a lot easier.
A billion percent. And that's so important.
The quarterback, when he's young, needs some help sometimes to get to where he needs to be. And then once he's there, then you can do more stuff. But I don't know if it's all on him because, like, I totally believe if you don't have enough around him early, he won't be able to produce because he'll be laying on his damn back all the time. We've seen that happen too.
Yeah, it's crazy how they always have the hypotheticals. If Patrick Mahomes came to Washington, he wouldn't have been good because the situation he would have been, drafted into would have been terrible. And I can sometimes buy that argument in conversation. And it looks like we are setting Jaden up with everything he needs to be successful, which is so, so, so important.
Yeah, I think we're gonna learn a lot against the Jets and then the Dolphins as far as how much talent is there on this roster, because I think some days it's like, wow, if XYZ goes right, then Jaden's got a full arsenal, and then other days you're like, man, I don't know what they got here. But those are all
like JP, a Brandon Coleman at left tackle, like that. That's the $1 billion question: is he our left tackle of the future?
It's a rookie, right? And I think there's like hope versus expectation, and you don't know when one. Hope ain't a strategy, right?
Nope.
But expectations for a rookie based on scouting and athletic testing and film study and interviews with the kid and then watching him practice, that becomes a real thing. Still, you got to see it on the field. I mean, Coleman's been getting the work, though. And I think specific to that point, there's not necessarily somebody there's no incumbent at left tackle. Leno's gone. Lucas has played it, but hasn't played it at some level that you can't beat him out. Wiley's only played the right side. Trent Scott, to me, it doesn't appear to be a starter, even though he's huge. There's this kid, I'm going to mess up his name, but there's another tackle prospect that is kind of, I won't be shocked if he makes a push for the roster, and it's a tough name to say. Undrafted rookie out of Toledo, David Nwagwu. I think that's probably a practice squad candidate. David N, yes. And you'd probably want him to bulk up a little bit. But, dude, Coleman looks the part. He's 6'6", 320, third-round pick. Like, if we just froze ourselves in time and pick a good franchise, not the Chiefs, but just pick a franchise that's run pretty well, B.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Good one.
Baltimore.
Pittsburgh.
Sure. Let's say Pittsburgh even. So, Nate, I told you we're doing a roster review of the Steelers. Oh, they just drafted this kid in the third round. They really like his athletics, his feet work, and the size. They think he's going to be their starting left tackle.
Yeah.
Like if the Steelers did that,
you'd
be like,
agree. Right.
You'd be like, oh, yeah, they probably identified their guy, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, ideally, that's what's happening here rather than.
Maybe we might want to start thinking that a little bit. Well, once it's proven, we probably will. Because Adam probably identified his guy. See what I'm saying?
I could tell you with 100% certainty that Peters really liked this opportunity. And one of the things I like the most is that they have hierarchy. There's Harris, then there's Peters, then there's Quinn. And it's like, not that it's not a pissing contest. It's not some sort of power struggle like we've seen when you have a GM and a coach. We've seen that here. This is a hierarchy where everybody understands the roles, and I think it's healthy.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
Nate,
go ahead.
What, Nate? Go ahead.
Oh, I would say just talking about the offensive line, I feel like this is probably going to be a conversation we have multiple times because we really just don't know what we have on the offensive line. I mean, we know we have Andrew Wiley. I don't think the fan base is super excited about him. We have a tackle, Brandon Coleman, left tackle, who's a rookie, third-round pick. I don't think anybody really knows much about him. And then the guard, Sam Cosmi. It's like we're just going to continually talk about these guys. And I've gotten some tweets already. It's like, Jaden's gonna, be running for his life, and he better learn how to slide and this and that. And it's a tough conversation to have, because when you just look at the names, you don't get excited about this offensive line. I'm choosing right now to trust the coaching staff and the development staff and trust that they know what they're doing. But you can't really disagree with the people who look at it and go, "Ooh, we don't have much there."
The best O-lines, you rarely know the people on them. Like, when, you know what I mean? Creed Humphrey is about to become the highest paid center in NFL history. 3 years ago, nobody had any idea who the hell that was.
Yep.
How about this, though? Speaking of takes, this is from Homer 8 Your Tube on the YouTube stream.
Yep.
I'll ask you both this question. B, I might leave with you. He says, so Dan Quinn opened his press conference this morning talking about John Bates, how he impressed him as a blocker. John Bates, probably your third tight end right now. Third tight end. Homer,
we assume.
Homer 8 YouTube asks, if all Bates can do is block, why keep him? Because he can block.
Because he can block, dude. See, this is the foolishness of football right now. You're not going to see, that's the same person.
And it's your third tight end.
That's the same person that will call in and say, if they start throwing it 50 times, why don't they run the football? Because they don't have a tight end that can block.
Right.
Now they got one that can block. So guess what? He can catch too. He caught the ball last year.
That one was funny to me. Nate Dogg, have you been watching any Olympics?
Love the Olympics. Have you been watching it? I'll say this. I like watching TV during the day. Like, it's cool that, you can just sit in a chair and watch Olympics nonstop. I prefer primetime Olympics. I always will. Bring it back to the good old
stories
USA
and everything.
Time zone. Go on.
Like the stories and everything. Like last night, I wasn't really into the men's gymnastics, right? And then Tarico gets into storytelling mode. I learned more about this kid from Massachusetts. At Michigan. Like, they suck you in with the storytelling.
Yeah, every 4 years as a country, we find out about athletes in niche sports that we never knew existed, and we fall in love with them. Name me one a speed skater, JP. There's one you can name.
Apollo Ono.
Exactly. And so
Bonnie Blair, I think. Is that a deep cut?
Blair family.
Every 4 years, the stories, the athletes, the random sports, it's very fun. I think we all love it. I don't understand not liking the Olympics. It's the most elite athletes, who train their entire lives to get to the stage from the entire world. I think I'm a big fan. Like, I really, truly just really like the Olympics.
I was right about Bonnie Blair.
To watch 2 hours of badminton, but we do it, and I like it.
Bonnie Blair is the most decorated female U.S. Winter Olympian of all time.
Bad person. 5
gold medals and 1 bronze. Those speed skates are really long.
Is she our brother or something like that?
Probably. I don't know.
Good.
So here's one thing that's interesting. I think you're pretty similar to me, Nate. Like, I know that I'm sitting down and I'm watching primetime Olympics. And B and I talked about it this morning. We both watched. There were 2 swim races last night. It was the men's 100 freestyle and the 100-meter backstroke. And both races were awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And part of my brain is like, dude, this is on tape delay. Like, it's 1 a.m. in Paris. This has already happened. You can just look up who won. And part of my brain is like,
but watching it happen is better.
And they did this story on the Romanian dude that won it.
Did refuse to come here?
Povechi
stayed home.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know a whole lot about.
I thought he was going to lose it
at the very end.
Around 20 meters.
Totally,
he wasn't in first, but he got there.
Totally, dude. And I was so much more into it because I heard the story of him telling all the big U.S. swimming programs, "Nah, man, I'm staying in Romania." And now, granted, that American kid made it really tight down the stretch, the Texas kid.
Yeah.
But I was rooting for the Romanian, or I certainly wasn't upset to see him win. They do a good job at that, Nate, to your point.
Well, I would say you do pick random European countries to pretend you're from every once in a while, so it doesn't shock me you were rooting for the Romanian. But I know exactly what you're talking about. The kid Hobson ended up getting bronze for the United States. It was, like
he was in first when they came off the wall.
Swimming forever. It's just like it's exciting. I eat it up just like you do. It kind of stinks that we don't have like our Michael Phelps this year. I mean, we have. I always say like women's gymnastics, I think, is the elite American Olympic sport. Like
Yeah,
we
I
know
think
all the
Simone's supposed to be
every
nasty,
single
right?
time, and they just
Yeah, she's
dominate.
good.
Yeah, Simone Biles may be best
She's
athlete,
good,
you know, in the entire Olympics.
Well, I think this, so. I love the speed stuff. I'm hoping Noah Lyles, and I guess the track's not till next week.
This weekend
Yeah.
started, right?
Is it like I want? I mean, the 100 and the 200 and the 400 are probably my favorite stuff to watch. So I'm fired up for that. But yeah, the Olympics is just cool. Nate Dogg, last thing. MLB trade deadline. Nats trade away Lane Thomas. Probably more stuff coming. Where do you land on the should they sell a guy like Kyle Finnegan who does have another year of team control?
Yeah, you sell it based on what they got for Lane Thomas. Like I was reading Grant Paulson's, timeline, getting a 19-year-old who has like 90 strikeouts in 60 innings and he throws 100 miles per hour for Lane Thomas. That means that they can get an even bigger haul for Finnegan. You got to do it. This team's still a few years, from competing. And when you have, yeah, sure, they have him for one more season, but what's that really do for this current team? Not much. So, yep, trade him to a contender, get a couple of good prospects, keep loading up this, the pipeline, and 2 to 3 to 4 years, the Nats are going to be right back in World Series contention. I'm very excited.
I agree, man. Like, yeah, I get that there are some fans that want them to compete next year and spend some money. But when you look at the Phillies or the Dodgers or the Yankees or the O's, like these other teams, the Nats aren't close to that. And, like, they're not going to spend enough to get close to that overnight. Like, you got to keep building.
Yeah.
The Phillies are a freight train, dude.
And however we got James Wood, and the fact that he is a baseball player and not catching touchdowns as a tight end in the NFL, like, just thank the Lord for that, because he is just electric. He's probably my favorite baseball player right now.
Nate, we got to go. They just brought pizza to the tent here in Ashburn.
Just
Always
what you
appreciate
need.
your time, buddy.
Jay.
Have a good day,
Bye,
guys.
Nate.
Miss you.
All right, man.
All right, that's Barstool Nate. When we come back, getting into the Nats options with our guy Bobby Blanco, Masson Sports.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The best
All right, there is a lot going on in Major League Baseball to help us make sense of everything. Our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. Bobby, what up, man? How are you, bud?
Gentlemen, how's it going? How's training camp treating you?
It's good, man. They gave us pie and pizza today. Nobody's complaining.
Yeah.
Can't
And they
complain
trying
about
to
that.
mess with me because I'm eating pizza.
Yo, B was getting chirped in the media tent.
All these dudes chirping me, Bobby, and then I'm do much anywhere close to the amount of working out I do.
Kime works out, but
Yeah, like I do.
everybody else that was chirping you does not.
Yeah, come on, man. I'm going to get some more pizza too.
But it was funny when B walked in to get his third slice of pie. They were like, "Damn, B, 3 slices?" And he just looked at him. He's like, "Yeah," and everybody shut up.
Yeah, carbo loading.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you got to be busy as hell. We know about Winker. Yesterday they trade Lane Thomas. Who'd they get? What do you make of the move?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty savvy move by Mike Rizzo. He gets 3 prospects back for Lane Thomas, and we talked all along about how if they were going to move Lane before the deadline, Mike Rizzo would need to get kind of blown away by an offer, and a team might even have to maybe overpay because of that extra year of control. And it's looking like you got a good return for him. 3 prospects, one of them who's already now like their second best pitching prospect in the farm system. Alex Clemmie, a left-hander who was a second-round pick out of high school last year, but has high strikeout potential, big, tall lefty.
Starter, right?
Yeah, starter for now. He projected as a starter. I think you don't rank a pitcher this highly if he's not, projected to be a starter. But keep in mind, this guy was pitching in high school a little over a year ago. But yeah, so he's the main guy, Alex Clemmie, coming back in the Lane deal. Like I said, he's already the Nats' second best ranked pitching prospect, only behind Kate Cavalli right now. He enters their system as their number 6 overall prospect. The ERA, whip, walk numbers, yada, 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 that stuff's not there right now because he's so raw. He's only 19 years old, but, definitely a long-term project where, hopefully he's helping out your rotation in a couple of years. Then you get a couple of other infield prospects, a really good defender, kind of an overall guy with some major league experience, and then a young 19-year-old who, also just provides infield depth for you in your farm system. And, the Guardians, I'm not quite sure where their farm system ranks overall right now. Sometimes those get kind of re-ranked after the trade deadline, but they typically do very well in terms of building from within and developing their own players and pulling out consistent contenders at the major league level. So that's a good farm system to be picking from. And to get 3 prospects back for Lane Thomas, who, by the way, they acquired by trading an aging John Lester for 3 years ago. I mean, if that's not one of the best trades that Mike Rizzo's ever made, to eventually get 3 prospects for the long haul for basically John Lester, I mean, that's just fleecing them, I think, the Cardinals. So it all worked out. I know fans are upset to see Lane leave, but I think this is a good return for the Nationals. Definitely helps them in the long term. Clemmie being the main guy, but maybe more of a long-term prospect, but could pay some dividends when the team's ready to compete again.
With recency bias affecting so many in sports, will Finnegan's outing last night affect any trade potential with him now? Or will people look at what he's done throughout?
No, I think like Mike Rizzo always mentions, you look at the back of a guy's baseball card, and that's tell you who they are. I mean, I don't think one night. Obviously last night did not go the Nationals' way for those who didn't stay up late because they're all on the West Coast. Finnegan blew a 4-run lead in the 9th and give up 2 home runs, and the Diamondbacks came back to win. But he still has a solid ERA. He's still top in the National League or up there in saves. If anything's going to hurt Finnegan, his trade value today, it's not going to be what happened last night. It's going to be more of some of the underlying metrics. I think not a lot of the underlying metrics don't really favor him. He does get hit pretty hard. His expected ERA is higher than normal and way higher than his actual ERA. So teams that may be digging a little deeper into some of his like sabermetric type numbers probably aren't going to like too much what they see. But I still think you see face value, the saves, the ERA, the pitching high leverage situations, and being for the most part successful, not just this year but in past years. I think that ups his value, and teams, sometimes get desperate. Sometimes you need an extra arm in your bullpen if you're trying to make a push for the postseason or a World Series title. So He's definitely going to have value, especially with that extra year. It's just a matter of where do teams look and how much do they value. I don't think last night hurts him too much.
All right. I tend to be with you there. You said something interesting. We're talking with our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. You can give him a follow at Bobby_Blanco, BLANCO, joining us here via the BetQL guest line. You said something that a lot of Nats fans are upset about trading away Lane. And I get that Lane was a fan favorite. Like, he's a good, funny guy, some speed, had shown pop previously. Like, there was something to like. There was plenty to like about him. But, and I'm not in the weeds of it like you are, dude. I totally get that. But, like, I, as a Nats fan, I'm not mad they traded him away and totally understand it and want him to trade Finnegan away. Are there other Nats fans out there like me?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are definitely fans that can see, like I just mentioned, the value that they got back. I mean, look, I was always appreciative of Lane. He not only was a great player for this team, who, by the way, got them almost 7 wins above the replacement player of his time here. Not only a great player, but a great dude in the clubhouse, a leader this year, a guy that fans really gravitated toward, was always good to them. But yeah, it just comes down to the guy is 28 years old, and he just doesn't really fit into this long-term plan for the Nationals. Yes, you could have theoretically held on to him this year, and then, he's like your leader next year, maybe flip him at the deadline, but he's more valuable to trade this year than next year. So you get these 3 prospects back that are going to be ranked in your top 30 already and make an impact right away. You get, in the minor league level, not the major league level, but you get that value that you're not going to get if you trade him this time next year, or if you just, eventually let him walk. And I understand fans really, really like Lane. I mean, and I did too, both covering him and, when I take time off and watching him as a fan, he was their number 2 hitter, right fielder, great arm, yada, yada, yada. But he just doesn't fit into this team's long-term plan when you've got guys like Dylan Cruz coming up soon. You got, probably Hassel coming up, not this year because of injuries, but maybe next year. You just have so much outfield depth. A 28-year-old outfielder doesn't really fit into the long-term plan. And so you kind of have to bite that bullet and trade him when he's the most valuable, which is right now with that extra year.
I think a lot of fans sometimes got to understand the people that put these teams together, they have a clue of what's going to happen in 2 to 3 years. We only think about what's going to happen tomorrow.
Right.
Totally. To be honest with you.
That's really well said. So when is the deadline? 4 o'clock?
6 o'clock tonight.
6 o'clock. All right. So we are 5 hours, 20 minutes, 5 and change hours. Is Finnegan a national when they take the field tonight? And does it say anything that they let him pitch last night if they're going to be able to trade him?
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea, especially going in with a 4-run lead into the 9th, you know what? I'm trying to look up right now as I'm talking to you, guy, Kyle. He might have just had a couple of days off, and he hadn't pitched since over the weekend. So, it might have just been like, it might have been to show him off. It also might have been like, he's been sitting around for a couple of days. Maybe he just needs a pitch. But yeah, he usually doesn't go into the 9th inning with a 4-run lead.
Okay. So he just needs some work.
Maybe, and also maybe trying to just show him off one last time before today. I think that he will not be on this team by the end of the night. I think that with Mike Rizzo showing that he is not afraid to trade Hunter Harvey with an extra year of control, to trade Lane Thomas next year of control, some team, and we see it every season where we're kind of like scratching our heads like, wow, why do they do that? Some team's going to get desperate for a reliever. The reliever market will shape out, and they'll pony up for Finnegan to help them this year and next year. I don't expect it to be within the division. Mike Rizzo doesn't really do that. But I do see possibly a team getting desperate. I just don't think they'll get what they got for Lane yesterday because of what I mentioned earlier about some of Kyle's underlying metrics and the fact that Kyle's even older than Lane, already at 32, he's going to be 33 in September. And he's also a relief pitcher, not an everyday outfield position like Lane Thomas. So I just don't think they're going to get what they got back for Lane, but they could get a pretty decent, they should be able to get a decent haul for, a closer, a high leverage reliever if they do find a trade partner. But I do think that they will move him today.
Does
All right.
Baltimore make sense for him?
Baltimore does make sense for him actually, because that's
There
a
you go,
team that
JB. Ask about your team.
when I'm talking about like the underlying metrics, I mean the
People helping
Orioles.
people.
Yeah, the Orioles did it with Austin Votes a couple of years ago, taking a Nationals pitcher and making him better. I think the Orioles can be looking at Finnegan and being like, we see some stuff that we can help with him and get him back. And even if he's a low cost guy, he's only making a couple million this year. And with their closer still recovering from Tommy John surgery, their bullpen's definitely in flux. Yeah, their bullpen's definitely in flux. So I just think also, I mean, not to get too into the deeps, me working with Masson, but with the new ownership group, I mean, these two teams have never made a trade before. So I think with the new ownership group in Baltimore, and there's a little more, not friendship, but like, some respect there, I guess you could say. I think
the situation has changed. You can certainly.
Definitely. And I think that could lead to, okay, we can maybe work out a deal. But I do think he makes sense for Baltimore. Whether or not these two teams actually pull off a trade, that remains to be seen, of course.
Bobby, thank you, bro. Appreciate your time. I know you're busy
Bobby.
today.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, bro. Take care.
That's our guy, Bobby Blanco, Masson Sports, telling us everything going on with the Nats as the MLB trade deadline is only hours away. I mean, this coming down to the wire. If they're going to move Finnegan, it's getting close to time to move Finnegan. We were going to get back to the football that we got to watch today. We're out here in Ashburn at Commanders training camp. Before we go, though, got to tell you about all the great work we've both experienced with the Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia. I bought my last 4 cars there. Brian has bought, a dozen Kias from Billy and Chantilly. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria out here to Chantilly, Ashburn area. They got Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Toyota, Jeep, Ram trucks. Those Ram trucks are dope. They got everything you could look for, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and they're going to make it so that it works for you. Financing is a tricky situation right now. They're going to shop that stuff, find the best deal you can get, and they'll give you the best deal on your car if you're selling.
Well, if you bring your car in, you want to be taken care of, and that's what Oarsman does. They give you the Oarsman Lifetime Management. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance, and they have that lifetime engine guarantee. There's more good news out there. If you want to sell a car, bring it over to Oarsman. They will buy it from you. They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, its model, or its year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from us, be Richard Finley. 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Who sings Kung Fu Fighting? Do you know, B?
I forgot.
I imagine Lampville has it written down there on some device playing this song. Lampville, give us a quick tech update back at the Half Street Studios. How's all the tech running?
Fine.
No computer crashing or anything?
No.
Carl Douglas.
Shout out to Carl Douglas. That's impressive. I feel like often there's tech problems, so that's good.
Written and produced by Carl and a British Indian group.
There you have it. Kung Fu Fighting. Information
Bidu.
for life.
Bidu. Biddu.
Okay. I know more now than I ever expected to. Apparently, I mean, I guess we'll check it when we get to Heard It Here first, but I am curious if how the U.S. ladies played last night. Did you see it all that Jason Tatum just didn't play for the Olympic basketball team?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that's?
It's not a thing.
I don't think it's not at all a thing. If you're Tatum, you're like, what the hell?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Joel Embiid was awful.
They discussed it all. Steve Kerr discussed it, and then he and Jason Tatum have sat there and talked and been together relatively. And he told me, he says 40 minutes, and he had told Tatum the groups he was trying to play. And he told him before the game, it may work out like that, but I respect you. And it worked out like that, and Jason Tatum said he had no problem with it. He know he'll play before it's over with.
The video of Tatum on the bench with 4 minutes to go, and he hasn't played at all, he doesn't look that thrilled about
Well,
it.
you may not look that thrilled, but in the heat of things, you want to get out there because you think you can do something. But his words and his stuff has been totally different than what anybody expected.
The growing conspiracy theory that they didn't take Jaylen Brown, now he's not playing Jason Tatum, that Steve Kerr is kind of trying to mess with the Celtics.
I don't buy that.
Landy, you buy it? Your favorite, Kendrick Perkins, Big Perk
I
said,
don't care what the fake gangster says.
you know what Jason Tatum is going to bring to the table. You do not disrespect him and embarrass him the way that you did.
He said get ready for him to play a lot against South Sudan. But I think we have to listen, man.
Durant did play outrageous.
I understand this is a day and age where everything is a speculation and you got to always assume everything. Sometimes let stuff play out.
But that one played out, and Jason Tatum didn't play.
He didn't play, and he did not get upset.
He looks pissed on that bench.
Hey, man.
You would have been pissed on the bench if you didn't play.
If the coach had talked to me about it prior, like Steve Kerr said, and they both agreed, I wouldn't have that big of a problem.
Lanville, what about you?
Play the next game.
I mean, didn't they win?
They did 110-84. They probably covered.
Well, there you go. That seems like
there.
it was a reasonable decision then.
Do we have Jeff?
I'm right here.
My guy, J-Dogs forever. Should Tatum be pissed?
Yes.
I'm kind of with Jeff. Me, Jeff, James, and Jason all agree. I'm not saying this should carry over. Maybe it's addressed last night. Kerr says what's up, and they figure it out.
That's the whole thing about professionalism. Sometimes things are not going to go the way you go. And if you say, okay, I'm good, because Steve had mentioned it to him prior. If he hadn't mentioned it prior, I can understand. But he mentioned it to him that the way that we're going to run this thing against this team here in 40 minutes may run out.
Kerr did say post-game, I felt like an idiot not playing him.
He said that last night. I saw that.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yo, he should feel like an idiot. It's so self-explanatory.
You feel like an idiot they had lost the game. With Landfill, they won the game 100-something to 87. They won. It's not they didn't win.
I just think with the Olympics, you got to impose your will every time with all your stars. You can't show no signs of weakness because it's not
100-something to 80-something. What the hell are you talking about?
Hey, you
they
got
showed their will.
I think Tatum should have played.
And you're not.
You got to keep your players warm, B. You got to keep them
we're
warm.
not talking about a bunch of little kids out there. We're talking about guys who are world-class athletes.
That's
who,
fine.
guess what? Next time you probably play the whole damn game, and the other guy don't play.
But he
these
should have
are
played. He
adults.
should have played some minute. Like he shouldn't have been just completely on the bench.
Okay, man.
You got to keep.
I agree with you.
You got to keep your guys hot.
Y'all go ahead and do it, but
Like-
I'm not going to argue with this one.
Like Devin Booker played 26 minutes. You telling me that couldn't be 18 and 8? Like just a little bit more of a rotation so that you don't have this nonsense to deal with?
Because what if
I don't think it's as big a deal as either one of you are making it.
If Kerr calls himself an idiot post game,
Just because the man say I'm an idiot, that doesn't mean. Of course, you're gonna say something like that, but that doesn't mean it's a big deal.
big?
Everything we have to
you gotta
understand,
keep your guys warm, dog.
Everything, but his guy.
I'm worried about the warm.
Everything is not.
He just won a title.
Story
You
today,
gotta keep him
seriously.
hot.
Dude, I mean, Jeff, are you just mad that Halliburton didn't play?
A little bit.
Yeah,
He probably shouldn't play.
I don't agree with. Like, I'm not worried about Tatum's legs now that he didn't play. It just seems to me that seems like a very that doesn't seem like a that seems like a message.
You will lean towards the conspiracy theory before you just lean towards the man told him before the game what may happen.
I'm kidding about the conspiracy theory. I just think it's pretty freaking odd that you didn't play one of the 5 best players in the world.
If they had lost by a point or they had won by a point, I will go along with you. But they won by like damn near 30.
Yeah, which makes it easier to let everybody play.
Well,
It's not a tight game at the end where you could only lean on the guys that are
don't
hot.
you think Jason Tatum, if they're up by 20, don't want to go into the game at that moment?
Listen,
When did
as
the
somebody
Olympics
that was
become T-ball, by the way?
as somebody that was on
I'm
teams that
saying.
only got in when they were up 20, it's still kind of fun to get in there.
But you're talking about a grown man who is one of the best. If I'm not playing right now, we're winning. Don't put me in there late in the game.
I hear that. I'm just saying he clearly everything might be cool now, and it might have been cool as soon as Kerr talked to him after the game. But you can't watch that clip of him on the bench and think he wasn't pissed because he sure looks
That's
pissed.
an assumption, Jay. That's a great assumption.
But you're assuming that he's fine with it.
Well, I'm assuming based off of what he said.
What
He
Kerr said.
No, what Tatum said, it was, I'm good with it.
Look at him.
I don't have to look at him. I go on what you say. I don't care how you look.
Did Tatum talk last night and said it was
Some
fine?
days you look different than what you really are.
Sure.
Like I do and Jeff does. So we can't go by how somebody look.
I didn't realize he said that he was okay with it. I know Kerr said it, but I didn't know Tatum talked. If Tatum talked and said he's cool with it, cool. I also generally agree with you that this isn't a big deal. I just would have made it so that everybody played. We're up 25 and just not dealt with this. Rather than
If
have
I
the
had
story.
a bunch of under 12s, then I would be concerned about that. If they over 12 and he already got paid $400 million, I really don't care about that.
But I just want to see what Jason Tatum said. Because to your point, we've heard everybody else talk about it. I just haven't heard him talk about it.
And Jason Tatum normally don't talk a lot about much because he's very quiet. He don't say a lot.
Right.
You normally hear him say anything, which I love because everybody else going to speak for you anyway.
Did he talk? All right, let's see if we can find. I'm very curious, and that would completely change it for me. To your point, Brian. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
he talked about his health. He said, "No, I'm good" in regards to his health.
Okay, gotcha. All right, we'll be right back. Nicki J may or may not be in the tent. I'm not sure. We'll find out.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Let's get you caught up on the Olympics. Lots going on right now, including the women's gymnastics team final. It's underway. The Americans are in front. They're into the second of 4 rotations right now. So U.S. looking to make amends for the silver they won 4 years ago, actually 3 years ago, back in 2021 in Tokyo. Right now, the U.S. women's gymnastic team with a lead. U.S. Open champion on the tennis court, though. Coco Gauff was upset in women's tennis. She was knocked out in straight sets by Croatia's Dana Vekic. Soccer, U.S. men will be in action this afternoon. Also, women's rugby, U.S. will play Australia for the bronze medal later on today. Baseball, Nationals blew a late lead last night. It was a 4-run lead, the ninth All-Star closer. Kyle Finnegan, though, gave up 5 in the bottom half, including a game-ending pinch hit 2-run shot to lose it as the Nats were stunned 9-8 in Arizona. They'll try again tonight. More late-night Nats in Phoenix, 9:40 first pitch here on the Fan, and we'll keep you posted as well. Could be a busy day in baseball. Trade deadline in the majors is 6 p.m. today. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You hear that song means we're going to be joined by Nicki J in just moments. We're trying to figure out if she's walking to the tent or if she's joining us on the telephone. Either way, I like to think we can handle that task, figuring this out. I do, if you're watching on the stream, I do have an extra mic for Nicki to hold. Excited to talk to Nicki because I thought it was maybe the offense's best day of practice today. Nicki joins us now via the BetQL guest line. Nicki, I was just saying, I think it's possible today was the best offensive day of practice for this team.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with that. They look good. It was a fun practice to watch in the second half, especially. I thought Jaden looked really good in the second half, but yeah, I mean, they were, and Marcus too. Marcus Mariota looked pretty good. I mean, he was hitting Bryson Tremaine, Mitch Tischler's favorite player.
That's Mitch's guy.
Multiple times. So yeah, it was fun.
It was, and it was good to see the offense perform well because they kind of hadn't. It'd been kind of sluggish, or like they'd get something going and then there'd be a false start, or you know what I mean? Like, or there'd be a fumble.
Yeah.
And I do think you saw some of those like high effort plays from the Commanders defense where it was like, all right, you know what I mean? Like the Sandus drill chasing down B-Rob 40 yards down the field. Like it was just kind of one of those super high effort things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the second half of practice was when the offense really started to come on. I mean, yeah, that play was high effort. They also had another fumble that I think Frankie Luva might have gotten a hand on initially, but I mean, because he's just a freak out there. Yeah. But then they pulled it together and they had a good rhythm going there in the second half of team drills.
They had a couple of a fumble snap with Jaden, and I forgot who the running back was. And then the other quarterback came along right after that, did the exact same thing. But what was up with that?
Yeah, I don't. There were a couple issues there. I mean, they've had drops too throughout camp. I mean, that's kind of been an underrated issue, I guess. But I feel like it's still so early that you always hate to put too much emphasis on some of these things that they need to clean up. But yeah, between that, I mean, the pre-snap penalties on the O-line. Like, they just got to clean it up, and you hope they do it in time before certainly the season, but even preseason and joint practices.
The pre-snap stuff has definitely been a consistent issue, and you wonder how much different quarterback cadences could impact that. You know what I mean? But a lot of these guys deal with different quarterbacks all the time. They're not jumping this frequently. In general, though, how do you feel about Cliff's offense and this group to implement it?
I mean, pretty good. I mean, we still haven't seen all of it. I don't know that we're really expecting anything a whole lot different from what he ran in Arizona. I mean, it's still going to have his air raid principles, 4 verts, the whole 9. My only concern is the protection up front. Will they have enough for any rookie quarterback? Because I think you need to be a little bit more cognizant of that, just because they haven't seen a lot of what will be thrown at them in the NFL, and the speed is different. So will Jaden have enough protection up front? That's going to be my concern until they give me reason to believe otherwise.
I agree with you on that, Nick. The way you got to see him in the game, but the one thing out here in practice, what I noticed, the D linemen know that they're not getting cut, so they just firing off. And I think once they know that they get sliced down, they slow down a little bit. And I think that can help out the offensive line a little. But I agree with you that you see the athleticism of Coleman and people like that, but you got to see it when it's full speed, when someone is going to get your quarterback, not run past it.
Right. I mean, because Frankie Lou was a beast. Like, I still don't know why he wasn't more highly touted across the league, given what he's doing and the production he's had over the last couple of years. But, I mean, he's had a number of plays where he's just wrecked guys. And it's just, it's not great when you see that. And then you're like, oh, wow, that's their starter right there on the O-line. Oh, boy. So, I mean, he's a starting linebacker and handsomely paid for a reason, but, you got to think you're going to be going against, some tough talent on defense too. So, still some things to clean up there.
For sure. We're talking with our friend Nicki Jhabvala here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Nicki at NICKIJHABVALA. Offensive line, DQ tells us today that they're specifically moving people around to try to figure out the best spots, combinations, etc. Obviously, barring injury, right? Nobody's predicting that kind of stuff. What do you think that group looks like week 1 in Tampa?
Week 1 in Tampa, I'm still not sure on Cornelius Lucas and Brings Coleman. I feel like that's the one legit competition out there. I'm honestly still not sure. But outside of left tackle, I would imagine Nick Allegretti at left guard, Tyler Biadasz at center, Sam Cosmi at right guard, and Andrew Wiley at right tackle.
It sounds right. Yeah. I think the Dieter thing at left guard's been kind of interesting. The Lucas thing at right tackle's been kind of interesting, but I do think that's kind of what we all expected, and perhaps we're going to see. Another kind of injury update that you were all over was Johnny Newton, the second-round pick out of Illinois, D-tackle, back on the field. I know we got to talk to him. I wasn't there when he talked. What did he say? How is that progress?
Yeah, it was interesting. He said he didn't really feel any discomfort in his foot. They found out about it because he went in for x-rays on his other foot, which he was recovering from the same injury, basically. They do x-rays, and lo and behold, the left one is, facing the same thing. Which
is that normal
to
just x-ray both feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't know why you would do that if you don't have discomfort, but, whatever. I'm not a doctor. But he said you're kind of shocked when you hear that, but he knew how to recover because he did it. He had just done it with the right foot. So that helped him kind of get through it quickly. And, I think you also have to have pretty good genes too to recover the way he did. And I think he's been fully cleared. He hasn't been immersed fully in practice yet, hasn't done everything. But to come off surgery for a Jones fracture only and that was like May, I believe.
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
2 of them.
It seems right.
And he say he feels great. He has like no discomfort with it.
I mean, and for a bigger guy,
young,
I mean,
Nikki.
like,
I mean, he's young.
yeah, right. It must be nice to be in your 20s. Wait till you hit late 30s, 40. Let me know how you feel then.
Who are you telling? We're talking with our friend Nicki J here on the BetQL guest line. The quarterback competition, or whatever you want to.
Are we calling it that? We're not calling it that.
No, but Mariota was back with the ones today. I think it's important to note that, like, for how much that gets discussed, the work of who gets what work in the 11 on 11s. 11 on 11s are maybe, especially this time of year, maybe 25% of the total practice work. And there's like just a steady rotation of players kind of at all time. Like, how about this? You posted this video of Daniels earlier today throwing a really pretty deep, I don't know what, it looks like a wheel from this kid, Mike Wiley. This young man, Michael Wiley, undrafted guy that's currently on the roster. Odds are pretty slim that Mike Wiley makes this roster. But, like, Jaden's throwing to that dude just as frequently as he's throwing to Brian Robinson. Like, there's just constant rotation going on early on in camp. Do you think the competition discussion is overblown?
Is it overblown in the sense that there isn't one, or that there is one?
There
you know
isn't
what I'm saying?
one. How about this? My assertion, and I believe Brian agrees with me here, is that, like, the folks that are upset that Jaden's not getting immediately all of the work with the ones are kind of missing the point where everybody's working with everybody most of the time.
Yes. And, like, I think it's, like, honestly a great thing that they're having him work with everybody, so he doesn't just get comfortable with certain people, because it's football. Injuries are going to happen. You hope they don't, but he's going to be working with different folks. He needs to know how to work with his backups, Like, I think it's a great approach. It does, just because he's working with 2s, even 3s, doesn't mean he won't start. He will start. He's a number 2 overall pick. They invested $38 million in him, and he's, far and away the better quarterback out there. So, I mean, it's a non-competition in my mind.
Say it like that. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I find, sorry. It's silly in my mind, but I do appreciate their approach of mixing things up. And I think most coaches do at this point, mixing, quote unquote starters with, reserves, try to mix up the units, trying to find which personnel groupings work best in certain situations, or however. I think at this point, if you're not doing that, that would be a concern. But, I think where any of us run into trouble is where we try to take one specific player, one specific series from this point in training camp and extrapolate it to mean, this is how they're saying things. Because that's not how it is. It's, it really is a full body of work, and there is a good bit of experimentation, especially this year with a whole new coaching staff. Yeah. A roster that's like 70% new. Like, there has to be experimentation.
Kind of going forward, what do you make of the kick return roles? He's talked about Samerstill now, both in the punt return role, now the kick return role. He mentioned Kaz Allen today, who's a guy that I can't imagine many people thought was going to make the roster last year. There was a moment there.
There's some excitement about him, but he has to get better, more consistent catching the ball.
Totally.
I watched him back here in the pregame. So if you're not consistent catching it in pre-practice, you're damn sure not going to be there when it got lights and people running at you.
I agree. What do you make of both the punt and kick return positions? And I feel like from a straight punt returner role, Crowder seems the best option right now anyway. Yeah.
Right. I would agree with you there. It seems, and he and Dan Quinn said this yesterday, I believe that, clearly they're looking at finding speed and sort of that shifty guy for that kick return. So it's not really surprising that they've used Eckler in the mix and Samerstill and even Forbes at times. I'm very curious how teams sort of interpret this new kickoff rule, like what they do for the actual kick as well as the return. Like, do they try completely different types of players to see what works best? I think that could be really interesting this year, just to see how teams approach it. It seems like Dave Tobe in Kansas City has a much different approach than what others seem to have for the kick anyway. So yeah, but it does seem like, both for the punt return and kick return, that they're eyeing that elusive runner, that speedy elusive runner. B-Mitch, if you want to just step in there and just take a stab at it,
for me,
it'd probably be pretty good still.
No, but for the kick return, the way that it's set up now with so many people in it, I think that speedy, elusive runner may not be the guy. I think the more powerful guy who can make people something miss will be better, because the kick return.
They had B-Rob.
Yeah, but B-Rob is going to be starting running back. So, but kick return has always been the bigger guy.
Yeah.
Punt return has been the smaller, shifty guy. The kick return now, you move everybody into the one area. I don't want a small guy running into that area where you got more people.
I like Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah. Chris Rodriguez looks good.
He's a bowling ball.
I would like him.
could see that.
Eckler possibly, yes, because he knows how to run through holes.
Yeah.
But do you have to worry more about the injuries with the kick returns like you would, with the punt returns? Like, he hasn't been shy about mixing up starters in that role.
Yeah, I know. I see him doing that now, but again, it's the beginning of training camp. By the time we get to the season, you won't have all those starters. And those guys that will be playing meaningful time offensively, defensively, they're not going to be returning no kickoff.
Right.
And the way it's set up now, you don't have the exact same people all the time. Some games, they may have bigger or slower guys coming, being the guys covering. Other games may have their little speedy guys. I want to have an advantage over them. What if you slip in some of your quicker offensive linemen every once in a while and just say, come together and lead up, just pick off one guy and have that running back catch that ball and go straight behind them? I think if you got some 260s on up coming forward, you'll affect the average guy that comes down on the kickoff.
I'm actually being serious when I say this, but if they haven't sought your opinion on this, then that'd be silly.
I have conversations with certain people.
Maybe they have. We'll find out.
I was going to say, have they?
But I can tell you this: just look for Kansas City and Baltimore definitely to still be good.
Yeah,
I mean, when Dave Tobe and Harbaugh seems to know what he's doing on special teams, it's weird. It's like he's done it before or something.
Yeah.
Nicki, thank you for your time. We thought you were coming to the tent. Sorry for the confusion. We saved you pie and
sorry.
pizza.
I had to dip early. Sorry, guys.
You got the little ones in charge. We understand. Did you have any of – now, I believe Nicki may have been the actual delivery person of the Mitch Rails pie. Is that correct?
I brought them down from the hill. It was a really arduous task, but I was up for it,
Did you have any of the pie?
I did not.
Wait, did
sorry,
you get
hold on, don't say the number.
Seriously?
Don't say the number. Do you want to guess between Brian and I how many slices of pie we had?
It depends on how many ways you sliced one pie, because I saw one was gone entirely by the time I came back from practice.
We didn't take the whole pie.
We didn't take all of it, but we definitely put a dent in it.
We had most of it.
One. Yeah.
Brian and I combined had 5 slices of pie.
I mean, those pies they had to have weighed like 10 pounds each.
They were really good.
They were good, though. Nicki. I'm telling you, you might want to try it out.
I know.
There's still pizza if you want to come back.
I'm going to opt for the pie over the cold pizza. Can you save me some pie?
Thank you for your time, Nicki. Always appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Hey, enjoy the off day tomorrow. When we come back, you'll hear from Sam Cosmi.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with Bike to the Beach. And since it's National Bike Month, I want you to join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and if you want to just go out and, help donate and help the cause, please do that as well. You can enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. No matter what's your skill level, ride with me or donate to our team and help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders, so bring your crew and help us raise funds to support local autism and disabilities. Visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch. We'll be leaving Friday, so get your donations in.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka Sunshine in a can. Latest on the Summer Olympics, big competition today, women's team final in gymnastics in progress. U.S. is in the lead through 2 of the 4 rotations, but Americans just had a fall a moment ago from Jordan Childs on balance beam, so still in front, but that lead has been cut as the U.S. tries to make amends for the silver they won 3 years ago in Tokyo. U.S. women were the champions the previous 2 Olympics before that. Tennis, U.S. Open champ, second seed Coco Gauff was knocked out today, knocked off in straight sets. In women's tennis, soccer, U.S. men face Guinea this afternoon. Women's rugby going for the bronze. They will play Australia. Baseball, Nationals blew a late lead last night. We'll play again in Phoenix tonight, 9:40 first pitch on the Fan, and we'll keep you posted. Anything we hear in the baseball trade deadline. Nats dealt Lane Thomas to Cleveland Monday. That trade deadline is 6 p.m. today. We're brought to you by Surfside. Iced tea and vodka keep the summer vibes going with Surfside's refreshing flavors. You'll find them all in the new variety 8-pack. Pick up your Surfside at your local liquor store, grocery store, or favorite bar. Savor every moment of summer with Surfside. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Come on.
Whoa.
It's up to you.
Now, I'm going to start this, Brian, by saying I'm not particularly up to speed with the Japanese economy. I feel like that's worth noting.
I think based off of that, you should not go farther. To be honest with you, if you're not up to speed, let's not discuss it.
I'm just telling you the facts. We've all been waiting for a rate cut in the United States, right?
Okay.
Federal interest rates. Japan is raising them. So I don't know what's going on there.
See, we live in this kind of like this democracy thing.
I think Japan's a democracy.
Is it completely?
I don't know.
Okay, see, we're gonna need you to stop making comments when you don't know stuff.
All I did was present a fact. Here's another fact. I got to speak to Sam Cosmi earlier this week. I am much more within my depths speaking to football players than I am commenting on the Japanese economy. So here's my conversation with Sam Cosmi.
Another training camp, new staff, new GM. I mean, the owner's fully installed, new quarterback.
Yeah.
Where are we? How are you?
Very excited. I think I said this earlier in training camp. I think the fans should be excited for this year. It's a totally different just atmosphere in general. You can see just from our owners the money they're pouring into investing into the team. And, we went out and got some great players too. So, I'm excited for this year. I really do think we're in a right trajectory with whole new quarterback, whole new just bringing Marcus in too, and like all this stuff. It's something that I think is going to be special.
How different is it with that?
Oh, the little one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very different training camp for you.
No, I mean, it's cool. Like right before practice, I looked at the picture at her and I'm like, okay, I'm working for more, I'm not only, love of the game, but also for the family and doing that for her. So, it just gives a different perspective of waking up each day and putting in the work.
What do you think of the offense?
It's a high tempo offense. When it comes to trying to get defenses when they're, hey, kind of get the ball rolling and then boom, hit them in the mouth. So I'm excited about that.
Does that remind you of college a little bit?
Yeah, up tempo. But it's there's benefits to it for sure. So it's like trying to keep the defense on their toes. So I could tell in training camp it was different for our defense going through it. So defenses are going to have to work and adjust to that. So, but for me, us as offense, we have to be conditioned enough to keep on doing that. And I think they're pushing us in Indy, pushing us in team and after practice and before practice. So it's good.
It seems like the practices, one thing I've noticed is it seems as there's almost always concurrent drills going.
Yeah.
So it's like two linemen are going this way, two are going that way, rather than it used to be two going and you kind of wait in line.
Yeah, like the big emphasis right now is just getting the conditioning in. The team periods are supposed to be the easy part for us. As the game, you always hear practice is always supposed to be harder, especially during training camp, than the games. And so if you can do that and make that atmosphere, it's just going to make your job 10 times easier.
It makes sense because the only time you see dudes standing around is during team.
Yes.
Not during the individual group.
That's the only time I get a breather.
I believe it. And that's only when the second team goes out.
Yeah.
What do you think of Jaden?
He's got everything to be an elite quarterback. He's got the arm talent. He's got the legs to, he could freaking book it. And so, I'm excited to see what he can do. And I think we all are here. I think the fans are too.
What about the off-field stuff that quarterbacks need?
Yeah, he's working. He's coming in early. He's taking everything he needs to do. I could tell he's not like, he'd be the second pick in the draft. He doesn't seem like a me guy. He seems like a team guy, and that's the vibe I'm getting. You just get a general vibe. He's as of right now, he's trying to get his footwork and stuff like that. When he's coming through the stuff, and you can just see it. But as for me, I like what I see.
When can you allow yourself to get excited?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. We'll be excited that first game.
I bet. Getting to Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So once we kick off the ball and we take the first snap, let's get going.
You talked about bringing some guys in. Eckler, Ertz on the offensive side of the ball. A guy like Bobby Wagner on the defensive side of the ball. These are investments in players. Wagner's goal. You're talking potential Hall of Famers here.
Yeah.
What's it like adding that to the locker room?
Just experience. We're bringing in young guys too, and so having that experience to kind of pass over to those young guys is huge. And it's a good thing for the team. You're bringing in leaders, you're bringing in vets, guys that have been through the ringer, and so like I said, Hall of Famers that are just studs. So yeah, it's a great thing.
You've also become a fan favorite. Last year of a rookie deal. That's just the reality of life in the NFL. Do you allow that to get on your mind at all? Or?
No, I come out here and I just play my ball, and then that's just going to speak for itself. All the rest of the stuff is just off the field stuff, and I have an agent and all that stuff, and the guys up front. And I just go out there and just try to be the best baller I can be. And every time I step on my field, I always say to myself, Pro Bowl year, be a Pro Bowl. Individual goals.
Last year.
Well, yeah, individual goals, obviously. But, we have, as the team does good, those individual goals will come with it.
Totally.
But for me to put in the work each and every day, stepping on the field, that's my mentality, And so I'm just chasing that.
Could it help having a high-profile guy like Jaden? Like, there's a lot of interest in what Jaden does.
Yeah, that will help. But like I said, the team success helps individual success. So if he's successful, we're going to be successful. I'm going to be successful. Everybody's going to be happy.
Last year, you guys did run the ball. First in pass attempts, dead last in rush attempts. There was no balance. I believe there's this fallacy of the air raid with Cliff because that's what he ran at Texas Tech or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the offense balance-wise going into the season?
Yeah, it's day one. We just install one. Training camp was good to see. It's different when you put pads on. I can say that.
You fired up for that?
It really shows, when live bullets go, you see true colors.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm excited to see what this team's about when we put the pads on. And when it comes to the balance of the team, it is a pass-heavy league. We all know this. But I do like running the ball.
Let me say this. In Cliff's best season in Arizona, 21, they went 11-5 in the regular season. 2 running backs combined for over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. They had a big bruiser type in James Conner, who had 18 touchdowns on the ground.
Yeah.
And then they had a pass catching type in Chase Edmonds. It seems like they might be recreating something.
Yeah, if they, you got those type of caliber guys on this team. So, it just complements the game. It really is. It keeps the defense honest, and it sure helps the O-line too. Not having to, I think it was what?
That Bears game was
Bears 55 drop back passes in a row.
Has Jaden taken you out for dinner yet?
No,
When's that coming?
We got some time.
I've heard there have been a lot of O-line dinners though.
Yeah, we do. Like we've been doing more. We didn't. It's like last year. We typically do it during the season. This year we just started early.
Okay.
So just to we had new guys come in, just to really, get the guys close.
I always say this, and you give me a hard time. My favorite people to talk to on NFL rosters are the O-line and defensive backs.
Beautiful.
And they're very different. But then as we get closer into the season, you're going to play the game where you don't want to talk, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I get locked in the season. I mean, I'm a different guy.
You're a good talker.
I try to be. So
I appreciate it. I think wife and baby want to see.
Oh no, they just want to see this.
McLaurin said something that the team has pledged to each other to hold each other accountable. What does that mean to you, and where did that come from?
Yeah, so we had Navy SEALs come up. We did this training, I don't know, like seminar with them, and we made it like a creed to each other, and that's just to keep each other accountable. It doesn't matter if you're a year 10 guy and 8 Pro Bowls, or you're just a rookie that just got here. It's keeping each other accountable at a high level, putting that extra effort. And that's one thing that we can control on the field is effort. And so when we see a lack of it, we're going to keep each other accountable. And so I think it's a great thing. I think it's a thing that teams need to integrate, and I think it's something that's really good.
Refreshing.
No, it is. I mean, it's. I could see like this last training camp. We were smart about it, but we worked extremely hard when it came to like conditioning and doing all that stuff, and we all saw it. And I think we're taking that and we're taking it to into training camp. And so, just having that accountability is huge, and being able to lean on each other as teammates when things get tough and when things are good, it's a huge thing.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, thank you.
Commanders right guard Sam Cosmi there. We'll react to that and a little bit of news out of New England that I wanted to share with you, Brian. Nobody go anywhere.
All right.
Be Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been a productive day in Washington. Good Commanders practice. If you're rooting for the offense out here, I think today was probably the best day you've had thus far. All of July. So here's what we're going to do. At the end of every program, we make bets.
Do we?
We do. I don't know how I did last night. I know Jeff lost. Let's get to it.
Yeah, Jeff lost. He wasn't here. Well, how to hear first? Got around. Was hard to hear first.
Jeffrey.
First off, I want to say y'all are some haters. Cause how y'all gonna give my record before I even get a chance? Before the sound even plays, y'all give my record out.
That's the rule.
You didn't even let me. Explain.
You weren't there.
Well, why the hell you haven't responded to me? And I text you like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, maybe because I'm doing work over here. B, my bad.
About time
it's hard to know when you're doing work.
Because you leave all the time.
Because when I try to talk to you, you're never there.
Yeah, well, I was doing work at that time too, JP. You're not here to see what's going on. But
all right, we're gonna be there tomorrow.
But
you gonna be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Last night results. JP and Landfill. Y'all did hit y'all bets. The U.S.
Let's go.
won by 26.
U.S. women.
Yes, the U.S. women won by 26 last night. AOB Mitch, don't you ever in your life try to play with me when I'm gone and bet against my Yankees. That's why the Phillies got whooped by 10.
Tonight too.
Yeah, that's why they got whooped by 10 last night.
Oh, man.
I'm taking the money line. I'm taking the money line tonight. Yankees over the Phillies. Let's go.
All right, give me the Phillies.
Germany, Brazil. I'm trying to find some Olympic stuff to bet on. Is there Landfill, what are you doing tonight? Maybe I'll just follow you.
Can't bet on no damn Germany, Brazil, all that stuff, because the game it'd be over by the time we get off air. You're probably over already.
No, it tips off at 3:00.
Okay.
3:00 is 9:00 there.
All right.
Landfill, what?
He said it'll probably be over already, and it doesn't even start.
Well, I'm just saying,
I want to
most
add
of
a
the things
parlay
start
too.
early.
I want to add a parlay. I want to take the U.S. men's 3-on-3. They play Serbia today.
Is there a line on that, or you just kind of saying it?
I'm taking the money line. It's minus 124. Or the line is plus 1.5 for the men's, and Serbia is minus 1.5.
All right, now I'm not generally in the mood of telling you things, and I don't know how true this is, but Pete was on with the Junkies this morning talking about the 3-on-3, which apparently the Olympics really stresses that you call it 3x3 and not 3-on-3.
Uh-huh.
But apparently Serbia is like nasty at 3-on-3, or
their favorite in this game.
Okay, so do it.
That's fine.
I'm
still going for my country.
Okay. I might bet some more women's basketball, but all right. That is actually over, B. So I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble.
Landfill, ha.
That was funny. Landfill, what do you like?
I mean, there's not a lot that's good here.
There is not a lot that's good here, dude. I might bet some Olympic golf. I didn't expect to say that sentence. I want something like obscure. Give me can I bet on swimming or something?
Add the Red Sox to mine. Red Sox and the Phillies.
Landini, you got nothing yet?
Nothing.
Damn.
I'll take the Yankees. Money line.
He's a Bama too.
Wait, so you and Jeff are on the Yankees?
Yeah.
Dude, I'll take the Phillies at home.
Yeah.
Phillies are awesome. I don't like them, but they're really good at baseball.
Yeah, I'm taking them. Yeah.
Fine. Go Phillies. Flip the Yankees.
Yeah.
All right. Today was a lot of fun. I hope everybody enjoyed the program. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Me and B-Mitch ate 5 pieces of pizza. Oh, shoot. The wind's kicking up in the tent in Ashburn, and stuff's starting to fall over. Might be a good time for us to get the hell out of here, Brian.
100.
Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Bobby Blanco. Thank you to Nicki J. Thanks to everybody that listened. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. B-Mitch owes you a pie.
Get ready for the knuckle sandwich tomorrow.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Virginia DMV. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. Latest on the Summer Olympics as competition continues in Paris. The women's gymnastics team in position to regain the gold medal. The women, the U.S. in front through 3 rotations right now. So the final rotation is underway. It's the floor exercise for the U.S. as they look to hold on to their lead and win the gold medal for the 3rd time in the last 4 Olympics. A medal won by the U.S. women, a bronze medal today in rugby sevens. Later on, soccer, U.S. men facing Guinea this afternoon. There are 3 medals available in swimming still to come today. Tough day on the courts for Coco Gauff. U.S. Open champ, 2nd seed, was upset in women's tennis, so Coco Gauff has been eliminated. Baseball, Nats blew a 4-1 lead last night. Kyle Finnegan gave up 5 in the 9th, including a 2-run shot to Corbin Carroll to end it. Nats stunned 9-8. They'll play again tonight. More late-night Nats 9:40 first pitch on the Fan. Baseball trade deadline today, 6 p.m. We'll keep you posted on anything there. And Commanders practiced earlier today. Reportedly a sharp practice today in Ashburn, especially for the rookie QB, Jaden Daniels. Brought to you by the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles. Before a crash happens, before the first responders arrive at the scene, before it all, there are decisions to be made. Make the right one. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
th 2024, and you are listening to 106.7 The Fan. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight and late night Nationals baseball on this, the day of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Comes your way in 4 hours. We'll be live right at 6 to find out whether or not the Nationals pulled off any more deals. We're expecting a Dylan Floro trade today at least. I think maybe they'll trade Kyle Finnegan, although supposedly they're asking for the moon. And there's a lot of football to discuss today on Grant and Danny. Steve Weish, NFL Network, was at Commanders Camp this weekend. He joins us at 5. Robert Mays of The Athletic will stop by at 6. He has also recently been at Commanders training camp. And speaking of the trade deadline, Lane Thomas on the move yesterday, which we'll get to in a few minutes. The Nats got a nice haul of prospects back in a 3-for-1 deal. Jim Callas of MLB Pipeline. Nobody I like talking prospects with more than Callas. He will be with us today at 3:30 in 90 minutes to discuss the return for Lane Thomas right here on Grant and Danny. But ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Danny Rouillet.
What up, dude? Busy little bees today. I love days like this. I love trade deadline days because there's anticipation. There's also regular sports news, but you got to stop and have your head on a swivel, as I said, to kind of be able to pivot if that is necessary to talk about a deal or Howie Mandel style, no deal. I'm all about it. So timing, listen, Major League clubs are smart. They know that 5 runs last night from Kyle Finnegan doesn't mean he's not worth trading for. They know about all the peripherals and some of the numbers equalizing last night and regression that he was probably due for. Still, a valuable late inning reliever. His value may have taken a little bit of a hit last night just to show you what's possible sometimes if it gets really bad. But I'd imagine a contending team that was interested before is probably still interested. It's going to be interesting what the Nationals do. I've seen a couple different tweets. People who talk about this are saying that their asking price is astronomical for him, telling you they're not that motivated to move him, or they're just trying to get as much as they can. I love these sorts of bits of negotiation.
I'd be surprised if they trade him because they already traded Hunter Harvey, and I think they're going to trade Dylan Floro. And to give up your 3 best relievers when Finnegan's under contract for next season means you've got to then rebuild your entire bullpen this offseason, which costs a lot of money. And is that something the learners want to spend on, or do they want to spend it all is always a good question. But do they want to then have to fix the bullpen, add that to the to-do list? I'm not so sure. But it's a seller's market, as we saw with the Lane Thomas deal and some of the other packages that have come back for veterans around baseball. It's hard to hang on to Kyle Finnegan if you're able to get a really good prospect or 2 really talented players in the upper minors who are close to the major leagues. So Big decision for Mike Rizzo today. More on that in just a couple of moments. But yeah, there's no doubt. If you were one of the few, the proud, the elite who stayed up last night to watch your Nats until 1 a.m. local at about 12:40 a.m. in D.C. when Kyle Finnegan just got rocked for 5 hits and 5 runs. And there's times where, a reliever has a really bad inning and the numbers look bad, but it was a jam shot, or, maybe they just got unlucky and a ball fell in, or a 4-hopper got through the infield. He gave up some rockets.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not fooling anybody last night. But did you know, Danny Rouillet, as we sit here on July 30th, 1 day left this month, we are 2 days away from preseason football. Thursday night.
That's right.
The Hall of Fame game, which is one of the great pretend tease events in all of sports, because it's the first time you get to see a network televise an NFL game in months. And you go through all the motions all day long and then watch the game as if it's real. But it's mostly guys you haven't heard of, or if you're a huge college fan, that you know a little bit from their time a level ago. And most of the starters won't play. And if they do, they'll play a couple of snaps. But it still feels so good to know we got a football game, not a real one, but as close as we're going to get for a little while. Thursday, this week, 2 days away.
Yeah, I'll tune in and then remember that it's not a particularly quality football game, but I'm not going to look the gift horse in the mouth and say, no, thank you. That is one of those things where it's a nice dress rehearsal. It's more seminal. It's more like ceremonial than it is an important football game, right? I mean, I've already seen that the Bears starters aren't going to play. No first look at Caleb Williams and company. So we have to put that off for another week plus.
They made that announcement today.
Yeah.
Still waiting on a similar announcement from the Texans, but I have a real hard time believing that if the Bears aren't playing their rookie, Caleb Williams, that the Texans would play their sophomore, who was the rookie of the year last year, CJ Stroud. We might get a lot of backups right away.
Sure. Again, it won't be much implication other than it's here. Other than from now on, it's football time. So for those of you that don't like it, sorry about it. It's 2 days.
That means next week, Washington is playing a preseason game. That means the rest of the NFL is getting ready to get on the field. So more than anything, it's just a mile marker. And to hear one of your favorite broadcast themes played and some familiar voices calling an NFL game, it just gets you back into the flow. And it lets you know everything's going to be okay. It's like the pillow at your house that you crave getting back to, right? When you're on a vacation or something. We're back.
There for you.
Johnny Newton spoke to the media today, the rookie defensive tackle for the Commanders. This was actually really interesting. I had not heard this, and maybe he broke his own news on this because I didn't see this anywhere. So you know that he had the foot operation earlier this offseason on a foot that the Commanders and every other team knew needed to be operated on. He played through the pain this season. He played through an injury. So he had the right foot surgically repaired. Well, apparently when they were trying to figure out exactly what needed to be done on the surgery on the foot, and they took an x-ray of both feet. And the reason that he needed the operation on the second foot, and he had basically the exact same injury in the other foot, he didn't find that out because he hurt it running or playing or because he was in pain or discomfort. He actually told reporters today, I never actually felt anything, even discomfort in my second foot. It was never a problem. It's just that when they took images of both feet to try to do a compare and contrast of the hurt one, they found out that the other one also had a similar problem and needed to be surgically repaired. Makes me feel actually a lot better about the whole situation.
Me too.
Not only because of how quickly he recovered, he's already on the practice field. He took part in 11s today. He was doing indo drills the last few days. He is elevating every single day what they're asking him to do, what he's able to do. But it's not like that was an injury he suffered where he was in a walking boot and then had to go get surgery. He's at the doctor's office and they're doing some imaging and they go, hey man, you know you're hurt? And he said, no, not at all. And they said, we could just knock this out for you. While we do one, we'll do them both.
Yeah, we're already going to get in one. We could just reverse it and do it in the other one.
And maybe, I'm sure for the recovery, there's a reason that they did one first and then the other. Sure. But the point is, everything that has come back on Newton, from how quickly he healed to the actual story behind this injury, I think it makes you feel a lot better than where we were worried that this could be a Dotson or a Samuel situation that just lingers forever. It seems like he's blowing past that.
100%. And it is a relief because I was basically as soon as you hear, he had a foot problem that everyone knew about, it's why he slipped in the draft, but we just discovered another foot problem. He's only got 2 feet. And a guy of that size and that build, there's a lot of pressure that's going somewhere, right? For some guys, it's knees, it's back, it's hips, and for him, it looked like it was his feet, and that was going to be an issue. It sounded like one of those overly optimistic prognoses where, yeah, he'll be back. He's going to be day-to-day for a while. Then he'll be day-to-day in December still and won't have played, and you're going, oh, my God, we're doing this again. That's not the case. It's the opposite of that. He has breezed past every milestone, to your point, and it sounded like they had to hold him back just to make sure, just to take kind of precaution, which is very, very different than we're used to seeing right here. It's welcome.
So I want to revisit some of the discussions you and I had to set some expectations for him. You know, I'm buying big-time stock in the player. Wasn't overly familiar with him until after really.
Wasn't on the radar for Washington, right?
I just didn't think they were going to take defensive tackle, so I didn't study the position that well. I knew him from watching a little college football, but I didn't give it much more thought than that. And then after they took him, you go back and you watch, and you just fall in love. I mean, he is such a high motor, effort, athletic freak, just a real impact performer who had, over the last 2 years, 22 tackles for loss and 16 sacks or so in college. But I'm buying big-time stock. I just believe he's going to be a pocket-pushing, a defender who can create some havoc. We talk all the time about how quarterback's the most important position in football, and nobody would dispute that. But if that's true, it is also true then that right there below that should probably be the interior offensive line protecting closest to that quarterback and the interior defensive line affecting that quarterback. And I think he's going to be that kind of guy. But now that he is, air quotes here, healthy, and he's got the clean bill of health, and it sounds like he's on a trajectory to get some legitimate camp work in the next week or two, do you reassess how much you think he could help this team this year? Because I know you've kind of thought it's a little more of a redshirt year for him.
Yeah, but certainly my eye line for him or ceiling for him has gone up tremendously. Now, I still think there's a limit. There are two guys that should play a lot of snaps. He'll give them a break, and they can get more time off in Payne and Allen. They were playing 80, 90% of snaps a lot of weeks. That's just unsustainable. It's not the smartest thing to do.
70%, let's say, to be fresher. Well, that now creates 60%
exactly.
for him.
Yeah, so that's 45, 50, even north of that. And you start factoring in different packages where you can play that kind of, 5-down lineman, that bear front where he could be moving around. That's more exciting and more enticing to me. So this has kind of gone for me from a luxury pick where I didn't think they had any luxuries. I mean, this to me was buying a Cadillac when you're missing a roof. That's kind of changed now a little bit. If he's able to go from the get-go and be impactful and, sort of, now you've kind of layered talent behind John Allen. If you'd like him to move on and save some money next year for what, that's TBD. But it's a little bit more exciting for me than a guy that was going to have a nagging injury risk that everyone else knew should fall. And you were the one that was so smart. We got something that no one else does. Well, gamble might work out for you if he's able to play.
And I'm a big fan of when you're on the clock at 36 and you see a player that shouldn't be there, and next year I can't get a guy like this unless I drafted in the first round. You've already got your vision, and their vision board might show that John Allen's not going to be here next year. He's got no guaranteed money. Or maybe you do rework his contract and keep him around, and you've traded Daron Payne. But one way or the other, this guy's going to be elevated, playing a massive role, and you're still going to have potentially 4 more seasons of him, or I guess because he's a second-round pick, 3 more seasons for him on his rookie contract before you have to even consider giving him any kind of a raise. So had no problem with that pick. Josh Harris was at practice. The entire ownership group, it sounds like, made it out today. I liked that they still got a very nice welcome. I heard B. Mitch and Finley earlier today, who have done a great job covering training camp on site for us here at 106.7 The Fan. And those guys were asking, JP brought it up. He said, when do you think the hero's welcome will subside and it's not going to be like a novelty of everyone cheering and chanting thank you as Josh Harris walks out? And I got to thinking about that driving in, Danny. I think it's going to be a while.
Yep.
As long as they're not bad or there's no off-the-field drama, turmoil, controversy that comes from the ownership group, even if you're just normal and competitive and not that good, that is such an upgrade for people.
Yes.
Many of them at training camp today haven't been at camp in years because they refused to do anything that supported Dan Snyder. So just the idea that I'm allowed to watch games without feeling bad about it, that I'm allowed to go to the stadium if I haven't done that in years, that I can go to a practice and buy my kid a hat or a t-shirt when I swore that off. I got my thing back because of these people buying the team from Dan Snyder. So I think that's not going to go away anytime soon. They obviously have to win to be beloved. I'm sure Josh Harris at one point with the 76ers when he took over, everyone was very excited, and they don't have a title yet. I think they've done a good job. I think the process worked. We could debate that. I happen to think going from a terrible team to a team that has a chance winning 50 games every year is a pretty nice job well done in the front office. Having said that, if years from now they're not getting deep into the playoffs, I'm quite sure people will have a different feeling or just a different reverence or love for this group. But right now, it's more about Dan being gone still than them being here. So not surprised at all that they're still getting the big ovation.
Yeah, and I don't know when the honeymoon ends. We asked this rhetorically a couple different times and even opened up to calls at various points over the last year. Plus, I know that I'm not there yet, by the way. I'm going through a football season where there's no Dan Snyder was delightful. I can't wait for the next one. And I don't think they're going to be particularly good this year. They have a quarterback that I'm excited about, and long term, that's the most interesting thing. But I don't know when that's going to rub off. I don't know when the novelty is, okay, now let's actually start trying to build something, because they've done everything that I have ever asked for the most part, right? There's still some things that I think they're missing the boat on, and I disagree with them and would tell them so if they asked. They shouldn't ask, by the way. But hiring a general manager and empowering that general manager to go build his staff, but have the buck stop with him. Understand that you need to reach out to fans and engage them in so many different ways. They've been outstanding in the community. They have the football structure that I want. Even if I would have gone, hey, I might not have hired that head coach, or I might not have gone about changing the name this way or dropping these little hints about the stadium or whatever. Those are regular football conversations, and I will not take for granted that that's what we get instead of, okay, so the Eastern District of Virginia has an investigation, but so does the state of Virginia, and the federal court in D.C. does too. But that doesn't count the harassment charge in the lawsuit.
But are you talking about the harassment case, or are you talking about
the first harassment
investigation into the money that they scammed from the season ticket holders?
Third harassment case, because there are so many. We're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
We're just doing a football thing, and it's so refreshing and so nice.
The way I describe it to people who don't know, because you guys listening to 106.7 The Fan are the real ones. You guys get it. I don't have to explain it to you. But when I talk to people at like a family party, or I'm somewhere with my wife and her friends are around, I always say, a few years ago, when you tell someone you're a Commanders fan, there's this big reaction, and then you have to explain why and how it happened. And I happen to be born in this geographical area.
You see.
My mom sat me on her lap. And that slowly but surely is going to be less the case. With Dan Snyder gone and the investigations dissipating and going away, you don't have to explain yourself anymore, which is just a good feeling. Mike Rizzo doesn't have to explain himself, I don't think, after yesterday's Lane Thomas trade, because it was a really good return for the Nationals. Although I will tell you that there are fans that are upset that they're trading veterans. I think those are the same fans probably that hated the Juan Soto deal or were mad that they traded Jamer Candelario for a 2-player package that included DJ Hurst, who's become a fixture in the rotation. But the rebuild continues, and Lane Thomas was the latest player to get dealt last night to the Cleveland Guardians. He's in the lineup for Cleveland this afternoon, batting second and playing right field, where he was a mainstay here in D.C. In fact, he was the organizational player of the year, 2 straight years, the MVP at the major league level, as voted by the media the last 2 seasons, which is a fairly dubious honor, I would say, here in Washington offensively. But he did do some really good things. They acquired him for a starter who was on his way out of the big leagues and having to retire soon thereafter, John Lester, with an ERA over 5 at the deadline 2 years ago. And Thomas would go on to play a couple of very productive seasons. And then this year with the Nationals, for trading him, the Nats get a 3-player package, a 19-year-old single-A lefty named Alex Clemmie, who was the 58th pick in the draft last year. Huge strikeout numbers and a huge kid, 6'6". He was the number 8 prospect in the Guardian system to begin this year. And he's better than that in the rankings now. Fastball's big time. Tops out at 99. Was talking to someone who's seen him a bunch last night. They love how limmy he is and whippy the arm is. Throws a lot of balls, though. Needs to throw the ball over the plate. So it's high risk, high reward.
Sure.
But it's a teenager. He's the centerpiece of the deal. Another 19-year-old single-A player, a shortstop named Rafael Ramirez, who's a second-generation pro. His dad played in the big leagues. Left-handed hitting infielder. And then a 23-year-old who you'll see soon, probably at the major league level, was on the 40-man roster already. AAA infielder Jose Tena, who hit about 300 with 17 homers and 14 steals at AAA with an 850 OPS this year, has played some shortstop and some third base. Less a prospect, but a guy who's closer. He's got 35 big league at-bats already.
There's a pretty good third baseman there in Cleveland that's in his way. So it might be
Jose Ramirez might be okay. So it was 3 players. It's Clemmie, it's Ramirez, and then it's Tena in this deal. and the Nationals move Lane Thomas. So they've now traded Hunter Harvey,
Mhm.
Jesse Winker, Lane Thomas, and with the deadline set for our show at 6 p.m. today, we'll keep you abreast of everything going on. Floro probably moved, and then as we said at the start, the big question is Finnegan, who gave up 5 hits and 5 runs last night, blowing a save in Arizona.
So I don't really mean this. I'm kind of winking tongue in cheek here a little bit, but I'm kind of serious. I would love to make a rule that if you're upset about trades like this, you don't get to cheer for the players you get in return. Like if you were annoyed about the Juan Soto trade, keep your hands separated when James Wood comes to bat and sit down in your seat. When you're annoyed at Dylan Floro's haul or Lane Thomas's haul, when Tanya cracks a double into the gap, you got to sit there in silence and you have to look down at your phone or your shoelaces or something like that. This is how it's done. There is short-term pain for a team that's already experiencing pain. You keep Lane Thomas, you're going to finish just above the Marlins. You move on from Lane Thomas, you got a chance to be great. This is just easy math for me. But I understand. Listen, I get it. If you're paying season ticket prices, they're not discounting it because there's one less quality big leaguer in the show. So I understand to that degree. But this is why we're here. This is the whole point. We are going through the ramping up of the roller coaster, right? We're doing the trying to get up to that top again. We were there a handful of years ago. This is how you do it.
So I came to the realization, and it doesn't mean that I am always successful in navigating this, but there was a time where every time someone would yell or say, oh, this is ridiculous, or how dare them, or the rebuild's going on forever, and I would be interacting, and most of this is on social media, Twitter, what have you. And you're kind of just, it feels like you're explaining something till you're blue in the face. It's almost like debating politics or something. Like there is no value in it. So to me, there's just two camps, right? There is a camp that understands how you rebuild in baseball. It's how the Nationals built the first time to win the World Series that all of those other people loved so much. And it's what the Cubs and the Astros and the Orioles currently and so many other teams have done to become championship caliber. And that is very efficiently, by the way, and at a really nice pace so far, what the Nationals are doing. I mean, the proof has been at the minor leagues and now with some of the young major leaguers. It's right there for you to see if you want to. But I'm just not spending any more time online. I don't have a problem on the show debating it, discussing it, taking calls, but I will not be arguing with people about how dare they trade their best player? What are they thinking? They were bad offensively and they're worse tonight in Arizona.
Yep.
You're just not understanding. It's the equivalent of, someone arguing about like, we're on a 10-hour road trip and they're upset that you just changed lanes on the 3rd mile or something. I can't do it.
I don't have time, man.
So I could drag them kicking and screaming, but again, we did that when they traded Soto and everybody was angry. And I would say at this point, thank God they did. They're in a way better spot because of it. And there have been countless other examples of it. And if you want to knock the Nationals for their draft picks over the years, there's plenty of ammunition. If you want to knock the Nationals for their player development over the last decade, there's a whole lot you can pick from. What you cannot argue is that they don't do an excellent job generally with their trades. Do they bat 1,000?
Nobody does.
No, but they bat closer than anybody else. And by and large, under Mike Rizzo, they have done a better job than almost everybody in the returns for their trades of veteran players.
They go to the junkyard and find like a rusty paperclip and go to the flea market and walk away with quality major leaguers. I mean, there's an Office episode where there's a big garage sale and Dwight's whole plan is to take a paperclip and turn it into something incredible.
Yeah.
He does that. That's what happened. That's what John Lester led us to this. John Lester, who at the end of his great player.
Nasty work by Rizzo.
World Series champion.
Lester for Lane for 3 prospects in the Guardians top 20 in a pretty good system.
And you got multiple years of Lane Thomas as an instant profit. Then you get later on down the line profits. You didn't have to turn him back in. You didn't have to say, well, that's the end of our profit. You got 3 years of an everyday player, basically, who's then been spun into potential future big leaguers. Sorry about it. Please allow the gentleman to work.
Yeah, they've done a very good job for the most part with these trades. And the thing I really like is the people that I'm plugged in on who follow prospects and player development for a living, and even the scouts and stuff that I was texting and talking to last night that I know from my other gig where I do a show about minor leaguers on MLB Network Radio. Everybody thinks the return was really good. Now, it doesn't guarantee that any of these guys are going to work. Clemmy is super high upside, but a pretty risky proposition. It's an effort to his delivery, and he throws a lot of balls. But they got more than most people in baseball thought they would for Lane Thomas. And that's what you're looking for. That's what you're hoping for. We'll talk to Jim Callas in detail about the 3 players they got back from MLB Pipeline coming up at 3:30. So if you're interested, make sure you're listening then. Next, though, our A topic at a training camp on the Commanders is about Jahan Dotson, who spoke to the media today. What kind of year is Dotson going to have? That's next on Grant and Danny.
I mean, with him, anything is possible. And he's showing you that. He's putting me and Terry were just talking about it on the sideline. You know, he's putting the ball in places where it makes our job so much more easier. Because he's putting it where only you can get it, and the defender has no play on it. So you know, you truly gotta be cherished. You gotta cherish stuff like that and be thankful for it. Because not everyone can do that. He's a special talent. And he's showing you guys, he's showing us each and every day. And we're just excited that he's on our side.
The voice of Jahan Dotson out at training camp today as he met with the media at the podium. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Dotson had very nice things to say about Jaden Daniels. You just heard some of those. He also broke down Cliff Kingsbury's offense and how it pertains to, you know, his role now moving forward. This was Dotson today at the mic.
The biggest thing for me is just getting our playmakers in space and letting us do what we do. Well, that's quick screens, stretching the ball down the field. You know, for me, myself, getting me in space, letting me create space, because I feel like I do a very good job of that in tight windows, letting me move around everywhere. Terry, you know, getting those deep balls, go balls. I feel like he's the best go ball player in freaking NFL history. So, you know, letting him do that, because it's truly an art what he does, and it's special watching it and being able to being that Cliff is able us to do that. It's really cool.
Dotson is a big-time X factor for the Commanders this year. I don't think that's breaking any news. He was a first-round pick now 2 years ago. As a rookie, he flashed a ton in the second half of the season after getting healthy. He regressed and really struggled last year despite more targets and more catches than in his rookie season. He played in 17 games and started 16, and he was sub 50 grabs and sub 520 yards, which I think pretty shocking when you think about some of the storylines coming out of camp and just how prevalent he was in the offense with Bieniemy calling the shots in August a year ago. But Danny, if Jahan Dotson can make good on being a first-round pick and play to the level that we were all expecting at one point in time, well, now you've got not only an added special weapon for Jaden Daniels, but you've got a receiving room with him and Terry McLaurin and a top 100 pick and some veterans you brought in, Olamide Zaccheaus and Jamison Crowder, where there's probably plenty there for Daniels. So he's a linchpin to this entire outfit's offensive design this year.
100%. And this, again, is the second of the two major gambles by this front office, staff, whoever you want to give the blame or credit to, depending on how it goes. I thought they needed to do something to be better in that department, both at left tackle and at wide receiver, mostly because of Dotson. I didn't trust him to be a bona fide second option for especially a neophyte quarterback, let alone for anybody. But you can get away with it if you've got Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Pat Mahomes or somebody that's elite. If you've got a neophyte, they should have done way more at that position, in my opinion. I've gone over that. We've hammered that ad nauseum. But if they're right, and they said, no, we got the solution internally. We got this guy that was miscast last year. We got this guy that, this was a Howell Bieniemy problem, not as much a Dotson problem. You watch the production. If they're right, this is a different eye line for the season. I think it's a much more functional offense. It's better for Daniels' development. Everything about it is enormous in terms of the growth of this kind of program here in year number one. It's a risk I wouldn't have taken, but they're doing it at two major key, super important, highly paid spots right behind quarterback in the NFL. This is where the money's going. Tackles, wide receivers, and people to tackle the quarterback. They didn't invest there much beyond a glorified fourth-round pick and a third-round pick that was a part-time guard in college. If those things work out, these guys are geniuses, and I will go without questioning them for some time.
He played both slot and wide last year. They moved him around a ton. I don't know if that was part of the regression or coincidental, but he played 358 snaps in the slot last year and 551 out wide. He also lined up in the backfield on one play for what it's worth. They just need a lot more out of him. Yep. He's the 16th pick in the draft. You don't draft a wide receiver at 16 unless you think that that player can eventually play like a number one in terms of productivity. Now, having watched him, he's not big enough necessarily. He doesn't really have number one type frame or skill set in terms of being a volume in a 100 catch, 1,500 yard wide receiver. That's not in the cards. But what I saw in his rookie year, what I hope he gets back to was he fights for the football. He attacks the rock. He can make contested catches for a little guy, sub 6 foot, about 185 pounds, whatever he's going to be listed at the start of this season. He also, in addition to winning some jump balls downfield from Heineke, think about that night game. I think it was against the Giants when he went up the ladder on like just a prayer of a throw into the air. He also makes plays after the catch. He is shifty and elusive and really capable in the open field. We saw him put defenders in, the spin zone where he kind of would make a move or score after breaking the ankles of one or two defenders. Like, he had some real highlight plays. But last year was just different. He went from, in PFF grades, being 40th out of 113 qualified wide receivers in 2022 to 98th out of 128 qualified wide receivers in 2023. His overall grade via PFF, 71, which is in the green, that's good, to 57.7, which is in the yellow, not good, and trending toward actually just a bad season. There were some drops in there, which I know frustrated people. Those you got to put on him. But I do think his season had a lot more to do with the Bieniemy and Howell probably than it had to do with him. And if he plays poorly again this year, I'll update my file.
Mm-hmm.
But that is how I've decided to file that season away based on what I saw in his rookie year. If that was his rookie year, I'd feel differently about him. But we saw the first thing. We saw what it looked like the previous season when you had a longtime coordinator with some play calling chops in this league, making you a fixture. And down the stretch last year, he was the opposite of that. They didn't find him. They didn't prioritize him. They didn't care about him. How much of that was him? I guess we're going to find out real soon.
Yeah, this is a fascinating case study, right? I mean, if you change external factors and keep one constant the same, aka Jahan Dotson on his rookie deal, and we're going to really see the proof will be in the pudding here. I think there's probably a lot of things that limited him last year, right? In terms of Bieniemy, no problem ascribing some blame there, right? Terry McLaurin barely cracked 1,000 yards, for example. We've got some deposits in the bank that say he's probably better than a guy that gets 1,002 yards on the nose, right? So there's some watering down, but there's a lot more on Dotson, I think, in terms of his lack of production overall. And if those things can be corrected or improved upon, again, this is a major gamble, and if it works, then they're geniuses.
I want to establish how we feel about Dotson with some numbers next, and we can open up the phones on this. So he is coming off of, just to set the table here, 49 catches and 518 yards, both basically career highs. He went for 523 as a rookie, but 49 for 518. If we set the over-under for Dotson this year at 59.5 catches and 699.5 yards, so like 60 and 700, would you go over or under for the wide receiver 2 in this Washington offense, Dotson, this season? 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to hop in on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
the first thing I think of with him is like really good ball skills. So like backhand, behind, like if it's in the catching radius, it's a pretty good shot that he's going to come away with it. I thought he's also a good route runner. So to set somebody up, to work a leverage and work back. So he's pretty savvy in that way. And so being around Bobby and having an understanding of, what it takes to play it, I've been pleased. And so when we get the ball in his hands, we're going to try to make plays and finish. And that's been one of the emphasis for a lot of the players after the catch, what takes place. And I'm hopeful that you see that at practice where guys are down the field finishing with them to say, hey, can we extend plays? And so that's one of the big emphasis for him as well.
Head coach Dan Quinn at training camp today. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Jahan Dotson spoke, has us thinking about the third-year wide receiver from Penn State. You're going over or under 59.5 grabs and 699.5 yards for Dotson. I was big wrong, loud wrong on Dotson last year. Thought he could lead the team in catches, catch 70-plus balls, go for 1,000. So I'm reassessing. I no longer view him as a guy with the ceiling to be better than McLaurin, which is kind of what I was thinking at one point late in his rookie year because he's such an exceptional route runner. And there are some traits that are really elite plus traits that I understand why they would have been intrigued in the middle of the first round. That said, my expectations now lowered pretty considerably just because he's not open enough. I thought he, especially playing in the slot and running some of the stuff that he does underneath, he would just constantly be open and getting yards after the catch. That just didn't happen frequently enough. He's also known for having exceptional hands, and he dropped too many passes, handful of them overall. But still, it felt like in big spots, way too often, he would drop passes last year. But if the expectations are lowered to basically 60 for 700, Danny, where are you at on those two numbers?
Under, and a few reasons why. I echo everything that you said. I'm also a little bit lower on him even than you are. I think he's kind of a tweener, not an outside guy, not really an inside guy. And they got somebody else like that here, and Luke McCaffrey to come in, presumably into that sort of hybrid role. The targets, he got 13% of the targets last year. I don't see that number changing all that dramatically much with their new weapons, with Austin Eckler, who's going to have an increased target share over guys like Antonio Gibson or Brian Robinson out of the backfield. Zach Ertz is going to take targets. Ben Sinnott's going to take targets. McCaffrey's going to take targets. I think you'll see just as many, if not more, go to Terry McLaurin than last year. And I don't think he's going to be running deep enough. I don't think he's going to be running, kind of those more intermediate routes. I don't think that's where he stands out, quite frankly, to get separation. I don't see the production going up that high. I do think he has maybe more than last year, but nowhere near enough to justify the draft slot or otherwise. He'll be their kind of 2.5 or 3.5, however you want to put it, in terms of wide receiver options. But I just don't see a huge productivity boom there.
I think that's certainly the most likely outcome. I'm going to take the overs and kind of take one more shot rolling the dice on Dotson here. I actually think his 13% will go up some, maybe not a ton. But if you're talking about usage in the offense, there's not proven depth that you've got to involve. Right now, McCaffrey is not running with the starters necessarily. It's not like Olamide Zaccheaus or even like Jamison Crowder has flashed the second most of their wide receivers to this point, perhaps. Like those guys may or may not ever really figure into the plan. So there's going to be footballs to go around, I think.
So what number I wanted to add, I apologize, I didn't do it my little soliloquy there. They led the league in pass attempts last year. I don't expect that this year. I don't think they're going to be 640 times dropping back. Sure. That's not good for anybody. So that 13% target share is going to be less of a bigger pie.
I agree with
that.
that.
Offer that, yeah.
Although I will say that I think they're going to run more plays because they'll be better on offense, like total overall
Give and take
plays.
there, sure.
And so maybe you don't have as many pass attempts per se, but you run more plays and you're more efficient. And there were also, drives and even games where he just was not involved at all. Like 13% even surprises me a little bit because it seems like they would not include him. And I think they're going to include him far more often with a more competent person in running this offense. Let's go to Elia in D.C. on Elijah, I guess. I read that weird. Elijah, what's up? You're on G&D.
What's going on, fellas? What a great question. It was like right on the line for me, but I'm going to take the over one because Jaden Daniels schematically, what a defense is going to have to do. You have a running quarterback who A, has his skill set, and B, hinting at not running, going with a no huddle, an up-tempo offense. Schematically, I think Dotson is going to benefit from defenses not being able to account for him and him being able to kind of freely move around the board, almost how Hunter was able to do in Oakland for a bit. I just think if pre-snap, if he's able to get up to speed and they can and the team can drift, they say, oh, he's going this way, and then it's boom, then he's
You're
kind of
talking
moving
about
another
like
way.
scramble drill stuff. We actually have him talking about that.
Thank you, buddy.
Harris, I believe. The idea that Jaden Daniels can extend the play and how that could affect him as a wide receiver. I think that could be a big part of his performance this year and that of Terry McLaurin as well. This is cut 4 on Jahan Dotson.
Get open. Find a way, because he can buy a lot of time with his legs, whether that's running, picking up a block, or creating the second play through the air. I know he can buy time because he has the talent to do so, and he has the arm capability to make any throw on the field. So just trying to find a way to get open, using all that energy to create that second play and get open so I can make a big play for the team.
Smart observation by Elijah. Nate's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how's it going today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I was just going to touch on a couple points. I'm going to go with the over also for Dotson. One of the main reasons is because we're running the air raid offense under Cliff Kingsbury. Another one that we also are maybe overlooking is if Dan Quinn has any bit of success, Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, defensively, they'll be giving the quarterback more chances to get the ball downfield. And if we look at Cliff Kingsbury's offense in just 3 years ago in Arizona, you can see that Christian Kirk was their leading receiver. He just finished under 1,000, but his next follow-up receiver was A.J. Green with 848. And the following two had just under 600.
They
So,
spread it around a little more. That's a good
Smart
point.
call, buddy.
I mean, those receivers were pretty good too, including A.J. Green, who was a Hall of Fame type talent. But your point's well taken. They played point guard at quarterback, and they divvied it up. I mean, it wasn't like there was one predominant figure, as has been the case with McLaurin here very recently. Good thoughts on that for sure. We'll get back into Jahan Dotson later in the show. Remember Jim Callas of MLB Pipeline on what the Nats got back for Lane Thomas, what they might be able to get for Kyle Finnegan at the deadline today, which is set for 6 o'clock. Steve Weish of NFL Network, Robert Mays of The Athletic have both been out at Commanders training camp. They're on at 5 and 6 respectively. But speaking of camps, next, let's play a little in or out with some of the main storylines coming out of NFL camps right here on Grant and Danny. G&D, welcoming you back on the Fan as we kick off our second hour of 4+ today. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondorian Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Trade deadline is 3 hours away. Nothing brewing right now on the news front with the Nationals. We're awaiting word on where they send Dylan Floro, which is expected today, and whether or not they trade Kyle Finnegan. The last we heard was that they are asking for the moon for Kyle Finnegan via MLB.com. Jim Callas of MLB Pipeline and MLB Media will be stopping by in a half hour to discuss the return for Lane Thomas. So far, Thomas, Jesse Winker, and Hunter Harvey have all been moved by Washington for a bevy of prospects, adding to a much improved system. All of our Nats news on the show today comes your way, and will continue to via our friends at T-Mobile. Let's bring Darius into the mix here to go around the National Football League. Headlines aplenty out of training camp. We want to play a little fact or fiction. We call it in or out on Grant and Danny.
Gentlemen, the Packers paid Jordan Love a big sum of money last week. In or out, the Packers did the right thing by paying Jordan Love $55 million per year after just a half a season of elite quarterback play.
But man, it's one of those things where I wish I wouldn't have to deal with that. But there's a lot of those things in life, right? I mean, as an adult, like I can't believe I have to pay a tax on this, or I can't believe that this costs this much. It's just being a grown-up, dude. If you want to be in the NFL and you have someone that demonstrated competence, and Jordan Love the second half of the year was outstanding, you already said it. You just have to. Someone's going to break it. Someone's going to not do it. It wasn't going to be Green Bay, especially after they, let multiple Hall of Famers at the quarterback spot go to ultimately turn the keys over to this guy. They were always going to pay him.
There are times where I begrudgingly pay people. Tua Tagovailoa comes to mind. This is not one of those times. I'm not nearly as bothered by paying him if I'm Green Bay as it sounds like you would have been. 32 touchdowns and 11 picks in his first season as a starter is a really good launching point. They don't have the problem, by the way, that a lot of other teams are going to have when they pay a quarterback, because they are a draft and develop organization, not a free agency organization. They don't really spend big on guys coming in from outside. And they also have a very, very young wide receiver core that's all on rookie deals that he will be able to grow up with. Christian Watson, Romeo Dobbs, Jaden Reed, Dontavion Wicks, all of those guys are kids, and they're going to be under contract on the cheap for the next 3 or so seasons. So I think they built this thing really well. They're in a great spot. You've got a guy who's a little bit less of a headache than Aaron Rodgers, and maybe he won't be as good as prime Rodgers. Quite sure that's the case. But he's plenty good enough, and you didn't wait. They could have waited another season and cost themselves more money, and 55 would have become 60 plus or 65, but they didn't. So, yeah, no-brainer for me. Easy decision. Jordan Love could be one of the next big things at quarterback.
Let's stick with the quarterback route. America's quarterback, CJ Stroud. He will surpass his rookie passing year totals of 4,100 yards and 25 touchdowns in his second year leading the Texans to prove that his rookie season wasn't a fluke. In or out?
I am in on this. I think they're a better team than they were last year. I have not really dove too deep into their schedule in terms of the defenses they play, I will say, but I think getting Tank Dell back healthy, acquiring Stephon Diggs via trade, having Nico Collins another year into Bobby Slowick's offense, who really broke out and became a star at wide receiver for them last year, with the depth that they have and veterans Noah Brown, Robert Woods, former second-round pick John Mechie. He's got weapons galore. They'll be able to run the ball every bit as well or better than they did last year. They went and got Joe Mixon with Damian Pierce. I think their O-line is very solid. Laramie Tunsil, the headliner at left tackle. They drafted a second-round tackle to help with some depth as well that could play some on the right side. CJ Stroud was really good, and I'd say right away showed flashes of being really good, but did a lot of caretaking last year. If they take the reins off him a little bit, maybe 4,100 becomes 4,400. Maybe 5 interceptions goes up to 8 or 9, but with that, you are now throwing 30 touchdowns instead of 23 touchdowns. So I'll go over both his yards and his touchdown totals from last season. They also, things came semi-easily in terms of wins for them. They ended up being a 9-6 team in his 15 starts. Maybe with the division getting a little better around them, they've got to throw it more. Maybe they're not salting away some of those same leads and they're really scratching and clawing to get back to 10 wins and win the division again. So for all those reasons, I'll say over.
So I think he goes over these totals, but I can already see what's wrong with the Houston Texans, with apologies to Darius, Houston Texans, Darius. We're crowning them prematurely. They had a really nice stretch. They won a terrible division. They didn't have to deal with what they're going to have to deal with this year, a much more difficult schedule. They're better on paper, but teams that jump up all of a sudden with no precedent oftentimes fall back to the pack the next year. I think that's what's going to happen in Houston. They got a great foundation. I like Stroud a lot. So he's going to throw for more touchdowns. He'll be more prolific, throw for more yards, but the turnovers are going up. He got away with a lot of stuff last year that, again, just bad luck happens. A tip pass here or there, or goes through a receiver's hands. You're not going to end up with 5 picks. He's going to throw it more, so he'll go over those numbers. But we're going to be reading about what's wrong with the Texans a couple months into the season, and they close, by the way, with a murderer's row of the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens there in December before a final division game against the Titans.
The last time the Falcons won the NFC South was in 2016 when they lost in the Super Bowl, of course, under Dan Quinn. Since then, the Saints have won 4 division titles in a row, followed by the Bucs winning 3 division titles in a row. In or out on the Kirk Cousins Atlanta Falcons winning the NFC South in 2024.
I'm in because technically someone has to win that division. I've looked it up, and they have a rule in the NFL that somebody wins the division every year. That's a gross one. I hate the NFC South. I'm so annoyed by it. I think Tampa's the incumbent at 9-8 under Todd Bowles. They got good pieces, but come on, their ceiling is probably about 8 or 9, maybe 10 wins if things break right. I think Atlanta's in a similar bucket. It's a missed field goal here or a fumble there or a drop pass somewhere else. They're right there in the mix with Tampa. I think a little bit better than New Orleans. So I like Kirk O'Chains and the Falcons to win that division. It's going to be 2 teams at 9-8, and that might be one of them.
I'm out on that. I do think Cousins will play very well, as he typically does, and I think he'll put up numbers. I'm not as sold on the weapons they have as everybody else. People they talk about Drake London and Kyle Pitts like he just went to Atlanta with one of the best receivers and best tight ends in football. Drake London's pretty good. I don't think he's great by any means. I don't think he's an all-pro or even a Pro Bowl type player. Maybe Cousins will help elevate him some. And Kyle Pitts has been a pretty big disappointment. Now, he too should get better with Cousins' arrival, but we haven't seen, to me, we talk more about how good Kyle Pitts is than really Kyle Pitts being really good. And I still think there's a lot of that. The guy that I am very excited about in that offense is Bijan Robinson. I like the coordinator that they hired, who's a McVay disciple, and Zach Robinson, who's got some time on his resume at PFF and kind of knows the way the game works at this point. I think they'll throw on early downs and do some smart things. Him and Cousins could make some good music. I'm somewhat nervous, though. Cousins is coming off an Achilles in his mid-30s. He has never had injury problems before, but how's that going to hold up? Is there any issues there? So there's enough doubt for me that with Tampa Bay returning Baker Mayfield, was not on Cousins level, but had a decent enough year last year, bringing back Mike Evans to go with Godwin and Trey Palmer and drafting Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round. I love the center that they just drafted out of Duke, Graham Barton, who's going to start. I actually could see the Bucs winning the division. I think they're both probably 10-ish win teams. I think Tampa Bay's got a better defense than Atlanta. In fact, I'm quite sure they do. Atlanta's pass rushing situation is brutal. They've been one of the worst pass rushing teams off the edge in ball the last few years. And I think the best player from outside the org they brought in is a 4th-round pick this year to help fix that. So I'm just not sold on Atlanta's pass rush. I'll say the Bucs win the thing narrowly this year.
Speaking of Kirk Cousins, his former wide receiver, his former favorite target, Justin Jefferson, has a new contract. And will he find a way to lead the NFL in receiving yards again, despite a questionable quarterback situation, in or out on that?
I'll say yes, actually. I think Justin Jefferson has averaged in his career over 100 yards per start, basically, if you look at the numbers, which is absolutely insane. I think that whether it's Darnold or eventually McCarthy, Kevin O'Connell will prove, as he did with Nick Mullins and with Josh Dobbs last year, that the offense goes through Jefferson. They may not be nearly as good offensively in terms of where they rank in yards per play or as far as scoring goes And as a team, they may pay for it some, but they will go down with Jefferson being involved. There's going to be a lot of 15 target, 10 catch, 120-yard days for him this season. So let's say he plays in 17 and he goes for about 1,700 yards and leads the NFL. Remember, if they are worse this year, they'll also be throwing it more, perhaps, and that means more opportunities for him.
Out. He missed a bunch of time last year, and the offense is worse. There are just too many bodies, too many Tyreek Hills, too many Jamar Chases, too many guys that could lead the league in receiving that aren't him. He's great. This isn't about Justin Jefferson being great. It's about taking the field and the percentages over one individual player with a worse situation.
How much Receiver have you watched on Netflix?
Through a couple episodes.
So he is one of the guys chronicled, and I'd advise anybody who enjoys sports documentaries and behind-the-scenes access series to check it out. It's a lot of fun. He is so likable. He's always kind of had a special place for me. I love that guy. He did the Gritty. He won me over the first time. I think he's hilarious. But he's just a kid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He really
who happens to have an unbelievable amount of talent.
Oh, yeah. So much talent, and he's so well paid now, and it's all deserved. But he's obsessed with candy. Like at his house, he just has drawers full of candy everywhere. One of the things I saw that I love is he's still in the same townhouse after making his whatever contract, $30 million a year now, and he plans on staying in the townhouse. And someone asked him why, and he's like, I'm single. I don't have a family. Why do I need more house? I don't need a bunch of rooms I'm not going to be in. And he talks about where he came from and what the house was like.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always liked him. I think he's just got a good head on his shoulders, and he is a baller.
It's pretty good.
It's been 19 years since a team in the NFC East has repeated as division champion. In or out on the Cowboys potentially breaking that NFC East drought?
Out. Eagles are winning this division. I think everyone overestimated their demise last year. They've cleaned house a little bit. They've been able to shake some bad loose. They had to kind of go through this transition on the fly where they got rid of some of the great players that led them to lead the universe in sacks 2 seasons ago. They will be better on that side of the football. And people have kind of written the epitaph prematurely of Jalen Hurts and that Eagles offense. And I don't really buy the Cowboys this year. I think they're still a 10-11 win team, but I think Philadelphia wins 11, 12 games in that region. They'll have 3 or 4 wins booked against both Washington and the Giants. I like Philly to win that division.
I am also out on the Cowboys repeating and in on the Eagles winning the division. However, I will quickly drive down devil's advocate lane for a moment and just say sometimes when your 3 stars all want contracts and there seems like there is this animus and guys not being paid, sometimes that does lead to desperation in performance, right? Like Dak Prescott has to go out and ball because he wants $60 million from somebody. Micah Parsons has a chance to be the highest paid defensive player in league history if he could go win the DPOY award and put up 17 and a half sacks. Like that can actually breed some urgency from your best players. That having been said, I'm going to separate that now and say I do think the Eagles are better. The Cowboys just had a bad offseason. It's not even like they made as many bad decisions, although there were a couple. I don't understand what they're doing at running back. Bringing back Ezekiel Elliott, not really having a true starting tailback. Very, very odd. But they just didn't do anything. They didn't have the money to. They were handcuffed. They aren't as good as they were on paper, and it's not close. And I'm talking about from a playing standpoint where guys like Tyler Biotish is here and Dorrance Armstrong is here and other starters are in other places. But how about on the coaching staff? Dan Quinn might have been the best coach in that building, was the most popular guy, it seemed like, certainly with from the media standpoint and maybe from players in the building. He's here now. The plan, if he left, was that they'd elevate Joe Witt. He's also here now. I think they are ripe for a step back, and Philly quietly now with 2 new coordinators is laying in the weeds to win the division.
The Raiders went viral last week on social media for having a Kermit the Frog puppet dressed up as Patrick Mahomes while at training camp. Meanwhile, Mahomes has a 10-2 record versus the Raiders all time with a 30-4 touchdown interception ratio.
That's crazy, those numbers.
It's insane numbers. But one of those 2 losses did come last year on Christmas against the Raiders in Arrowhead.
Yeah, the Raiders destroyed them in that game.
And that was well after Antonio Pierce took over as head coach. In or out on the Raiders being a thorn in Mahomes' side in 2024?
The most out. Wherever out is outer than out. Here's what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't poke Patrick Mahomes. Didn't you guys watch Quarterback on Netflix, Raiders? Didn't you do that, or did you not? He has a Michael Jordan gear. That whole I'm going to take that personally bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he lives. You guys should know because it's him and Max Crosby normally, where Crosby like walks by him and bumps him, and he's like, "That's not cool, dog. Now I'm gonna hang 50." Like, he is just. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
man?
that's a mistake.
Also, do you know who did this? It was a 7th round defensive back out of Air Force named Trey Taylor. It wasn't like some team orchestrated thing. A fan had a puppet that he brought. He hands it to the kid from Air Force. He plays with it for a second. The guy takes a video and posts it. So it's probably not as nefarious as everyone wants it to be, like they're throwing darts at it in the locker room or anything. It's pretty much a nothing burger. But the video's out there now, and it doesn't even matter because Patrick Mahomes is going to make it very personal. They already asked him about it. He's like, we're going to handle that when we handle that. I mean, he wakes up every morning and stares at his phone for 5 minutes at a picture of Trey Taylor, who won't make the team from Air Force, with a pinata or a puppet or whatever the hell it was of Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, I am out on the Raiders being anything, but certainly a thorn in the side of Patrick Mahomes.
From the Kermit the Frog perspective, that is a mistake. From the excuse me, from the Pat Mahomes perspective, that's hard to go between the two voices there. I mean, obviously, obviously the Raiders, they're hot trash, just like trash that's been left outside in the sun for too long, and then like a couple skunks have come by. I own them. I'm actually the owner. Tom Brady's trying to buy them. He has to buy them from me. So I just want to say, all due respect, y'all suck, and y'all are not a thorn in my side. Thank y'all.
We appreciate you joining the show, Patrick.
That's very nice of you. Yeah, short notice.
That's awesome.
I wish we would have known he was going to join, so we got to put the word out on the Odyssey app.
Obviously can't promote it because it's not real.
We'll let Lou DiPietro know. Aaron Rodgers will make it through a season healthy and will play at his normal top 10 quarterback level in his first full year with the Jets. In or out?
In on this.
Really?
This is people have kind of looked past it. People just sort of counted him out. I know he lasted all of, 2 plays, 3 plays, whatever it was last year. We've sort of forgotten that he had nothing in Green Bay towards the end. He's a year removed, now 2 years removed, from being back-to-back MVP award winner. He is going to deal in New York this year. I think he's having an outstanding season.
2021 was a long time ago.
It's a few years now.
3 years. Feels like a long time ago, and it's an Achilles ago and a lot of ayahuasca ago.
So much ayahuasca.
Like 9 relationships, I think, ago, and a lot of weird comments ago. And it doesn't sound like it, but I actually love Aaron Rodgers as a player. I mean, as a guy, he's a lot to deal with. But as a player, he's my number 2 quarterback of my lifetime. I'm a big Aaron Rodgers guy. Out on this? No. How could he possibly, I guess, would be my rebuttal. He's going to be 41.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play really at all last season. He's been recovering since, and it's the Jets. If it was an organization where things go well, or they don't seem to be cursed with like one terrible injury here or bad break there, maybe. But he's already yelling at guys because they had a bad practice yesterday was the big story. I don't know that I trust the coaching staff and his buddy Nathaniel
to be able to
Hackett.
handle it.
That's the whole thing. I don't know how good the staff is. I will say top 10 and, Super Bowl caliber team, and him staying healthy at 41. There's just too much. So I'll say no, I'm out on that.
All right, last one here. ESPN's Bill Barnwell predicts that Brock Purdy will warrant a 5-year extension worth up to $325 million, valued at $65 million per year. In or out on Brock Purdy setting the new standard for quarterback contracts, and will the internet break that day?
Yes, it will. And yes, it will happen. Would I pay him that? No, not if I'm Kyle Shanahan, because I could do what I do with Brock Purdy with somebody else. I've already got Matt Ryan to a Super Bowl. I got Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl somehow, which is an incredible accomplishment. Put me in the Hall of Fame for that.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it's going to happen. Absolutely. He is going to get paid after Dak and after the next wave. He's kind of the first of the wave after that. So the new market will be 60, and he'll come along and it'll be 62 or whatever. So I'll take the under maybe on 65, but it's going to start with a 6. People are going to be blown away. He's going to have played in another NFC title game. He's going to have crazy numbers, top 5 in EPA at the position and all these other metrics. Yeah, it's going to happen. Prepare yourselves. And that day, you might as well stay off the internet for sure.
Yeah, if the in or out is he going to be paid an astronomical amount of money? I'm in on that. I don't know if it's 65. It could be 64.2 or 63.8. Point is, he's going to break the bank.
It'll be above 50-something.
Yeah, it's going to be north of the 55 APY that Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, and company have signed for. He's going to get an astounding amount of money. And the amount of like dunking he's just a system QB guys are gonna try to do all the rest of us. that's a great day just to not to log on. Just don't log on.
Fun little in and out with Darius Dameron at the controls on Grant and Danny. Next, a prospects guru, my buddy Jim Callas from MLB Pipeline, stops by with us to discuss the haul the Nats got back for Lane Thomas, the 3 trades they've already made, and what else they could get done ahead of the deadline 2.5 hours away. You are listening to The Fan. Baseball coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. For G&D, you are locked into The Fan. Jim Callas of MLB Pipeline, one of my favorite prospects and player development minor league experts. I normally talk to him on MLB Network Radio on Sundays, but occasionally the farm system for the Nats becomes a big enough deal to get to do it daily here on The Fan. And right now is one of those times. As Lane Thomas on the move yesterday for a package of 3 players, the Nats could be trading Kyle Finnegan today. So happy to go to the BetQL guest hotlines and welcome Jim Callas onto the show. So, Jim, why don't we just start with your reaction, national perspective, Lane Thomas to Cleveland for the 3 players Washington got back?
Yeah, I like that trade for the Nationals. I mean, it's always easy to fall in love with prospects and dream about what they could be, but those were guys I pretty much liked in the liked in the draft. I mean, Alex Clemmie, second-round pick last year, big time. Stuff. It's still stuff over polish. It's 92, 96 up to 99 with the fastball, high spin rates. He had one of the best curveballs in last year's draft. That's a plus pitch. There's some feel to spin, a hard slider. The changeup, the control, the polish. That stuff's kind of a work in progress. Rafael Ramirez Jr. is interesting. The son of the former All-Star shortstop with the same name. He's got a chance to be, I think, maybe, if everything works out, average across the board, maybe a little bit better arm strength than that. Kind of a rough year in A-ball, but, he was an interesting guy. And why, for the life of me, is the third name escaping me, Grant? Who's the third name?
Jose Tena.
Jose Tena, exactly. And Jose Tena is a guy who graduated, who was no longer a prospect per se because he spent too much time in the big leagues, but he's a contact hitting, offensive minded middle infielder. He won, if I remember correctly, the Arizona Fall League batting title a couple years ago. Has not gotten a lot of chance to play in the big leagues. I think he spent about 50 days in the big leagues with the Guardians, but didn't even have 50 at bats. But you're looking at, he's got more offensive upside than I think Ramirez does. He might be the type of guy who could hit 270 with 15 home runs and play a number of positions. So I like that trade for Lane Thomas. I thought that was a lot to get for Lane Thomas. No disrespect to Lane Thomas, and also reminding myself that prospects don't always turn out like you hope. But I thought that was a pretty good package.
Well, what we like to do here, Jim, is think back to how we got Lane Thomas, because that still matters to me, that you got multiple years of profit for John Lester, for goodness sakes. A guy that they probably could have just DFA'd, but the Cardinals gave up Lane Thomas, who blossomed at a career year here last year. Not as good this year, obviously. Still some some quality things on the base pass and otherwise, especially against lefties if you want to platoon him. But what an ultimate profit, just to be able to get a couple of years of their team MVP, a dubious honor, and now a couple of prospects in return, ultimately for John Lester. To me, that's the win of all wins.
No, that's a great win, and especially if you look at it that way. And that's why, honestly, when you're not winning, you should be making trades like that, because you never know. I mean, when they traded John Lester, like you said, they could have DFA'd him. John Lester was certainly not going to be part of the next Nationals team that was going to the playoffs. And it made a lot of sense. And that's why, even if some of these trades seem kind of inconsequential at the time, you ought to make them. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about Jesse Winker for Tyler Stewart. And again, yeah, you should make that trade every time and bring in as much young talent and sort through it. I mean, look how good DJ Hurst has looked at times this year. And, Candelario wasn't coming back to Washington. That was a really nice trade too.
So you mentioned the Winker deal. The difference between Lane Thomas, who got a lot more back in terms of quantity and maybe quality, is obviously that he is controllable through next year for the Guardians. Winker was a rental. How did you feel about Tyler Stewart, the righty from the Mets organization, as the return there 1-for-1?
Yeah, I mean, he's interesting. He's a huge guy, 6'9", 250, fastball slider guy, relies heavily on the slider. They've used him as a starter in the Mets system. He's thrown a lot of strikes. I'm trying to disabuse myself of the notion that you need 3 pitches to be a starter, because I think we thought that 10, 15 years ago, but now, I think the attitude is throw your best pitches more often. His changeup isn't great. I mean, it's fastball slider. I still think he might be a reliever in the long run, but he does throw a lot of strikes. Interesting. And again, bring in another guy, an inventory type guy and see what you can do with him.
It also seems like, Jim, in the last year, you and I have talked a little bit about this elsewhere, but the Nats have been doing a much better job developing arms recently than they were before. And I don't just mean Irvin at the big league level, Parker at the big league level, what have you, but in their system, you look at Sakura looks like the real deal. Susana's breaking out as we speak. Brad Lord's having a huge season. We could go on and on with Andrew Lara and some of the other arms that they have. And all of a sudden there's a bevy of them. They haven't done nearly as good a job, I don't think, even recently at developing the bats necessarily. But is there something to be said for the organizational shift and the involvement of Doolittle and some of the things that they're doing, not just at the major league level, but bringing in an arm like him at a time where they're getting a lot of the pitcher things right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you feel better about your ability to develop him just with the recent success you've had. And I mean, pitching's so difficult anyway that I'll always subscribe to. You ought to just bring in as many arms as possible because, just because of the attrition, you're never going to have enough. But yeah, you do feel better. You've seen guys like Susana and Sakura who have great arms, but were kind of raw, taking steps forward. That makes you feel good about Alex Clemmie, who kind of fits that same mold where it's definitely stuff over polish. Young guy with the stuff is definitely well ahead of the polish, and you feel good about what they can do with him too.
Jim Callas, MLB Pipeline, with us here on G&D. All right, so maybe trades that haven't been made yet. There's flirtation for Dylan Floro. Maybe we heard rumors that they're asking for the moon for Kyle Finnegan, but what might those guys be able to fetch?
Yeah, I'll admit I have not been paying attention too much to potential returns because I'm working the prospect end of things, and I have 10 teams I'm trying to stay on top of, and I've been filling top 30 holes as guys have been traded. But I mean, it seems like a seller's market. I couldn't tell you exactly who I think they're going to get, but every time these trades are made, or a lot of the trades have been made in the last day or two, I thought, wow, that's a pretty nice return for guys. I mean, go back to what they got for Hunter Harvey. I thought getting Caden Wallace, who I thought was one of the Royals' better hitting prospects, and I like Caden Wallace, and a supplemental first-round pick that they turned into Caleb Lumavita. I mean, I know Hunter Harvey's pitching well, but I mean, that's a really nice return for Hunter Harvey. So I would think if we see Kyle Finnegan traded or they make other moves, I mean, it's been a seller's market. We're probably going to be, I think, pleasantly surprised by what they get in return.
It's been as much a seller's market as I can remember in a long, long time because there was a shift. I can't trace it back to a specific date, but certainly the last several years where teams just stopped giving up their top prospects, really. And I wonder what has changed this year. Is it that more teams are in the mix, or maybe that the gap between AAA and the big leagues widenings, where so many of the great prospects coming up are struggling more right away? Why are we seeing this market play out like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of things. I think, one, the expanded playoffs. I mean, right now I'm trying to do this quick count in my head. We have 17 teams that are within 2.5 games of a playoff spot, right now. So that's more than half the league. So you just don't have, because there's more playoff spots open, you don't have as many teams just saying, oh, we have no shot, we're out. And I don't think we've seen too many top prospects taken. I think the highest ranked prospect was probably Dylan Lesko, who the Padres gave up, and he's kind of gone backwards this year. Well, we haven't seen top 100, slam dunk, guys getting traded like that. But I do think teams, for whatever reason, have been more willing to part with maybe the next tier, and being pretty liberal in the quantity and quality of those guys that they'll part with. I'll be curious to see if we are we going to have a super blockbuster today where we see some top 100 prospects traded? I don't know.
That's a really good way to put it. The Orioles don't seem willing to trade Jackson Holiday or Sammy Basayo, but they'll give you Connor Norby, right? And
exactly.
I kind of think the same way about the Clemmie deal in a sense with the Guardians, where just to drill down on him before we let you go. I don't know if you agree with this or disagree. I like him more in terms of upside than anybody else the Nats have gotten in these returns, maybe more than Wallace. I don't know if you guys will rank him ahead or behind Caden Wallace when you do it. But
we had him ahead. Sam Dykstra put him one spot ahead. We have no rest, so we haven't totally revamped our list. But with our current list, as soon as the guy's acquired, we jam him on the list somewhere. So he's ahead of Caden Wallace, and I do agree with you, Grant. The upside. I mean, this guy's upside was as much as almost any high school pitcher in last year's draft. I mean, he's 6'6". He already touches 99 miles an hour, like I said, with high spin rates. So there's really good carry. He's got this power curve with a ton of depth. It was one of the best curves in the draft. It's just, I mean, he's, the Guardians like to draft young, super young players. He hadn't even turned 18. He was not quite 18 when they drafted him last year. So he still just turned 19 not even 2 weeks ago. There's a ton of room for time and for him to develop, but a ton of upside there. And I am with you. I think he's, I was going to say he might be the best pitching prospect in the organization. I don't know how to treat Cade Cavalli, so who's just now kind of sort of come back. But, I mean, he's up there. His upside is as good as anybody in the organization in terms of pitchers.
Before we let you go, we'd be remiss if we had Jim Callas on the show. We didn't ask him about Dylan Cruz and the top prospect still in the minor leagues. He'll be in the majors by the end of the year. What have you made of his season? He's not dominated really since the first few weeks in the minors like people may have thought, but he's been very solid and seems to hold his own at every level. What do you make of the year he's putting together now at Rochester?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I mean, he started the year in Double-A. He spent a month in Triple-A, and I know he doesn't have huge numbers, but he's hitting 260. He's got 9 homers. I mean, it's not an unbelievable year, but he's kind of on pace over a full. If you did it over a full major league season, he'd hit around 260 with 20 homers, and that's going from college baseball last year to Double-A and Triple-A this year. I just think with Paul Skeens and Wyatt Langford to some extent, made it almost look too easy that we look at Dylan Cruz, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but some fans are like, oh man, Dylan Cruz hitting 260. Like, what's going on? Like, jump into Double-A. And I know he played a little bit in the minors last year, but basically jump into Double-A to start your first full season and then go into Triple-A after a couple months. We should not underrate how difficult that is. I think he's more than held his own. And I think, he's still just 22 years old. Once he catches his breath, I'll bet he's even better next year. And I still think he's one of the very best prospects in the minor leagues. One of the best pure hitters in the minor leagues. I think he's at least 20 homer power, and he could probably play center field, although where everybody plays in the outfield, James Wood being in Washington right now, we'll have to see. But I'm still as high on Dylan Cruz as I've ever been. I just think Paul Skeens and Wyatt Langford maybe make that year look a little worse than it really is.
Jim, appreciate you as always, man. Great info.
Yeah, great talking to you guys. We'll see if there's more trades coming down the stretch.
Might just be Mike Rizzo at the deadline, one of his favorite days of the year.
Right.
Jim Callas, MLB Pipeline. Go check out his work there. He does an outstanding job. Let's get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Back to football and our Beltway Blitz. Top of the hour on the Fan. and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We've got a couple of screens going watching the Olympics today. Simone Biles was in action. Team USA gymnastics gunning for gold. I'm sure that'll be televised in primetime tonight.
It will. So the result, it's the sacrifice of having it 6 hours ahead. The results are in, but there'll still be some good television later tonight. So we're not going to spoil it for you just in case.
You should watch it.
Yeah, I would watch it later on.
Team USA?
Yeah.
Simone Biles? Big event. People have been looking forward to it. I also don't know what to do with my hands there because I'm not supposed to say it, but it's already been nationally televised and everyone and their brother has been tweeting about it.
Yeah, everyone's tweeted about it. Everyone's reported on it. The articles are around.
Still personal policy, I guess, for me. Like, I don't want to tell you who shows up in a movie, right?
Right. No one would do that.
Who would just blurt out loud what cameo came in a movie that you weren't expecting?
That was seismic and massive for dorks that care about that sort of thing.
Garris wouldn't do it.
Nope.
I wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't
You
do it
wouldn't do it. Anybody
Is there
else
anyone else?
in this?
Just looking around.
Someone that often explains things.
I got nothing.
Claire, you did feel terrible. I'll give you that. You felt very bad after accidentally ruining a big reveal for Danny.
So he didn't get it at first, and then you had to take him out of the room and explain it.
I explained him what he had done. You know what it
I'm
was?
so sorry.
It was like explaining to Scotty Smalls that he just hit Babe Ruth's signed ball over the wall. He's like, wait, you mean he's all the same guy? Like, that was what happened.
Yeah.
Like, Baby Ruthie. And
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you don't understand.
You don't understand.
No, I don't understand. And it's I genuinely feel bad about that. Like I apologize to Danny
He did
multiple
profusely.
times.
Yeah.
I'm still so sorry because the look on his face, I mean, it wasn't like he was actually like mad. And
So
I asked,
I think for a split second he was, and then he realized it was a very
Totally innocent mistake.
I almost said harmless, but it was not harmless.
There was harm.
Harmful,
harm.
but it was very innocent.
Yes.
But here is I'm actually going to straddle the fence, as I told you out there. What you did was incomprehensible. Okay, I think we all agree there. It was tough.
Yes.
However, if it's that important to Danny not to have spoilers, you got to see the movie.
Totally.
Yeah.
And if he was planning, like if he had a ticket for this morning or something, I'd feel worse. His current plan is to see it in his house in a few months.
That's not true.
That's quite true.
It's not true.
You already told me you weren't seeing it in theater.
I literally haven't said that to you at all. I said I'm going to try to see it. It's harder because my kid can't go.
Okay. Well,
I'll probably go at the beach with my brother-in-law.
Okay. He's going to see it at his house in a couple of months.
I'll see it then
And
too.
based on that, how sad can we be when he finds something out? It's kind of like a show came out months ago. It's all over the internet. 12% chance he already heard the thing you said anyway. So here
I mean, I hadn't. So the point is, though, that's why I can't really. I'm not sitting here like it's not like I'm giving him the silent
He didn't
treatment or
try to fight
something.
him.
Yeah,
But it was just knowing Danny. That was tough.
I was crestfallen. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, I know. But here's the thing: like there are some good things here. You're gonna save a few bucks. You don't have to go to the movie anymore.
I still do.
You- I mean,
Oh, he's got to go to the movie.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I don't know.
You scratched the surface of a pretty large mountain.
Okay.
Is what I'll tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is time for our double play on G&D, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
A seismic shift, GP, in the world of travel. When you think of Southwest Airlines, what do you think of? What comes to mind?
I think of being annoyed because I don't know where I'm supposed to sit and everyone just rushing into their lines and then sitting wherever they want to, and it's a madhouse.
It's over now. They're not doing it anymore. The thing that made Southwest for 50 years is, oh, did you check into Southwest? Did you check in? Because you might be Group B. You could be Group C. You're down in Group F. You're a lowly commoner down in Group F, and you got all the picked over seats. Just a whole plane of middle row of middle seats. That's what you got to choose
in
from.
the very rare minority, I hated the way they did it.
Well, apparently enough customers did, so they're changing it.
Good.
Southwest Airlines posted their, obviously 2020, everyone got boned, but for the first time, basically in decades, they posted a losing lost revenue quarter where they actually finished in the red. Million reasons why it happened. There was a big data outage. I don't know if you remember around the holidays a couple years ago.
Also had some snafus where they have taken on some shrapnel publicly.
And it was a tough time, but they've, some of the complaints with the software is outdated, different things that are above my pay grade. I know this. leadership is basically saying we're not going to do that anymore. Now, you might be going, well, that's great. Well, here are the things that Southwest does that other airlines don't do. For example, you get 2 carry-on bags for free. Nobody else is doing that, right? That's a thing. That may change. You don't have to pay necessarily more because it's a free-for-all. Well, other airlines are like, oh, you want a seat where your feet touch the ground? You want a seat where the seat in front of you isn't in your chin? Well, you got to pay more for that. Maybe that's something that's going to happen now on Southwest. So you had to exchange that seating free-for-all for, maybe a little bit less cost. They're joining like everyone else, though, and probably increasing the cost for more premium services like bringing a bag on the plane or wanting to be able to sit down comfortably.
I don't know who does this and who doesn't as far as which airlines. Charging you for your single bag is happening more and more now.
Yeah, Frontier, Spirit do that.
Yeah, well, they've always done that.
Mhm.
But I was on one of the big ones recently that doesn't do that. And you know what they did?
They did that?
They charged me for my bag.
Yeah.
You should get one, man. I should get to bring one. That's how it's always been. Why can't I do my thing anymore where I bring my one bag for free? But yeah, so it was $35 or $40, whatever it was. Slide your card, check in. I'm like, I'm not checking this though. I'm just bringing it on.
No, I remember doing that once. Where I was like, there must be some mistake. I'm not checking it. They go, no, we know. I'm like, okay, great.
Southwest,
a
changing of the guard.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like that bit where you because the problem
It's a
was,
trade-off.
If you were really good at knowing when to log in and sign up and get in for your flight and check in, then you were hooked. But for the rest of us that are busy living online, a lot of middle seats in our future.
Indeed. And it was one of those things where you if you were organized about it, it would work out okay. But it also, at one point, was like their entire business model, which is like they average leaving like a minute and a half earlier than every other flight or every other airline. And that gate time saved over thousands and thousands of flights, apparently was what led them to profitability. But now that's kind of over. Now, you know what makes airlines profitable? Charging you to live comfortably. Charging you to breathe, basically, is how they make
per
money.
breath.
Yeah.
$1 per breath on the flight.
Do you want a headrest? Things like that.
You want 2 extra inches? We'll give it to you. You just need to give us $42.
$42
per hour of the flight.
You're in a seat row, which means there's a seat here. Are you aware of your responsibilities where you have to pay us money?
That's my move now. Exit row, about 15 to
You
20
do the exit row bit
every time.
Do you listen to the spiel intently?
Oh, got to.
Yeah.
Just in case. Double play in the rear view. Beltway Blitz is next at 4:25. The NFL making a major change to its games. We'll explain on Grant and Danny. Coverage will continue here in our Beltway Blitz on 106.7 The Fan. All of our camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Covering the Nats trade deadline and the Commanders ahead of the 6 p.m. deadline today. And after a practice out in Ashburn, we are busy multitasking on G&D. So without further ado, let's get to our Beltway Blitz. Andrew Golden of the Post. So, Andrew, let's start with the story of the day here. Is Kyle Finnegan going to be traded, in your opinion, before the deadline 2 hours from now?
I think the answer is yes. I think that ultimately you look at the value you can get for him. He's one of the best relievers in baseball. I think teams are very desperate for relievers. I think 2 relievers were traded since I got on this call. So I think if you look at the market and the value for relievers, I think that there's going to be a team going to pay up for Kyle Finnegan and kind of match that value that Mike Rizzo wants. So I think it'll be I think it'll happen. I don't think that there's any need to trade him. It's not like they absolutely have to, but I think there'll be some team that's willing to pay the price for a reliever.
Did last night's kerosene hose to the fire change his value at all?
I don't think it significantly changed the value at all. And I think I tweeted about this last night too. The Diamondbacks hit a lot of balls hard last night. I think the reality is you know that that's a possibility with Kyle Finnegan. He gives up his hard hit percentage 51, 52% of the time. So every other hitter, basically, you're giving up a hit that's 95 miles per hour or faster. So I don't think that anything last night was a surprise to any team, if that makes sense. I think people kind of knew what you're getting with Kyle Finnegan. Still one of the best closers in the game. You're not second in the majors and say that you're not good enough for it. But I also think that he has some flaws, and I think that kind of showed last night.
All right, so I'm going somewhere with this, but out of 100, it sounds like at least 50. But what do you put the percentage chance that Finnegan gets dealt before the deadline?
I think I don't want to take the cheap way out and say 50-50, but that's really how I feel. I really have no clue. I think it would make sense to do it. I know I said that they would trade him, so I'm going to say 51%. I'll say 51%.
All right, so I think that's totally fair. The reason I ask is because now I want to ask you about Dylan Floro, who I'm imagining has a number that starts with an 8 or a 9.
Yes. I mean, he's an expiring contract. Obviously, when you look at the future, you can sign a reliever like Floro again next off season after that. So I definitely think I'd be really, really shocked if they had not traded Dylan Floro. I think there's definitely value out there for a reliever of his kind. I know he also gave up a home run in his last outing to lose the game, but when you look at Dylan Floro is one of the better relievers, set-up guys in the game, and so I think he'll definitely get a return.
Andrew, this is maybe hard to answer right now in the moment as we're on trade deadline day, but what are these moves in terms of shipping off guys that may be under team control, thinking of Lane Thomas and potentially Kyle Finnegan? What do they mean for this offseason and beyond in terms of the team's design and when they're looking to compete, et cetera? What do you think it means?
Yeah, in terms of what it means in the bigger picture, I definitely think those are 2 pieces that could impact them. But I think obviously you're looking at, Lane has 1 more year until free agency. Kyle Finnegan, I believe he turns 33 heading into next year. So when you're looking at that in terms of the timeline and when it makes sense for them to compete and when they'll be able to compete, I think you're seeing those guys on the back end of their careers, and especially with Finnegan being 33, and obviously relievers are still volatile. I even think with Lane, there's so much outfield depth. I just don't think beyond this year. You look at Dylan Cruz coming up. You obviously have Pinckney, you have Dalen Lyle, you even have Hassel, who I know has been hurt on and off, but obviously he has some talent too. And so when you look at that, I just don't really think in the big picture that those 2 guys necessarily fit into what they're trying to do. And so I think it makes sense to sell them. I thought the Lane Thomas trade made sense yesterday. It's a tough one to deal with, obviously, but I think it makes sense. So I think when you look at the bigger picture, I think you're skewing young and you're trying to get as much value as you can, so that way they can compete in the future.
Do you think that and Andrew Golden of the Washington Post, who's covering the trade deadline, which is coming up at 6, is with us here on Grant and Danny? Do you think that they're going to spend this offseason and actually, ownership and the learners I'm talking about clearly, actually get back in the mix here with some real major league talent in free agency?
I honestly think it really, I think part of the factor, I think what factors in is how they finish up the season too. I mean, I think it depends on where the team trajectory is. I mean, you obviously see the pieces there and you see, Jake Irvin playing well, CJ's an all-star, right? But I think there are some question marks. Are they really ready? I think that's a good question. Are they really ready to contend? I mean, Mackenzie Gore has had a really tough month and a half here, and he hasn't looked that great. And obviously, there's Keibert Ruiz is the question. Luis Garcia is taking a step forward too, but like I think it's a matter of do they believe that they're in a place where they can spend. I think they should definitely spend this offseason. Like I think they have enough talent, but I definitely think there are more question marks. And so obviously, I think they should spend for sure. I mean, you want a team to be competitive, and I think they should, but it's just a matter of how much they're willing to spend and what pieces they really need to fill on the roster this offseason.
Andrew, thank you, buddy. Have a great day.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, pal. Hit that MLB sounder, Darius. What about Chelsea Janes to cover the trade deadline, MLB at large here on the Beltway Blitz? With this, Chelsea, give me a theme here. What's your big picture on this trade deadline so far?
I think it is that the cost of pitching has been egregious, unbelievable, sort of hard to understand. I think a lot of the deals we're seeing have just demonstrated the fact that you've got to really, really pay up, even if you want a mid-rotation starter. And I think a lot of contenders are hurting a little bit because of it.
The Orioles are fascinating to me because they're right up 95. It feels like they've got a legitimate chance to win a World Series. And I was really hopeful a few weeks ago, maybe they'd go out and they'd trade for Tarek Skubal and give up a couple of their top prospects, or even, a tier down from that, maybe another front of the rotation type starter. But it doesn't seem like they're going to. They opted against trading their elite prospects. They did give up Norby, and it sounds like Kyle Stowers for Trevor Rogers. What do you make of what Mike Elias is doing, or as it kind of turns out, not doing? They've made several moves. They've added some decent players, but they really haven't made the epic splash.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he says when the deadline passes tonight about how the price of pitching affected his plans. I think, when you look at what it took to get Trevor Rogers, who, if we're being honest, a lot of people probably hadn't heard of before this afternoon, it took Norby and it took Stowers, both of whom, I think if you heard that they were going somewhere, you probably would have thought it was for a frontline guy. I mean, that's a decent package right there. So, I'll be interested to see how, what people were asking. I think Tarek Skubal was, if these are the prices, was probably going to take Holiday plus, and that's just kind of a really high price to pay. So, I agree. I think they need more top of the rotation help, but if what they felt comfortable with was middle of the rotation stuff, and you hang on to some guys who might be able to get you more when the market settles, if it settles, maybe that's smart. But I think there are a lot of people who are looking at them thinking, did they do enough? And only time will tell.
Chelsea, give me a buyer that you think has helped themselves a lot, and give me a seller that's done well for themselves with a different context.
I think the Rays are the seller. I think the Rays have played this perfectly, and we'll probably see some more deals later. I mean, they're just really good at what they do, and they've gotten a lot back and taken advantage of this market, I think, in a really smart way. And then in terms of buyers, I actually really like what the Guardians have done. I think, Lane Thomas is a really good baseball player, as we know, a 25-25 threat who will slot right in there and really help them and give them experience. And then they just got Alex Cobb from the Giants. He hasn't pitched this year, but when that guy pitches, he's good. His only problem is health. So they've kind of gotten a 2-3 type starter who hasn't pitched yet this year and is therefore fresh, coming off the IL in a couple weeks. Will really help a rotation that's been pretty injury riddled and that they've still been able to ride in the first place. So I think they've done a really smart job without giving up a whole lot, made some really good deals on a budget like they always do, and reinforced themselves for the stretch.
Paul Skeens pitched again last night for the Pirates, went 6 innings and gave up a run. He's got a 1.90 ERA at this point with a sub-1 whip. What do you make of the historic season he's turning in after being at LSU last year?
Yeah, he's unbelievable. And in an era where people like him, aces who go deep in games are supposed to be a dying breed, he is, the newest of them. It's like a new generation, and it's one guy, and it's him. He looks like a guy who could pitch a lot of innings. So far, he has been that guy. The stuff is unbelievable. The mindset appears to be very consistent. He has barely struggled, if at all. Every start has been almost as good as the rest. So, I think he's just one of those rare guys that if he can stay healthy, and frankly, even if there is an elbow injury that knocks him out for a couple of years, I think he's just really, really good. Someone who wants to pitch deep in games and can. And I think the kind of starter we've all seen go by the wayside in recent years probably will continue to see go that way. I think he'll be a rarity and a real treasure to watch for the next few years.
Chelsea, if the Nationals called today and said Kyle Finnegan for Paul Skeens, who says no?
They the Pirates say
The
no.
Pirates might say no there.
But, you never know. I mean, you got to make the call, right? Due diligence, as Riz always says.
Yeah, you got to play to win. Chelsea, thank you as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
See you later. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. Our guy, Earl. First, we'll talk about that group whose names should change immediately. Earl, what have you made so far? Big picture from training camp, your thoughts, position battles, how they're mixing it up. What do you like?
I like the fact that Jaden Daniels is looking the way he was, guys, when, we last left off a few weeks ago. The early returns were great. There's no drama, except for, here's the biggest thing for me, and I don't know if you noticed the other day. Ron is back. You saw him the other day, right? He's doing work. He's going to be doing work as an analyst. Our good buddy Rivera on NFL Network, apparently, at times this year. So we get to hear all his takes on how well the Commanders are doing. No, I think everything's great. I do have, Danny, I'm with you. It's not concerns about, and this gets at the Brandon Coleman thing, the left tackle, what they're doing with a third-round pick, and I'm not saying he can't play. Look, I put this out because Rooster talked about it. First of all Rooster is worried about is why is there a basketball out at Ashburn and other stuff. Why is there a basketball out here? Which is great. It's just great to have football back. You see, I'm all over the place. But the Brandon Coleman thing, he puts this out the other day. Well, he's working with the ones. And I kind of piggybacked on that. It's kind of basically that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off because, third round pick. And I know it was high, a third round pick, 67, I think, overall. But, it may just be a thing where the offensive line that they inherited, the new staff, new regime, it's just so bad that, a guy that they can coach up a little bit. And it's not one of these top tier guys, which was kind of my point. And then I get, of course, all the fans are like, well, just because you get the third round pick doesn't mean he can't play. Of course it doesn't. And look, we know this franchise. We had an undrafted guy that Joe Gibbs thought was a defensive lineman, become one of the best tackles of his era in Joe Jacoby. So we know that. But the point is, and I've said this to you a couple of times, that if you're not picking these, they're like quarterbacks to me, left tackles. You've got to get one of these premier guys. Not to say he can't be. I think it's a risk what they're doing. But here, let me give you a stat. And I pointed this out to the person who was on me on Twitter about this and never heard back from him, by the way. There are 15 other teams, gentlemen, in the NFC, correct?
Yes.
Other than the Washington Commanders. Those 15 teams, how many do you think have first-round picks at left tackle?
4?
10.
12. 12 of the 15. Now, it's not the only way, but there's kind of a formula there in the NFL that you need a stud quarterback, and that's some would say maybe the most important position on the team. I think it's the second one, certainly at left tackle, and I think it's incomplete right now. And they couldn't fix everything in one off season. I understand that. They didn't obviously want to spend money on some of the top tier guys, the older veterans that were out there to at least shore it up for a year or two. So we will see. But we'll find out for sure when the real games start, week 1, if that's the right answer or not. I'm not sure.
Earl, it's a small thing, but they gave away bucket hats to the fans and it was packed again today.
Yeah.
I love the idea of giving something away. That's a baseball tradition, baseball game thing, bobbleheads, whatever. You almost never see it anymore at NFL games because you don't need to do it. Yeah. There aren't that many games, a little more demand for your supply. But just to give something to fans as they walked in, I thought was pretty symbolic and cool.
Yeah, they're doing something for all these fans. Now, I think today, wasn't it just season ticket holders again? I'm not sure about that. But, they're making the effort, right? And this goes back. They've only been, the Harris group has only been in charge just over a year now. So, I mean, this is it's a complete overhaul of this organization, really, from where we were just a little over a year ago, guys, with players, 2/3 of the roster turnover, new quarterback, everybody, except for, a handful of people in that building are new people, in essence. And it's an organization remake that is in progress. It is the renovation when you kind of have to tear everything down to the studs or foundation and start rebuilding. They've done a great job. And it seems like Adam Peters, at least, and Dan Quinn feel like they have a team that they like a lot, and it gets back to what I was saying about the tackle and everything else. And they're really, at this point, happy about the way things are looking on paper. And maybe it's just about that guy that apparently, if you watch Hard Knocks, that the Giants were willing to trade up for, even though they say they're fine with Daniel Jones, who missed a wide open guy in practice today. So there's optimism from people we trust. And I think that's, kind of what I'm taking away here, that it's okay right now and everything's fine and it's been quiet and drama-free. DC is good. What we've all been through for 3 decades. And we've already seen reports, it started day 1 of camp for all these teams elsewhere, people with players going down. So just keep everybody healthy, no drama, quick practices. That's fine with me. And we'll see you in week 1.
Earl, thank you, brother. Always appreciate it.
Yep.
Our guy, Earl Forsey, on the Beltway Blitz, breaking down the Commanders. You'll hear him every 30 minutes or so all day long right here on the Fan. He just referenced the Giants and their Hard Knocks behind the scenes for their offseason decision-making. That's how we found out that they wanted to trade up.
Yep.
It's Tuesday. Tonight, another installment. I actually found myself this afternoon when I thought about it. I'm like, wait, did I miss that last night? Oh, no, it's Tuesday. It's tonight.
I've done that 3 or 4 different times.
Super excited.
Yeah.
Like I this season, I've over-talked about it. We have not had an installment of Hard Knocks at this level, this quality of program, since the OG, when they followed the Baltimore Ravens. No one knew what to expect, and it was just groundbreaking, earth-shattering, never-before-seen access and behind-the-scenes fun.
Have there been 3 episodes or 4? 3, I think?
4 at
4.
least.
So I think 3 of the times I've come in on Tuesday being like, oh, I missed Hard Knocks last night. And you guys have both, I've said every time, that's because it didn't air last night. It airs tonight. I'm just off rhythm about it.
Tremendous.
It's so good.
The idea that we get to see the all-access pass to the interviews before the draft, the calls to free agents, conversations with agents. We have found out, it sounds like, that people on the other side of the phone didn't always know that the calls were being recorded, which is
so good,
curious, but also makes it even better. It has been ultra compelling television, and another episode tonight has me fired up.
And Hard Knocks with the Bears debuts next Tuesday.
Does it really?
So it goes right into, from off season right into training camps.
We'll only have a quick little respite early in the year, and then we'll have the in-season version following the AFC North, I believe it is, right? The Steelers, Bengals, Browns going to be heavily featured in the AFC North with the Ravens. So very, very cool. Speaking of access and interviews, every head coach is going to be mandated to talk during games this NFL season. Will that add anything to your viewing experience? Let's get into that next, right here on Grant and Danny. Taking you up to 6:30 this evening, we're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Steve Weish of NFL Network was at Commanders training camp over the weekend. We'll talk to him about what he saw. I always like the perspective of some of the national NFL media types like Steve, who go to a bunch of different camps. He's been at 4 or 5 training camps. So you could juxtapose the feel of Washington versus other teams, and specifically some of the really good teams. Energy, excitement, work they're putting in, pace of practices. I think that's valuable. So look forward to catching up with Steve in that regard. Danny, one of the big stories we wanted to get to yesterday that got left on the chopping block was the development in NFL media that the NFL is going to mandate that head coaches talk during games in the 2024 season. Each team has to provide a head coach. So they'll have an interview in the first half with one team and in the second half with the other, which is a departure from the previous rules. What you guys are used to watching is seeing these quick little interviews before or after halftime or right before kickoff, where let's throw down to the sideline and Carissa Thompson, and she's standing next to Ron Rivera, and she says, Coach, you guys are without 2 left tackles today. You're down to your 3rd guy on the roster. Are you sure you're going to be good enough to win or whatever? And then he says, we're going to do what we can. We're going to elevate.
Really well. Okay.
This is how we found out when Rivera said, remember at halftime of the Bears game coming out at halftime, what did you say to the team? Well, I didn't say anything. I'll let them do the talking. Okay. But there is normally an interview before the game starts, right before the game, right before the kickoff of the second half, or maybe walking into the locker room. And that was the option given to coaches before. But now you see this in other sports, Major League Baseball, when the manager's in the dugout wearing the headset, and some of the other games that you guys watch. In hockey, you see this on the bench where Spencer Carberry's got the headset on and he's talking coming back from break. They want these interviews done during the actual game with these coaches.
So for me, 90% of them are, I don't want to say a waste of time, because that's not how I feel. They're non-needle movers for the most part for me. It's a cliche. It's kind of it's hard to get a probing, in-depth kind of question. They're looking to get out of there. The host, it's almost like or the Southern reporter almost like feels bad having to ask them to interrupt their job, etc. But every 1 out of 10, every 1 out of 20, you get that Rivera answer. You get that, oh my God, my jaw's on the floor. What are you talking about? What are you doing, dude? Like, holy crap. And that's why it's worth it to me. See what I'm saying? Like, you watch it just in case you see something. Most of the time when I'm watching like a Tuesday night NBA game late at night, or I'll flip around to MLB Network and see the Padres and the Mariners playing an interleague game, you're not going to see much. You'll see baseball, and it's fine. It's good. But you might see the thing you never saw. You might see the triple play. You might see the guy hit for the cycle. You might see the greatest catch you've ever seen. And that's kind of the point. You keep throwing it up at the wall in case something incredible sticks. So you brought up that Rivera example, which is a great one. Most of them, to me, are sort of non-needle movers. They're not that exciting. But every once in a while, you get that, I'm never going to stop thinking about this.
Yeah, so this is something that I need people to explain to me. And we can open up the phones, actually. That would help the process, I'm sure. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines available for you. Most fans routinely say they want to get rid of these types of interviews. And the idea is they don't help me. To your point, at a 90-some% clip, nothing interesting is going to be said. Mediocre question gets asked. Answer that's a nothing burger retort. Maybe a second question, a second quick answer. Sometimes if the coach is really engaging, it can be entertaining. Like Mike McDaniel's normally good and funny and long-winded. But for the most part, there are guys that Belichick it and just 3-word it. We got to play better. We got to coach better. The Nick Saban thing. And I understand if you're sitting there telling me, I don't get anything out of this. It doesn't really enhance my experience. I just don't understand why anyone would say that it takes away from the experience. Like, there was a poll I saw, might have been Pro Football Talk did, and 88% of people said that they wish they didn't do these coaches' interviews. I don't understand that logic. I like seeing the demeanor of a coach, even if he doesn't say anything interesting. I know he's probably not going to. I expect to hear 2 answers that are 10 seconds long, that are cliches, that mean absolutely nothing. But it's a nice part of the furniture of the game for me. It's a nice part of the fabric to just see the personality a little bit, or how they're handling right before the game, either the jitters or during the game. Like, what's going on? Are they friendly? Are they pleasant? Do they call the person by their name? Are they a jerk? Are they terse? I like all of that. And even if you're not taking anything out of it at all, even to that extent, what is the harm here? I enjoy more access, more peeling back of the curtains. And it just seems like people go, oh, well, they're not going to say anything interesting. That's a waste of my time. Why? What's the harm?
That's, I'd say, close to where I am. I mean, I generally probably get less out of it even than you do, in the sense that, what do you have to do in the second half? Play better. Thanks so much for your time, right? Like,
Or
there's
even
not
just
much
stuff that's not real, that perpetuates old axioms. Like, we got to run the ball.
Yeah, we got to tackle. We got to get physical. You know, we got to want it more. I mean, you're going to hear a cliche, but to me, it's not as if they're not giving you coverage and have decided for that. Does that make sense? Like, there's not some super valuable thing they're going, well, we can no longer include this unbelievably informative piece of content because we have to do the coach talk.
Yeah, it's not a or where you're choosing that over something. It's just an additive supplement. It's a couple of seconds where maybe we would have been in the booth seeing Nance and Romo break down the game, and instead you go down to the coach on the sideline.
Yeah, to me, it's a non-offensive. Majority of the time, it's a nothing burger. But again, I think you sit through it for that occasional outburst one, that occasional weird thing, that occasional, oh my God, the guy just gave away everything, type moment where either his guard's down or doesn't realize he's saying something so stupid, or he actually tells you they kicked our butt doing this and you actually get a great soundbite out of it. It's like 1 out of 20 where that happens. But the other 19 are unoffensive to me.
What I'm really interested in is, does the NFL allow these to be taped? Because the story here, the headline is, the NFL is going to mandate that the head coaches do in-game interviews. But I would say that we call the interview in hockey or in baseball with the coach or the manager an in-game interview. And most of those are recorded during the commercial break, and then they come back and they play it almost a lot of the time on like a split screen. You think about the NBA, you see this all the time. If you're watching TNT or something, comes back and most of the screen is the live game. And then on the bottom right, there's a little square where you can see whoever the sideline reporter is asking Steve Kerr questions, and he's talking about the game. And like, even if there's a basket made or whatever, you get some Nat sound in the crowd cheering, but you're listening to that interview and you can tell it just happened. That's an in-game interview theoretically. But in all of those sports, baseball, basketball, hockey, the majority of them are actually taped. Now, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, is that the plan, or are they looking for a live reaction? Because I do think if it really is about the consumer, and the head of NFL broadcast was asked, why are you doing this? Why are you changing this? Why do you mandate that the coaches have to do this? She said, well, it's better for our consumers and it's better for our TV partners. It's more entertaining product. Well, if that's the case, then you should actually make it have to be a live interview, so that you might see a coach interviewing as something's happening on the field and reacting in real time, screaming or yelling or kind of making a cringe face or whatever. Whereas if you're just playing a taped interview, they're just right before a drive doing the same thing it would have been if it was right before halftime.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be curious to see about that. Like, is there a chance that they actually say, hey, these have to be live during the game? You don't have a choice. First half or second half, you get to choose if you're home, which one you want to do. The other coach has to do the other half, and someone will grab you, and you got to give them a minute. I've been a sideline reporter before at all kinds of levels, high school football, done a little college stuff, whatever. Dealing with coaches, they are so annoyed to see you.
Yeah.
Most of them are very professional, but they know the drill. They know it's mandated.
Sure.
They know it's part of the contract. They know that billions of dollars is changing hands between TV networks and the league, and it still doesn't matter to them when you waddle up to them before a 3rd and 6, or, in my
Big
case,
play here, coach.
or even at halftime.
Yeah.
Like, you're down by 10 or 12, even if you're winning, that these people are crazy and want to get in the locker room and draw up the next play. But especially if things aren't going well, I pity the reporter that's got to go up in the middle of the game and talk to a coach.
Totally. I mean, again, you can think of some of those moments. I will never forget Marty Schottenheimer talking to the reporter's last name was Beasley. I can't remember who the guy's first name was, but you saw this game, Bees, and like whether they're down 30-0 at halftime or whatever, just talking about like guts and desire and men being men or something like that. Like, I remember some of those moments. So it's not easy. It's awkward for the reporter, certainly. And like nobody really wants to be there. But the NFL's kind of on the cutting edge of this, where we're going. I mean, baseball's done this to a degree too, but they get it. The thing that wins now, the next frontier is the access frontier, right? This Hard Knocks offseason thing is demystifying so much for me in terms of conversations and how these kind of decisions go. And I'm sure there are high-level ones where these guys are exchanging spreadsheets with information that I'll never have access to that's proprietary. But for the most part, it's just dudes sitting around talking about football, getting paid millions of dollars to do it, right? And I think people have, or the league is kind of realizing this sort of Netflix documentary phenomenon of the thing that we can sell to get us even more, to get us to that further level domestically, because you're not doing any better on television. You're not doing any better in terms of live tickets. You've saturated the market there. You're winning. You've won. The next frontier is that access frontier. And I think it's going to become part of the furniture where they mandate it. But I think that's their next growth opportunity. I think they sense that.
Phones are open if you guys want to give us a take. Do you get anything out of those coaching interviews? Would you be okay seeing them go away, or you like me? And even though they're not overly informative, it's a part of the fabric that you kind of enjoy as you're watching these games. 800-636-1067. Danny, next, let's get into Jamin Davis. They're not saying this yet, but he's basically moved positions, and maybe he's fighting for a roster spot at this point. That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. Jamon Davis, drafted as a linebacker, is playing almost exclusively at defensive end off the edge so far in camp. This is what a lot of people wanted, I think. Or think about how Dan Quinn treated Micah Parsons, who was, people forget this, but an off-ball linebacker basically at Penn State, showed the propensity, though, to rush the passer. Nobody coming out of that draft and even camp and mini camp preseason, I don't think anybody had the idea that he was just going to be a full-time edge who would immediately be one of the better pass rushers in the National Football League. And that's what happened. And so Jamon Davis, who's shown the ability to rush the quarterback when he stands up and pins his ears back, it seemed like was a natural fit to move positions for Dan Quinn and be something of a Micah Parsons type project. Not to say he has that same potential or upside, like that kind of mold from linebacker to edge. And we're already seeing it at training camp, Danny. But here's the problem. If you buy a lot of the reports are that he doesn't look natural, which you'd assume, that he's struggling a little bit, and that maybe he's fighting an uphill battle now as a roster bubble guy. And I just think it's way too soon to assume that. If you're moving his position, this staff's got to give him some leeway then, right? I mean, he was a first-round pick. It's not like he doesn't look like an NFL player. I think by the end of last season, that was a serviceable NFL linebacker. The biggest issue for Jamon Davis, who's 25 years old going into year 4, is that he was a first-round pick. But if sight unseen, you just watched him play football at any point last year, you'd go, oh, I like that guy a little bit. He's fast. He's physical. He can move around pretty well. Like, that's an NFL player, and they should absolutely find a way to have him help this team. Hearing whether it was Hoffman suggest this on his show or other people talk about the idea that Jamon Davis could or might be cut, I hate the idea of that. I think he's a good enough football player for a team like Washington. He should be able to make this roster.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's special teams, for example. He's already on a contract. You're not going to save a bunch of money by not having him around. But if the argument is he going to be impactful this year? I could absolutely see a scenario where he's not, and he's, reduced in role dramatically, especially given how they want to play. If they want to only have 2 linebackers on the field at certain points, or even major in that.
But let me ask you this, because I think that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think then in that situation where they're going with a 2 linebacker setup, which they probably should in today's NFL, play a lot of nickel, extra DBs, and it's Bobby Wagner and it's probably Frankie Louvu to some extent. We're seeing Jordan McGee even, who they just drafted, get a lot of work at linebacker, the 5th round pick at a Temple that you and I really enjoyed talking to. No problem there. Then don't you think there's a role that you can carve out for a guy as athletic who moves as well as Jamon Davis if you are a savant defensive coach?
Yeah, but to me, that's different than a position switch. And here's my analogy. One of my college teammates, good buddy, my name Ryan, got drafted as a middle infielder. When he was in the minor leagues with the Dodgers, like after a second or during a second season, they said, we actually need you to play first base. And he knew that his career was over. Like, he knew that it was only a matter of time. He moved as a middle infielder with tools and trying to come up and be a pro hitter. And they were like, you now need to be a first baseman. And there are always, he doesn't hit for near enough power to be a first baseman. He was going to be there to finish the season. He knew that was it. That's what this reminds me of. Saying we're going to rush you sometimes, we're going to blitz you sometimes as an off-ball linebacker, very different than go line up with the defensive ends. That, to me, is a bad sign for Jamon Davis and his chances to do anything for this football team this year. It means they don't really think much of him as a linebacker. If he's moving away from being a part-time pass rusher, aka blitzing sometimes or coming downhill or running to space, that's one thing. But putting your hand in the dirt, or quote unquote, obviously everybody does things a little bit differently in terms of, some guys can stand up, some guys hand in the dirt. But the point is, basically being a defensive end or edge, that's a bad sign. It's far different to me than we're going to have him rush and use what he does well, which is run straight. More so, we don't really think you can do that even. We're going to have you try this.
So this is what I expected. I think when we did our bold predictions, I said before camp started, I thought he would actually be announced as basically an edge, as a defensive end. This is what I foresaw for this group trying to do, because it seems to me like he has the skills to actually help them in this regard. I don't know how to say this otherwise. In a defense, in an organization where your edges currently consist of Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, KJ Henry, and Andre Jones, other than the guy you paid Dorrance Armstrong, who's kind of the one proven guy that makes any real money. I just think there's a way to involve him. And I hope that that's the case. Trading him seems like it would. Excuse me. Cutting him seems like it would be just giving up way too soon.
There's no benefit to that.
Exactly, for this staff, because he could be an extra body and a depth linebacker behind Luvu and Wagner with McGee, right? As you said, he could help on special teams. I just think also this guy should have some trade value, I would think. Again, the tape on him, if you're not trying to make him look like a first-round pick, is not terrible. Teams are looking for starter kits. They're looking for fits schematically. And if you've got a plug-and-play position where you need someone to run sideline to sideline and maybe come downhill occasionally, then a 25-year-old change of scenery candidate who is going into year 4, who was drafted, shouldn't have been, but was, at 19 overall, you got to be able to get something. So while it's been floated, maybe they cut him, maybe he doesn't make it. That's the kind of guy that I would be doing everything I can to try to get a 5th-round pick for, a 6th-round pick or something before I went that route. But I'm just not ready to throw in the towel on Jamin Davis yet.
So that's interesting. Throwing the towel for me, no. But am I optimistic about him and his production and this shift to defensive end / edge / rusher? No, either, because it's hard. I think we underestimate, for example, how ridiculous it was that LeVar Arrington, first time ever, just played with his hand in the dirt and had 10 sacks. Like, he was a linebacker his whole life, and then they said 1 year, okay, on passing downs, rush the passer, and he had double-digit sacks.
And Marvin Lewis, 11.5 sacks. I will say, though, it's a little easier than it once was. That could be true, that it's hard. I mean, in fact, it is true. I think we all agree. But, football is more positionless than it ever was. Like, there's no reason to look at it in a box like he's suddenly becoming Ronaldo Wynn or Reagan Upshaw.
No, I know.
And your 3-point stance and you're rushing the edge like you're Ryan Kerrigan. You stand up at the line of scrimmage and go get that guy. It's undercomplicated.
No, I know
but
what you
that's
mean.
A little bit of what it is.
But again, I maybe I'm overestimating, maybe I'm overrating taking him out of linebacker and putting him with the defensive ends position group, which is to me the report, and that's what's happened. That to me, I'm putting way more stock in. It sounds like, as again, there's a difference between saying, and I've screamed this for 2 years, I don't think he's any good. I don't think he's special, but there's one thing he seemed to do okay, which was blitz. Run straight and fast, whether it was through a running back that was trying to block or bother a quarterback. He would have early success doing that, and then it seemed like they stopped doing it for weeks and months at a time even. You look at like his career sack totals, they're paltry, but they all came within the first couple of weeks of a year, I remember. And you're going, okay, maybe they found something here. Have him do that if you're going to have him do something.
In the same way that I blamed to an extent, I mean, the real blame is the front office and the people that drafted him and thought he was what he was. But Jack Del Rio got an X, not a sticker, but an X from me for not figuring it out, like you were just saying. And I would feel the same way about this staff. Like, this guy, it's not like me. You got to find a way for Danny Roudier to help you make plays.
That's a hard ask.
It's even by NFL standards defensively, it's a 90th percentile athlete via the metrics, right? Like, find a way to get this guy involved and help him get to a point where he can help you. That to me shouldn't be mission impossible if this defensive staff, which I think is one of the best in football, is as good as I'm anticipating. The Commanders play the Jets on August 10th coming up next week, which is awesome, but a big preseason ahead at the Jets, at the Dolphins, and then hosting the Patriots, a tour of the AFC East. Jamin Davis is going to have to flash a few times to help his cause. Steve Weiss saw him and the rest of the Commanders at training camp over the weekend. The NFL Network host joins us next on Grant and Danny. As the exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program, the law firm of Kandori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They're going to take great care of you. They're going to help you draft your will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. This is real serious adult stuff. You need someone to help guide you through it, and our guys will take care of the business for you. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. They'll give you a nice discount. kmlawyers.com. We've been talking about training camp today out in Ashburn. Coverage of camp on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. And we are pleased to be joined right now by Steve Weish, who I've known for many, many years, does an outstanding job covering the National Football League. You see him on NFL Network and all over NFL media. And he was just in Ashburn with the Commanders over the weekend. So we wanted to tap into his expertise. Steve, it's Grant and Danny here in D.C. Thank you so much for the time. How you doing?
Grant and Danny, thanks for having me, man.
Pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. So I know you've been busy making the rounds. We'll talk about some of the other stops, but one of the things I love doing is having the national reporters on because you've got other camps to juxtapose Washington too. What were some of your observations being around Dan Quinn's operation over the weekend?
Yeah, first off, when I was there, they weren't in pads yet. I think today was their first day in pads. So, when you see these teams, basically going through touch football, you look at kind of how they pace their practice, how they, during kicking game, what are other guys doing over to the side? And you see Dan Quinn, he runs a really organized and sharp choreographed practice, right? It's not very long. So guys are always doing something to do recognition drills, quarterbacks recognizing coverages or alignments, offensive linemen doing things to recognize different types of games defensive fronts will run, and so on and so on. So you saw that, you saw the pace of it. So overall, that was kind of, really good to watch. No surprise. He did in Atlanta. This is a Super Bowl coach. He had one of the best defenses for years in the NFL in Dallas by doing things this way. But of course, all eyes are on Jaden Daniels in that quarterback situation. In the day I was there, it was weird. The offense had 4 pre-snap penalties and team drills and things like that. So it's a little sloppy. But in terms of Jaden, you can just see the talent. Now it's going to be how they mesh his skill set into how Cliff Kingsbury wants to run this offense.
So, Steve, what do you make in general, because you've been doing this for a minute now, of kind of the trend lines in terms of preseason training camp? I'm old enough to remember 2-a-days in the heat and everybody, their heads were ringing and it was like water is for quitters. Obviously, it's a different time now. Where does Washington sort of fit into that spectrum of kind of the new school?
It's very much similar. That's all across the NFL. Because it's with the NFL, it's the trend word you've heard the past 3 or 4 years is the ramp up period, and so you see that kind of going. One, make sure to take care of these guys, ramp them up so they're not pulling hamstrings on day 4 of camp and stuff like that. So they're right in alignment with that. Nothing different than most teams.
Steve, you left off your answer on Daniels by saying it's about now fitting in with Kingsbury. I don't know if you got to talk to Cliff, but what did you figure out about their relationship and how that fit is going?
Yeah, I didn't get to talk to Cliff, but everything I'm hearing is it's great. You always hear about quarterbacks being the first one in, the last one out. That's the standard operation. It's news when you hear otherwise, right? So he's a gym rat. They've given him the key fob as to where he can get in the building at all hours and study film. That's something that I found out in talking to some of the coaches, because at LSU, they wouldn't allow people in the building after a certain time, but he was always trying to sneak in. Well, that's something the Commanders found out during their pre-draft process. And once they draft him, they're like, here, you can come in and look at film and do everything you need to do at all the time. So he's going to work. So now the collaboration with Cliff, who's a great guy to get along with, right? He really works quarterbacks. And so that relationship, seems very good for now. It's now a matter of Cliff figuring out what they want to do with Jaden, what they want to do with the pass game versus the run game, and things like that. And that's what has to be worked out during training camp and the preseason, because we know Cliff historically likes to throw the ball more than he likes to run it. But when you've got a rookie quarterback with an offensive line that's still kind of in flux, you may want to flip the script a little bit and pound it a little bit more than you're throwing it if the situations in the game allow.
Steve Weish, NFL Network, with us here on Grant and Danny. I wanted to follow up on that about Kingsbury. We don't know. Like, we've seen air raid stuff, obviously going back to Texas. We saw kind of a modified version of that in Arizona, and you mentioned some of the running totals when you have Kyler Murray. That certainly helps that, right? But they land up in shotgun. Is that because Kyler Murray's, 5'6", 5'7", or is it just because that's what he likes? What's this offense going to look like? Go deeper into that, Steve, do you think?
Yeah, that's going to be what we all need to be watching, because as you mentioned, when it was Kyler Murray in Arizona, and I spent a lot of time down there when Kyler was a rookie. That's what Kyler was used to. He was, and he is smaller. And a lot of times these smaller quarterbacks, you put them in shotgun so they can see the field pre-snap and make their predetermined reads. What I saw when I was out there Saturday with Jaden is he would under center, shotgun, pistol. So they're running 3 different formations with him. And so these are things that will allow them to do things in the run game with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. There are things that will allow Jaden Daniels to do things with his legs, whether it's rollout, bootleg, keepers, RPOs, and if they're just going to play some standard under the center football. And again, this is the stuff over the next couple of weeks. Everyone who's there need to really keep an eye out on, okay, what really works, what works in what situations, what's Jaden most comfortable in, because I think you're going to see them use all 3 of these types of formations depending on what personnel is in the game.
Steve Weish, NFL Media and NFL Network, with us here on Grant and Danny. Just came through Ashburn at Commanders Camp, wanted to tap into what he learned about Washington. I saw you guys had a sit down with Austin Eckler, which brings me to one of the other big storylines here. I mean, this is a very new roster. They signed over 20 players, many of them to 1 or 2 year veteran deals, may or may not be around long term, but to fix the culture a little bit. How much tread do you think Eckler has left on the tires? What kind of role do you envision for him?
It'll be the same type of role that he had with the Chargers when they had Melvin Gordon. Melvin was a big, powerful back, much like Brian Robinson, could hit the home run. Eckler comes in, 3rd down, second and long, certain types of situations, because this is a guy who's dynamic in the open field. I mean, last year he was slowed down some by an ankle injury. Wasn't nearly as effective as they wanted him to be. But, you look at the 2 different body types as well. I mean, that is what you call the change of pace, as they like to say. Plus, you can flex Eckler out, as a flanker, slot type guy. So he still adds a lot. Yeah, he's a guy who's got some tread, but he's also a guy who wasn't getting 320 touches a year either. So he will absolutely be a matchup problem, especially when you got a dual threat quarterback like you do.
What about, and similar question here, Zach Ertz? He seems to be popping in training camp a lot. I think a lot of us in town kind of assumed he gets hurt a lot. He's going to be a good mentor for the young quarterback. I mean, is there any chance he's still a really impactful, high-volume, targeted player in the passing game?
That's a great question, because when I was talking to Dan Quinn before practice, he said, Zach Ertz is such a glue guy. He's one of those veterans. And, like you mentioned, they brought a lot of guys on these 1-year deals to help the culture. Like, he's one of those guys. And he was saying the one thing we're seeing, and again, this is before they put the pads on, was that he still got it, like in the red zone areas and things like that. He's not going to be someone they're necessarily going to count on to be their every down guy, but situationally, if he stays healthy, that's the issue, the durability issue. If he stays healthy, he's going to be able to contribute. So, look, what they're trying to do, and it seems like it's going to be a slow build. I think they're going to be competitive just because Dan Quinn tends to really turn things around quickly in terms of this culture and building and just getting guys in the right mindset. But having a guy like Zach Ertz to be a bailout for a young quarterback, that's huge. And so I think that's another important cog that they were very methodical and particular about when they put this roster together.
Steve, one more on Washington before we go to some of the other stops that you've had on your tour here. Off mic, maybe off air, right? You talking to coaches, talking to players. I know Grant and I have been lucky enough to be able to do that here locally in town, whether it's GMs or managers, coaches, etc. Sometimes they just can't stop gushing about somebody. Like, wait till you see, wait till you see, wait till you see. Anybody like that come up here for Washington that maybe we're not thinking of out in the public eye just yet that they just couldn't stop talking about?
Well, Frankie Lou was one of them. and St. Just at corner. You know, so we're going to talk about some other guys. You know, Jeremy Chin is someone. Some of the defensive guys who really pop. Bobby Wagner, of course. But we know the secondary is an area, you know, of concern, that linebacker crew. But Luvu and St. Just were some names that absolutely came up a few times in some of the conversations I had.
The chief national reporter at NFL Network, Steve Weish. NFL Network's Inside Training Camp coverage airs daily through August 7th. They're in the meat of it right now. It starts each day at 12 noon Eastern. All right, Steve, I want to hit a couple of the other teams that you visited with. I know right after Washington, you hit the Ravens. I don't know if you were there after Lamar Jackson got back on the field from his illness, but buy or sell this. With the Bengals getting Burrow back, the Browns being tough customers, adding Mike Vrabel to their staff, some of the moves they made, and then also, you know, the Steelers, their quarterback situation's in flux, but all they do is win 10 games under Tomlin every year. Brutal division. I think that the schedule for the Ravens is really difficult. Their quarterback schedule is one of the most arduous in football. They lost a ton on their defensive coaching staff and some players on that side of the ball. I think they could take a step back. It doesn't seem like anybody nationally is really predicting that. What do you make of that?
I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be there yesterday when they were in pads. It was a grueling 3-hour practice. You know,
3
Lamar
hours?
was almost 3 hours. You know, that's including kicking game and whatnot. So, you know, you're doing special teams and breaks, but it was one of those things where Harbaugh was like, okay, let's see what you got. And they're loaded, man. Their roster, you know, they've got to work through replacing 3 starters on the offensive line, right? But you know, they lose someone inside linebacker, Patrick Green, to Pittsburgh. Trenton Simpson's right there. That's the dude everybody's talking about. Yeah, we got Roquan Smith. He's the superstar, but his Robin is no joke. So, you know, look, the division being great, that's nothing new, right? It's been this way for a couple of years. You know, Cleveland's been on the come up. Cincinnati's played in a Super Bowl. You know, the Steelers are the Steelers. This is nothing new. So we can sit here and say, wow, this looks bad. This is challenging for the Ravens. They're the standard, right? When we in the media and whatnot talk about, what teams do we think are going to get back to the Super Bowl? You know, Kansas City, you know, Detroit, San Francisco. We never mention the Ravens because we just anticipate them being there because they're there every year. They're always in the hunt. And I think that's going to be the case this year. Yeah, sure, they could take a step back because the division's good, but those teams also have to play Baltimore. So I think getting Derrick Henry and being able to do some things offensively that they haven't done before, are, you know, in the second year of Todd Monken is going to open some things up. But I think defensively, they're still going to be right there among the top 2 or 3 best teams in the NFL.
Steve, I know you've been to Chargers camp as well. Speaking of Harbaugh's, I just imagine you could just sit down and leave a tape recorder behind, and Jim Harbaugh would fill it up for hours and hours with his own musings and like passion sayings about life and stuff. What'd you make of that group? That's also kind of in transition.
Yeah, if you were to leave the tape on with Jim Harbaugh, if you can figure out what point A to point B to point C to point D means, man, you have solved all the world's problems. Look, it's going to be interesting with the Chargers because Jim Harbaugh knows how to win. Like you watch them practice, you talk about structure, and you talk about just a great formula. It is a beautiful thing to watch. From the fact that he has them wearing their game uniforms at practice because he wants them on game days to feel just like they did in practice. It's a real unique kind of deep thought, but it's simplistic as well. You know, to me, it's a year in transition. They're probably going to win more games than they had last year. Their quarterback is just a stud. But when you look at their offensive skill position, you're saying to yourself, wow, you know, they're counting on J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, 2 guys with durability issues coming over from the Ravens. Those are their running backs. You know, Harbaugh wants to run the ball. You know, they also have Isaiah Spiller there who couldn't really crack the rotation much in his 2 years prior. Defensively, I mean, their defensive front is great. You still have Bosa and Mack. You know, people forget that Khalil Mack had like 16.5 sacks last year, but he's still playing at an elite level. They've got some standout linebackers, some really good guys in the secondary. So, you know, this is to me the foundational kind of plant your flag in the ground year. They're probably going to be close to 500. And then they're steadily going to build, you know, where Jim Harbaugh, again, he wins everywhere he goes and he wins to the highest level. Are they going to eventually usurp Kansas City? We'll see. It may take some time, but I don't think this will be the year. I don't think this is going to be the team that all of a sudden is going to make that Houston Texans type of jump just because of the skill position and playmaker type of guys you just don't see it like you see with other real competitive teams.
You also broadcast an inside training camp from Raiders camp. Who's
Yeah.
going to be their starting quarterback? Is it going to be Gardner Minshew they brought in, or Aiden O'Connell, who was the guy second half of last year?
Doesn't sound like Antonio Pierce right now is thrilled with the situation. In a conversation I had with Antonio Pierce a couple months ago, he said everything runs through Aiden O'Connell. And when I was there, which was the first or second day of camp, it was Aiden O'Connell getting the majority of snaps. But you heard Antonio Pierce come out, before they got the pads on today and say, okay, enough of the competition. Will somebody please seize the role? And to me, it's not so much as who's the better player, but who's going to get the other 10 guys in the huddle to play hard for them. And that's the big thing there under Luke Getsy, the old Bears OC, longtime Packers coach who was with Devonte Adams in Green Bay. He's the new OC. Now he wants one of these guys to get a little bit more cutthroat and take it. I think when push comes to shove, it'll be Aiden O'Connell. But we'll see how long that lasts. We'll see if he finishes the season.
Steve, I know you're headed to Detroit next. They don't play outside until November 3rd by my count at Green Bay. And they play only 3 games outside all year.
How's that possible?
Rams, Bucks home, Cardinals dome, Seattle at home. Dallas dome, Vikings dome, Tennessee home, at Green Bay November 3rd.
That's got to be a record.
Yeah, and only 3 outside games all year, at Green Bay, at Chicago, and at San Fran.
Let Goff cook.
I think this is good. Like, I don't think people are talking enough about this. They're going to be like those Breeze Saints teams and score 1 million points.
Well, look, this is why or the old Tony Dungy Colts team. I mean, This is why you build your team a certain way to get a lead, and then you turn your defense loose. The thing is, they don't have Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis, right? Or they don't have, Will Smith and some of those guys that the Saints had to really get after the quarterback. But what they do have is a mashing ground game. People don't talk enough about that because you look at Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Sam Laporta and a lot of the receiving threats that they have. But, when you see Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and the way that Ben Johnson, man, he'll line up 2 tight ends and have 2 running backs out there on 3rd and 10. The team's in nickel defense. They're like, we got our big boys in here. We're going to run it for 12 yards on you. Right? They've got one of the best play designers and personnel schemers in the NFL. They're loaded with talent. You look at what the money that they have invested in their offensive line. They just paid Penei Sewell. They just paid Taylor Decker. They've got Frank Ragnow at center. They get Kevin Zeitler in there at guard. They're ready to mash, even though they are built to be an indoor football team, which, again, you think a team's throwing the ball all over the place. They are built to play in any type of climate or any type of surface. And I think they are really knocking on the door to make a push to the Super Bowl. They were there last year. They just couldn't hang on against the Niners in the NFC Championship.
Steve, I always enjoy our conversations, and hopefully we'll cross paths this football season in person as well. Thank you so much for the time, and enjoy the rest of your camp coverage. It's been really good.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Steve.
Be well. There's Steve Weish, one of the good guys in the industry. Again, NFL Network's Inside Training Camp every day through August 7th, right around noon Eastern. He is their chief national reporter. One of the big stories that they covered when they were here and talked about was Jaden Daniels splitting reps with Marcus Mariota. You and I both a little bit annoyed by that, but don't think it's a big deal. When would it start to be a big deal? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I think it's fair to allow that to happen. You know, kind of did the same thing with Rivera, and then you see over time, you know, the concerns and the flaws, et cetera. So yeah, maybe this is one of them, but for now, I'm not seeing it. I mean, I will say this: like when they get to play the Jets next week in the first joint practice, if Daniels isn't getting the majority of the first team reps, then okay, it's like, wait, what's going on here, right? Because that's going to be the next step beyond just practicing against your own team. You're facing somebody else completely different.
That's Ben Standing of The Athletic, who was on the show yesterday. We were discussing the fact that Jaden Daniels is still not clearly out repping Marcus Mariota. And in fact, if you were to just watch the practices, not knowing anything, you'd assume Mariota was the starter and not Daniels. And he acknowledged, like Danny and I have acknowledged on the show, obviously nobody thinks that Marcus Mariota is a starter or is competing to be a starter. This is the Jaden Daniels show, but they're just not repping things out that way yet. That'll change soon. And as he put it, by this time next week, if it hasn't changed, okay, then that gets a little more ridiculous. And as he went on to say, he'd start asking some tougher questions about it. But right now, it just seems like their plan to ramp him up and to get him ready for game week, as it were, next week. This was when we talked to him about the split on the quarterback reps, Mariota versus Daniels, earlier in the conversation.
The thing like this, really in this camp, but kind of the last couple of days in particular, you know, we talked so much the previous 4 years about position flex and all that stuff, but it's even more notable here because, and what I'm saying is that, like, the first team is not necessarily the first team, right? I mean, like today, for example, the left guard was Michael Dieter, who's viewed as the backup center. A third-round pick, Brandon Coleman, was starting at one of the tackle spots with Lucas at the other one. I don't know that we think that's going to be the case. The receivers have bounced around, so has he gone first in the quarterback reps? Sometimes, but it's been more Mariota overall in camp.
I don't have any problem with that at a lot of positions, and I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily to move guys around, see how players play next to other guys, especially on the lines, rotational positions defensively, whether it's linebacker or secondary, something like that.
Yeah, you'll probably be in a November game where you need Michael Dieter to play right guard or center in the same lineup or something. You know what I mean?
And we're early enough in camp that actually all makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Dan Quinn would say, okay, then leave me alone about quarterback. I view quarterback a lot different. And I view the number 2 overall pick, who's the Heisman Trophy winner, a lot different. And this is now just me kind of shouting at the ocean, standing on the beach. But man, would it be nice if we could just stop pretending and give Jaden Daniels all the reps.
If the question is, when does it get annoying? I'm there now. I mean, I'm here. I'm annoyed.
Annoyed, yes. I don't think the question is, when does it get annoying? Like, it was annoying to me the first time Marcus Mariota started a day with drills with the first team. Annoying doesn't really matter, right? Annoying is nothing. Annoying just means you would do it differently and you disagree. When does it become counterproductive? When does it become problematic? Sounds too strong, but like, what's above annoying?
Right.
Now this is dumb.
Is
right?
it an issue?
It's not dumb yet. It's a little annoying and you do it differently, but at some point it becomes actually detrimental to the development
I think it is a small issue right now, and each day it becomes slightly larger.
When does it become a big enough issue that we should actually be upset about it? Because I've been very clear to say no one should be making a big deal about this. We're on the radio, we give opinions, we call balls and strikes, we talk about what we agree and what we disagree with, and it's a beautiful thing that we get to just do that about football now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a win for everybody, and we're happy about it. So a small disagreement with the coaching staff is not the end of the world, and hopefully they'll be right way more often, and we'll be wrong way more often. In the past, that wasn't the case, sadly.
Yep.
But this is a better, more advanced, more professional staff, ideally, and their front office is competent, and hopefully they'll be right way more often. But I guess that's my question rhetorically is, when does this no longer get filed into the I wish it wasn't this way drawer, and now it's what in the hell is going on drawer? Because we're not there yet, but a week from today we will be. So that means there's a line we're approaching at some point. This was standing more on the quarterback. I'm not going to call it competition. I refuse to do that. But whatever this thing is.
I've certainly been on the the case of I don't care what they say, I'm not going to buy the notion of competition. And I don't really think Dan Quinn's trying to sell it that hard, but they think this is the way to go to give. I don't know if it's more about giving Mariota some work with the ones because you never know, or if it's just, hey, we don't want to just keep throwing Daniels out there with the quote unquote first team because then it means he's the starter. At some point they'll say he is, but they're not ready to do it now. And like I said, they've really been mixing and matching far more than I remember with Rivera.
He was just spitballing, but that would be a hilarious reason for them not to do it because then it means people will know he's the starter. Dan Quinn opened his first presser by saying, if you remember, he said, I'm not going to pretend like that's a secret. He said that. He's like, there's no secrets here. I'm not going to pretend like you guys don't know what's going on. Kind of acknowledge there's an elephant over there, but they're moving forward as if there's not an elephant over there.
Yeah, we are, for me, really close to this is now a problem line.
Monday is my line in the sand because they play the game. Is next week's game on the 10th of August? Is that Friday?
I believe it's Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. But it's as of Monday, it's game week.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, they'll begin what is an earnest, legitimate preparation for that game. As of Monday, if Jaden Daniels misses out on first team reps with the starters, assuming he's going to start in the game, that's when I'm now officially moving the needle to, come on, man. This is silly.
Yeah, for me, it's before then. Because I understand your point.
So
It's game week.
That's not that far away.
This is my point. I'm knocking on the door. I'm just outside going, do I have the right address? Let me check my text. Let me check the invite. Like, we're now bordering on we're wasting practice time. We're wasting it through some weird crusade of proving some kind of point that doesn't exist anymore. This is the league. You have a stopwatch. The instant they go, with the second overall pick, the Washington Commanders, change their name, should be or is Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU. The stopwatch starts. You got a window. There's a window to get him as good as possible, as quick as possible, to have as much success as you can before you have to pay him what will probably be $77 million a year in 5 years, if it works at all. Unless it doesn't work. And then we're doing a different dance. But that's the deal. You're now wasting time. It is a waste of time to have Marcus Mariota do anything other than clap loudly, other than to point at the Microsoft Surface while wearing a visor. Like, you're doing some sort of principled thing where you can't give it to a rookie. Well, yeah, okay, cool. We got a couple hours of that. Let's do a couple days in T-shirts of that. If he can't do it, you need to know that.
Well, here's the other good news, maybe. It's funny to say this. With the reps that he's gotten, again, not that this is a competition, and I shouldn't even use the C word, because we all know it isn't. But it's not like it's gone all that well. According to the people that are out there taking notes on these practices, Daniels has been decidedly better than Mariota. In fact, if there's such a thing as, who's better, it's between Mariota and Driscoll, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 and 3 spots on the depth chart, not a top of the depth chart thing, which speaks well to Daniels that he looks better as a rookie in training camp than a veteran. But I just think that's worth noting too.
It is.
Which is to say that if he looked great. Like last year at camp, there were times where Jacoby Brissett, I remember, really looked comfortable. And you could see that's a pro quarterback who was a starter this past season in Cleveland.
Who learns a new system every 12 months. Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, Jacoby Brissett can run this offense. And then he played in the preseason and he was nails, if you remember. In at least one of those games, I remember he was fantastic. And maybe Mariota will look like that in August against backups in exhibition games. I don't know. But the fact that supposedly, and I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I'll be out there this week, but haven't been yet. The idea being that Daniels has been head and shoulders better than Mariota. If you're just looking at the thing blindly, don't care who was taken second, who the veteran is. That, I think, also should give them a little more urgency and aggression to say, what are we really doing here? The guy that should be playing is the guy that's better anyway.
And I know part of it's my own bias and annoyance at playing pretend, because that's what this is. It's some sort of weird pretend game that I don't have time for. There's a limited clock.
I'm gonna be the psychologist, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Your issue with this, and I tend to agree with you in this case, but you have a hard time, I think, with anything that is like how am I going to describe it? the locker room, like what the coach's relationship with his players and the somewhat antiquated idea that like I'm managing people and I've got to do right by the 53 guys in that room and what they view as traditionally the way to do it. In this case, that materializes as I can't just hand this guy the keys. Sure, you can. The Bears did it with Caleb Williams.
It's very easy.
Any of their players quit over it? Any of their guys turn over their jerseys and say, I don't want to be on this team if we just hand rookies? No, that's stupid.
It's part of the job is to say, hey, veteran, if he's not there yet, help him get there. Right? This is the future. Sorry about it. When you select somebody number 2 overall at the quarterback spot, that's what matters. Stop pretending it's something else. Stop pretending it's the guard spot. Stop pretending it's the 4th linebacker. Stop pretending it's what Quan Martin's going to do. It's not. This is what matters. His development is 10 billion times more important than what anybody else does, good, bad, or indifferent. Stop pretending.
And that's why the comparisons from standard to the other positions, while accurate, are probably a little hollow for me because I don't really care what they're doing in the secondary. Quarterback shouldn't be done that way. Tony, who is on Twitter, Redskins Crazy One, I don't know if Commanders Crazy One was taken, but my guess is he just wants to stick with the other one. He says, my hope is that they are both getting equal amount of reps with the ones. This way, there won't be a drop-off if Daniels gets hurt. They could still get done this season what they want. If they're, and it's not, to be clear, I think too highly of the staff to even assume. But if their logic was, let's make sure our backup quarterback is ready to be almost as good as our starter and split some reps for that reason, that's a really terrible reason to do something. All of their prioritization should be going into Jaden Daniels and making him the best starter possible for the beginning of the year. We're 20 minutes away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We're expecting a Dylan Floro deal from the Nationals. We are on Kyle Finnegan watch as well. Will they be trading their closer? They've been linked to a bevy of teams today on the Finnegan front. We had Andrew Golden of the Washington Post tell us that he thinks there is a better chance than not that Finnegan's gets dealt. So we are on watch now, 20 minutes ahead of the trade deadline. Keep it right here on 106.7 The Fan. We are on trade deadline watch in studio. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. Major League Baseball trade deadline 13 minutes away. I'd be shocked if Dylan Floro doesn't get traded. As of now, he's still a National, best we could tell. And we're 50-50 on whether or not Kyle Finnegan gets moved, but we are now up against the clock here. It was a couple of years ago, you and I were sitting in this studio right ahead of, I believe, the 4 p.m. deadline at that time. And 4 o'clock rolled around and we said they were done. And then word came out at like 4:02.
Uh-huh.
Actually, they got a deal done. John Lester's getting traded. And you and I are like, somebody traded for John Lester? What bag of baseballs are they getting back for him? What half-eaten granola bar did someone ship to D.C.? Are they going to go to FedEx and package it up? And it turned out to be Lane Thomas, pretty inexplicably, which is crazy. Danny, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you over the last couple of days? You didn't make any trips, did you?
No trips.
Have you made any big purchases? Like if I looked at your credit card bill, have there any huge purchases that you've made?
Why, yes, there have been. Why do you ask?
Are you serious?
Did your wife put you up to this?
No.
I mean, wait a minute. Let me try that again. Did my wife talk to you? That's not mine. I'm ruining the bit. Go ahead.
Okay. A Star Wars costume. One of the most famous outfits in film history, apparently.
What?
Just went for bid.
What is it? Is Boba Fett? Boba Fett.
A bikini.
Oh, Leia's
top
bikini. Yep.
And bikini plates.
Yep.
Hip rings.
Yep.
An armlet and a bracelet.
Yep.
Princess Leia's bikini.
Yeah.
By the way, can you imagine the guy that bought this thing? I mean, hanging out with that guy, what that must be like.
He's about 6 foot, 222, lives in Fairfax.
So my question, Danny, is...
It's me, by the way. I don't know if that was clear.
Did you make the purchase for Princess Leia's bikini?
No, it's too rich for my blood. I guarantee that went for a lot.
So let's actually play the game here. If we don't mind, Darius, I'll take a little music. How much money did some nerd, and I feel good about saying he was a nerd.
No problem there. Cosign.
Spend on the bikini worn by Carrie Fisher in Return of the Jedi as Princess Leia? And if Danny had the money, would he have done it? So let's just say you were
like, money's no object because
yeah,
I'm so cheap and frugal
Elon
in general.
Musk,
yeah.
Okay. You will not feel it. How much would you be willing to spend for that bikini?
I want, like, you're gonna be like, oh my God, Danny's joking around. Like, what's his problem? Ha, funny. I want you to look at my face. Whatever it took. Do you understand? Whatever it took. And any time that I was fortunate enough to have a lady in the domicile, here's what we're doing. You're gonna put that on. That's the goal. Yes, that's the gold bikini.
So your wife is gonna wear Princess Leia's bikini.
Yep.
Just to like watch TV or
we're doing it all the time.
Doing what all the time?
She's gonna wear that gold bikini. I hope. I would ask politely.
What if she said no? Then you spent a lot of money for nothing.
Yeah. I would just ask relentlessly. I would never stop asking.
Actually a little bit of a
Is it a fantasy you're asking? 100% it is. What else you got?
No way.
Yes.
All right. How do I say this? What year did that movie come out?
83.
83?
Yep.
How old were you?
4.
Okay, so you were pretty young.
But I saw it on VHS first,
so
and then DVD.
Danny Rouillet.
Yeah.
Did you get Sice?
That's my first foray into that sort of into that space, I would say, of fantasies. Princess Leia in the gold bikini, Alyssa Milano on Who's the Boss, and Kelly Kapowski on Saved by the Bell.
So
that's the triumvirate.
This was part of the Danny Rouillet
introduction,
steamed up bank, if you will.
Yep.
You close your eyes, you saw this bikini.
That is correct.
All right. Darius, how much money do you think a nerd spent for this bikini?
Oh man, nerds are willing to spend some good money on some stuff, man. I'm gonna say it's.
I want before you guess, so it's not you're not crazy. It's not like $1 million. I mean, this is like
it's the prop from the actual movie, right?
It is. It's the prop from the actual movie. That's all I'll say. You guys can guess after.
I'm gonna go $80,000.
Okay, that's a great guess. It's a good starting point.
I feel like you're trying to throw us off the game because Princess Leia, I don't know too much about her, but I know she's a pretty big deal in Star Wars. I'd probably say $175,000.
Okay, $175,000.
I'm going to say $375,000.
And you would have paid that?
Yeah, easily.
Ryan Clary on the nose. At auction, the gold bikini worn by Princess Leia. I'll spin around and show you the picture, although Danny doesn't need to see it.
I've seen it plenty.
You might have it
times.
memorized.
Thank you very much.
175,000.
Great Friends episode where Ross got Rachel to wear it one time.
What would your wife do? Like, she knows who she married. She knows what you are. She knows what you're not. You're not a cop. If she's like looking at the credit card bill, or I guess she just sees a withdrawal from the account. And she's like, what did you spend $175,000 on? And you say,
You'll never guess.
You're not gonna,
no, seriously, you'll never guess.
You're not gonna believe this. But then
a bit of an impulse purchase.
You go running in, you're running into your room, you come back out, and you've just got the gold bikini. It's the one Princess Leia actually wore. Is that an immediate divorce? Do you think she's like, what happened?
Yeah, you're joking around, but you can't have an instantaneous divorce. You have to go through a process. But I think that'd be it.
Does the process start in that moment?
I think we would begin the process there.
Because even though she knows like you're a bit of a goose and you bought someone the Starlight pendant of Gorador, that this is a bridge too far.
You can't spend almost 200 grand. Or was it over 200 grand? What was it?
175.
Yeah, you can't spend 175 grand without asking and then pop that as a surprise, and that's all you have.
And on a bikini, no less.
You can't do that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan trade deadline in 7 minutes. Let's step away so we are back in time to figure out exactly what the Nats did or did not get done. We are Grant and Danny until 6:30 live on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Earl Forsey for the update. It is 6:01 and change in D.C., which means the Major League Baseball trade deadline came and went 1 minute ago, and we are awaiting official word on whether or not the Nationals hung on to the two players that were rumored to have been in trade talks today. Dylan Floro, who's a free agent at the end of the year, so it seemed pretty obvious he was going to get traded, and Kyle Finnegan, more importantly, the closer who's under contract through the end of next year. If Floro remained with the team, and as of right now, there's been no report that he was traded, trying to get official word on if, in fact, he and Finnegan will remain with the team for the rest of the year. That would shock me, though. Floro, because he's had a good year statistically. He's really pitched at a high level. He's going to help a contender down the stretch, and the Nationals are basically right now in a race to 75 wins. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to hold on to a reliever with a 2.06 ERA who is 33 years old. That one would be really surprising. There's a different conversation to have on Finnegan. I've seen people suggesting it would be crazy not to trade him. I completely disagree with that. I personally was hoping they would on this selling market. The sellers were winning a lot of these deals, it felt like. But Finnegan has a ton of value into next season for a team that might try to compete next year. Having said that, we got to wait and see if anything did get done in the final moments ahead of the deadline for the Nationals. There's still a couple deals trickling out here. Ken Rosenthal just said that he doesn't see anything else coming out that has not been reported at this moment, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really, really surprised. Finnegan, less surprised. Actually, if I had to bet as of, even yesterday, this morning, a couple days ago, they were not going to trade him. And I looked at it as we've got a quality back end guy. We don't want to have to go pay for somebody else, even though maybe the best thing to build the team in future would be to add some what could be pretty compelling prospects or close to major league ready talent to really, stock the cupboard here over the next couple of seasons. Then that would require going out and, winning the bidding on a closer or somebody that's a back end reliever, developing one or acquiring one. I'm nervous. I think that kind of means, no, we got that. So we don't have to spend. That's very affordable. A guy on arbitration who's had, will end up with 55, 60 saves over a couple of seasons. So yeah, I'm Finnegan. I'm not as surprised. Floro, I'm stunned by. I guess maybe they couldn't find the right dance partner or didn't want to just give him away, or I don't know. I mean, to me, that's one of those giveaways. You turned a profit. You got a guy that nobody else wanted, signed him for cheap. Whatever you get back in return is good enough for me. But it seems like if that's the case, they couldn't find the right dance partner.
Yeah. So here's the argument on Finnegan, right? First, the obvious point, which was with the market developing the way it did for the seller, a lot was traded for closers like Finnegan. Carlos Estevez got moved by the Angels to the Phillies. Massive haul. We saw it today. Tanner Scott of the Marlins got traded to the Padres. It was an incredible return. They got 3 of the Padres' top 6 prospects. That was a rental. Now, both of those guys, Estevez and Scott, were better pitchers this year than Finnegan has been, who's been really good, but they were both rentals. Finnegan is this year and next year.
Yep.
So you'd imagine he could have gotten a comparable, a similar package. The Nationals were discussing him in deals we heard throughout the day today, but the report was from MLB's Mark Feinsand that they were asking for the moon. I think a big reason why is by already having traded Harvey, and I thought they were definitely going to trade Floro, although it sounds like maybe they didn't do that either. You don't want to rebuild your entire bullpen. And one of the philosophies they had when I was talking to people around the team earlier in the season was they're playing at a level that they felt like was an indication that they could be a wild card team next year. That if they go out and they get, I'm just going to say, I know he got hurt last night, but Christian Walker, the first baseman from the Arizona Diamondbacks, who's a free agent to be their big power bat addition, let's say. And they plug him in. He's got 23 homers this year on his way to 30 home runs again. And then they sign, mid-rotation starting pitcher who could eat some innings. They felt like with James Wood and Dylan Cruz and the young pitching that's coming into its own, Irvin and Parker, and another step forward from Gore, that they could actually be a playoff-type team next season.
Yeah, one of these teams that's in it, that's around.
And
right?
They think that keeping Finnegan around is the difference maybe between having a shot at being a wild card type team next year or perhaps not. Because if you already have to go spend on a 30 home run bat, and you already have to go spend on a mid-rotation starter, and you already have to add a couple of other relievers with Finnegan in the back of the bullpen, how much more are you going to be able to ask of and get done via spending realistically with ownership? So I think that was why initially the thought was they didn't want to part with Finnegan. The reason I changed my mind the last few days from saying I don't think they're going to trade him, because I'm normally pro trading relievers. It's a volatile position. Production is up and down year to year. The only reason I changed back to, all right, move this guy, is because I just saw what the relievers were getting on the market. And maybe they either asked for too much or couldn't quite get the haul back that they were anticipating in a seller's market. They didn't want a light return. And so they said they weren't going to bother.
Yeah, that's the sense I have. And again, Finnegan's been dependable. His numbers, I mean, I know last night's blow up have kind of, equalized things, but the peripherals don't totally support the case pre-last night, if that makes any sense.
I wonder if that has anything to do with maybe having a hard time getting the return we're talking about.
This is where I was going.
Top of the line closer.
So there, if the Nationals are going, this is a closer who's on his way to 35, 40 saves this year, who had close to 30 last year, has been really, really good. And teams are going, he's a setup man for us, or he's a seventh inning guy on my World Series caliber team. Here's what we're offering versus, maybe difference of opinion there. I'm just sort of spitballing. I don't know, obviously, not privy to the negotiations. But I mean, to me, that closer position is so volatile. I was trying to do some research on this over the last couple of days, and I kind of did an informal count. Half the guys that are closing games right now this minute were not their closers for their teams last year, right? That's half. Guys that we thought of as top of the line closers, indispensable, the Jose Leclercs of the world, were bounced out of that role within 2 weeks at the start of the season. It's such a volatile position, and it's so tenuous in terms of whether it's stuff or rest or confidence or use or whatever. I hate the idea that they held on to a guy to kind of, to me, it's a cost saving thing, right? Where if you went out to win the bidding on a Kenley Jansen or something like that, not that they would, but just bear with me. Or I don't know, Craig Kimbrell, not that you'd want him, but like, you know what I mean? You go out in free agency, you're going to spend so much more money to fill that position. And that to me is a cost that's worth it, because you're not just buying that one position, you're buying multiple potential big leaguers that would come in a trade.
You're saying a cost saving thing because you think they didn't trade him so that they didn't have to spend on a closer.
That's 100% my belief. Is they've got to depend. What they think is a dependable closer. They didn't want to give him away.
It's not like he's really good.
Yeah, he's good.
There aren't. I mean, there's maybe. I don't know. There's 10 or 12 guys this year that have been definitively better in that role, tops. But like, they're not all available either. I mean, you could. They may still go out and get a lights out reliever and move him to the 8th inning. Like, that's possible too.
So I don't. What do you mean? What are you asking?
Well, I asked what you meant by.
Oh, he's arbitration eligible. So instead of going to pay, I don't know, whatever market is, 18, 19, 20 million bucks for a closer, he gets a small raise. You've got that position solved. Instead of take what that.
But my point is, they're not going to spend 18 or 19 million on a closer anyway.
And that's my point. Is so what they do is they're going to say, we could save on this. We have an arbitration eligible player who's going to be 33 that is a dependable closer. Instead of saying that extra payment that you would have to make on a closer's market, okay? What that translated into, yes, it's another player to replace Finnegan, but it's also 2 or maybe 3 potential pro prospects, right? That you could. It's almost, you view it as a different kind of cost. This way, you get Finnegan and cash savings. My way, which is trade him and get a closer, is you spend on a closer and you get 3 more major league players out of it potentially. And they didn't want to make that trade.
Yeah, so I don't think it's as nefarious as that, honestly. I think they really like Kyle Finnegan. I think he's been successful and effective and good for them for a long time. And it just so happened that they're looking at the market and they couldn't get the return they probably wanted. That's my best guess as to why they didn't trade him. Now, does it help you that he's a cheaper option than he probably should be? Yeah. But I think they view him as a guy who for basically 4 years in a row has been the exact same guy. He's going to pitch in 67 or 68 games again for a 4th straight season with a mid-3s ERA. And you kind of know exactly what you're getting. I'm saying they might still go get a closer for all we know on the market. They might get a late inning bullpen arm or something like that to add to him and supplement still. There is a report right now that the Diamondbacks and the Nationals may have swiped right on each other's names. So let's go to Earl Forsey for more.
Breaking sports news on the Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or by visiting BetQL.com today. Grant, you're right. There is a report. This is from John Gambadoro whose afternoon drive in Arizona, 98.7 FM in Phoenix, that there has been a trade between the Nationals and Arizona Diamondbacks. That's, of course, where they're playing tonight. That Dylan Floro, reliever, has been acquired now by the Diamondbacks. Don't see anything quite yet on what the compensation is, but as the trade deadline is now passed at 6 p.m., it does appear the Nats made a late last-second move with Dylan Floro dealt to the D-backs. With breaking sports news, I'm Earl Forsey on 106.7 The Fan.
So there you go. Dylan Floro to the Arizona Diamondbacks. They did get a deal done. They'll add a minor leaguer. We're waiting to hear who that is. Does not sound like it's going to be much of a prospect, but I didn't expect that for a non-closing reliever, kind of a seventh inning type arm, situational reliever, rental. Basically, it's just a matter of, do you let him to continue to pitch the rest of the year, or do you bring someone into your system that creates a little more competition?
Yeah, so Andrew Golden has this as well now, so it seems like this is indeed going down. I get the sense that maybe there was, again, this isn't, I haven't talked to anybody, but just sort of thinking the 11th hour deal here. I think they were probably holding out to see what they could get. And then at the, with the 30 seconds left in the auction or whatever, it wasn't very much. They said, okay, fine. It's worth, throwing a dart at the wall or taking a flyer on some middling prospect to see, because a 33-year-old reliever having a nice season for a club that's not contending, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
So back to Finnegan, though. Would I have liked for them to have traded him? Yes. I think this will probably be made into a bigger deal than it is because of the seller's market. But as of 2 weeks ago, I think the expectation in town from everyone I talked to was that he was not being traded. As of 1 week ago, it was kind of like, I could see it if they get their socks knocked off. I think that the tone on this really changed over the last 72 hours, mostly because of what teams were getting back when they were trading guys like Finnegan. But also, let's be honest, I think with some fans after last night when he gave up 5 hits and 5 runs, pretty reactionary, fan short for fanatical. They're like, all right, that's fine, trade him. I think that's part of the conversation too. Mainly, though, people wanted prospects back. They wanted to go full sell mode, and I totally get that. It's why I would have looked to trade him. But you just can't trade a guy for 85 cents on the dollar, and not knowing what they turned down in a seller's market. Had they have moved him and then we were underwhelmed by the return, I don't think that's a good thing either, right?
Right.
We're sitting here going, wait a second, that's all they got? This team, the Phillies, gave up this for Estevez. This team gave up this for Scott. Look what the Marlins were able to get in that deal. And then the Nationals only got this.
Yeah, it's like looking at housing comps and you go, wait, this one went for $2 million. This one went for $800,000. What the heck is going on? There's always a reason for it. So obviously, if they weren't offered anything decent, you don't just make a trade to hear yourself talk, right? So I'm assuming based on what, as you mentioned, some of the other names, what Estevez got and Tanner Scott was able to procure. These are guys that I think are expiring. That seems to me that they probably could have gotten a pretty decent haul. And I think they were leading with not trading him unless our price was met. I would have led with a slightly different approach. I'm looking to trade him. I don't think they were looking to trade him. Does that make sense? Like, we'll do it if you blow our socks off. That's pretty much the case with anybody, right? Anybody not named James Wood or CJ Abrams in their lineup right now. If you had an unbelievable offer for near anybody else, you go, well, I guess we have to do that. But I don't know that when we saw that one report that they were quote asking for the moon, I don't know. To me, you don't necessarily need the moon. You could have gotten a pretty nice return for a guy that I think is probably more valuable somewhere else, at least for the rest of this year, certainly, and at a really volatile position that I think can be solved with some effort and money.
Looks like Mark Zuckerman of massinsports.com has the return on this deal, and it's a 25-year-old at the AAA level, Andres Chaparro, coming back to the Nationals, corner infielder. He's actually got big-time numbers in the minor leagues this year at AAA. Now, he plays in a bandbox with Reno in the PCL. Just about every park you play in is a bandbox. But he's got 19 home runs through 365 at-bats. That's a 30-plus homer big league, 162-game pace. A 332 hitter this year at AAA, 400 on base, 967 OPS. So he's putting up huge minor league totals. He can swing at some. His minor league career, 817 OPS, career 265 hitter, which is still probably above average during his time in the minor leagues. This year, as an example, 240, I think, is the minor league batting average right now on average. But he hit 25 homers last year, 20 the year before that. He's on his way to 30 this year, potentially, in the minor leagues. And because he's played now over 230 games at the AAA level, this is a big league ready type player, sub 6 foot, 25-year-old third baseman. I'm not overly familiar with him, but just kind of doing a dive into the numbers right here. So you'd imagine it adds to some depth. I mean, they made some moves for some corner infielders, third base types.
It did indeed.
They don't have anyone who could play first. I'd be curious what kind of feet he's got and if he could swing across the infield at all. But whether it was Caden Wallace from the Royals, obviously the Guardians package yesterday for Lane Thomas, you got a big league ready third baseman who has played in the big leagues this season. Now Chaparro, who's going to be a AAA third base type. I think pretty clear they're just looking for bats and they'll figure the rest out.
Indeed. Like if you can hit the ball, we'll find something for you guys to do. Sounds that way. And again, what you're doing is you're throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that a couple of guys stick, right? Just say that, they already have Brady House. Well, again, it'll be fine. These are either future assets to be traded or future big leaguers to work out.
How about this? He has played, just looking at it here, 18 games at first base this year. And if you look over the course of his career, he's got a bunch of time at first base in the minor leagues. So maybe Chaparro's a guy that can, down the stretch here, they're getting huge production right now from Juan Yepez, who presumably is going to cool off sooner rather than later. But maybe he ends up splitting some time there.
He's the greatest hitter alive. See what I'm saying? There's different possibilities.
Chaparro maybe ends up DHing a little bit, but this is what you should have done.
Yes.
You're not going to get much of a prospect. You're not going to get a guy that probably ends up being a real helpful player when you're winning a World Series, but get someone who can hit a little bit or has a trait. And this guy, at least this year, is having a pretty good year in the minor leagues. So kick the tires. Why not?
All in on that. Yeah. Again, you're throwing darts at the board. If you're a non-competitive team and you're which is what the Nationals are. Again, it's not about this year. It's about future years for them. I'm all for it. I mean, take guys that aren't going to be here. This is the cutthroat approach that I would have as a GM. I don't know how much my guys would love playing for me at times like this, but a lot of them would be packing their stuff up. I'd have the traveling secretary real busy.
By the way, I always love trades when two teams are playing at that moment. And Floro now was in the clubhouse with the Nationals getting ready for tonight's game in a few hours. And he has to hug his teammates and then just walk across
down the hall.
infield right over to the other dugout and shake hands with his new team and then pitch against the Nationals tonight or tomorrow, almost certainly. Like, think about that.
Yeah, I know.
So funny.
It's a great scene in Moneyball where that happens, where Ricardo Rincon has to change locker rooms. And there's like, wait, you can't come in here. And I got to cut the guy that you're replacing.
I definitely would have signed a permission slip for anybody to scream and yell and throw things if they didn't trade Dylan Floro. I think any kind of like angry reaction over not trading Finnegan is a bridge too far. But I certainly would understand if someone wants to tell me they're disappointed because they got their heart set on getting a really good return. I'll sit right next to you on that roller coaster. You and me both.
Yeah, I'm bummed.
But look, here's the bottom line. This ownership group has to spend this offseason. They have to start spending. And next year, in theory, should be a year where they can compete for the wild card. There is no reason to believe if they go get a pitcher and a decent bat who can drive in some runs, that they can't be in the wild card mix based on what we've seen from this under-talented group this year. And if they are that type of team, then Finnegan should theoretically be a big part of that in the bullpen next year. Whether he's closing or setting up, potentially, who knows? But he should be a big part of that.
Yeah, that's the plan. I don't have confidence in that. But you're 100% right. That's what should happen. This is now that 2011 year, if you want to mirror it to what happened before. You got your teeth kicked in, you moved to the new ballpark, you got rid of that aging group of veterans that was sort of that semi-expansion group that came from Montreal, turned the whole thing over. It was a bunch of kids. It was Zimmerman and Desmond and the other Zimmerman and you remember all the rest. Well, they go out and add Jason Worth. They go out and start adding pieces, and all of a sudden you get a 10-year window of elite competition. This is the time to start to do that. I don't believe they're going to. I would love to be wrong. I would love if day one of free agency or sometime, hot stove starts to heat up, you have all of a sudden a big splurge of national spending. I just don't see it. I don't think it's in the cards.
Nationals do trade Dylan Floro right at the deadline 20 minutes ago. At least as of right now, nothing's confirmed or official that they didn't trade Kyle Finnegan. There are still a couple of deals trickling out, believe it or not, that just didn't get reported right at the deadline. I just saw that Gregory Soto is getting traded to the Orioles as an example, but I think we would probably know by now. So we'll wait on unofficial word from the team or anybody who's able to figure out for sure that Kyle Finnegan stayed put, but it certainly looks that way for the Washington Nationals. By the way, this was a massive trade deadline in Major League Baseball. In terms of the quantity of deals, also some of the quality of certainly the minor leaguers moved. The superstars, Tarek Skubal from the Tigers, Garrett Crochet from the White Sox, like some of those big names didn't get traded. There was a flurry of activity in the rotations today. Most notably, the Dodgers went out and got Jack Flaherty, which was a pretty big trade. He's pitched really well in the American League Central. But how about what was a pretty epic trade deadline in Major League Baseball? For a week straight, just about. It seemed like every day there were moves.
So Chelsea referenced this when she was on. Chelsea Janes, the Washington Post, referenced this during the Beltway Blitz. I think she's right. There's a lot of competition. Like the extra wild card spot, well, initially I kind of bristled at it. I didn't love the idea of now we have an odd number of teams and it's all confusing. And, this wild card game, but then there's a wild card series. It has added more teams being in it for longer. And that's, if you're one of the rare teams that's basically the bottom of the American or National League that's totally out of it. Look at Washington, Chicago, Cincinnati, or Detroit, the Marlins, etc. You can actually get a pretty good haul back. And so everybody's really interested all of a sudden. Teams like Pittsburgh that haven't really done much over the last handful of seasons got a really nice young core, so they're kind of going for it. Things like that are good for the game, I think, ultimately, is when you have a clear delineation of these teams are in competition and these teams are out in a different phase.
Baseball coverage and deadline coverage today on The Fan has been brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Busy day for the Nats. They're back in action tonight. Remember, they led 5-0 in the first inning yesterday. They were up 6-0. They were up 8-2, and they lost 9-8 when the aforementioned Kyle Finnegan, oddly enough, gave up 5 hits and 5 runs, all earned, which was kind of a shabingus. But with that in mind, let's get you your Nats lineups and pitching. Couple of notes for you. Presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Jeeves, I don't believe we have an official lineup just yet.
My guess is on a trade deadline day, it's going to come out a little closer.
It might be a little bit messy, but I know Patrick Corbin is pitching, and he's sneakily, if that's even a word, I'm not sure it is, but I'm going with it, throwing a little bit better here of late, mixing in what we're calling a curveball, a slow slider. I don't know. Call it what you want, but he's been kind of okay here of late, looking to bounce back after last evening.
6 innings, 1 earned run against the Reds back on the 19th, coming out of the All-Star break, and then a 7-inning, 3-run outing with 7 strikeouts, where there was a rain delay of over an hour.
And he took the ball again.
Up his first inning, and he went back out there and then threw over 100 pitches. Yeoman's effort. So back-to-back really good starts for Patrick Corbin. Couple of roster moves for the Nationals. It sounds like Travis Blankenhorn is being called up from AAA Rochester. He leads the team with 24 home runs in the minor leagues this year. Not a prospect, 28-year-old, strikes out a lot, but will hit the ball over the fence if you throw him a pitch in the middle of the plate. And Yohan Adon is being recalled from the minor leagues as well. Thank goodness for that.
Yohan Adon season. Let's ride the carousel together, buddy.
Down the stretch they come with Yohan Adon logging some innings. Let's get you a Nats weather report. They're playing indoors, but I am curious about how their walk to the ballpark from the team hotel is going to go tonight. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and we know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist is Ryan Clary.
It is a hot one walking from the hotel all the way to the stadium. It is 108 degrees right now. It'll be about 107 degrees at first pitch. Not a cloud in the sky. It is a very deserty day in Phoenix.
Deserty.
What was that?
Desert tea.
Desert tea.
Desert tea. Is that 2 T's, like desert tea?
Yes.
Is it like a t-shirt?
Or dessert tea?
Sure. Desert tea.
So it's hot.
It's hot.
Is that what that means?
Very
It's
deserty.
Hot and dry. I like that. So your recap of the Nats trade deadline. Hunter Harvey, who they got as a waiver claim for infielder Caden Wallace in the 39th pick. That became catcher Caleb Lomavita, both likely to be top 10 prospects when the dust settles on the new rankings. Jesse Winker, who they signed a minor league deal with before the start of this season, flipped for a hard-throwing right-hander from the Mets organization who stands 6'9", Tyler Stewart. Lane Thomas, who they got after 16 bad starts from John Lester, for Lester straight up, for infielder Jose Tena, who's in AAA, putting up big numbers, infielder Rafael Ramirez, who's just 19 years old in single A, and a high-upside former top 60 pick a year ago, left-hander Alex Clemmie, and then today, Dylan Floro to the Arizona Diamondbacks may pitch against the Nats tonight for, reportedly, Andrus Chaparro, who is a AAA corner infielder who's put up some big numbers and is hitting over 320 in the minor leagues this year. That'll do it for Grant and Danny. We're back tomorrow at 2 for a shorty because the Nats are playing a 3:10 game. But enough about the Nats, for God's sake.
Am I right?
Jeebies. For Darius, Ryan, Danny, I'm Grant. Saying until tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.